In a sun-scorched valley where faith shapes every fence and shadow, a stranger's arrival stirs the quiet heart of a sacred land. Under a sky that watches and judges, boundaries blur, and hidden truths ignite a journey of courage and sacrifice. Amid whispers of doubt and the pull of forbidden connections, this is a tale of hearts tested, promises broken, and the fierce struggle to forge a path through a wilderness of belief and betrayal. Step into a world where every choice echoes under Zion's watchful gaze. Chapter 1. Under Zion's watchful sky. The sun beat down on Joseph's back, a familiar weight he'd carried for more seasons than he cared to count. It pressed through the worn fabric of his homespun shirt, warming his skin, drawing out the sweat that trickled down his temples and into the dust that clung to his face. He swung the heavy maul, the impact against the cedar fence post jarring up his arms, a dull ache echoing in his shoulders. Thud. The sound was swallowed by the immense silence of the valley, a silence broken only by the rhythmic strike, the buzz of unseen insects in the dry grasses, and the occasional mournful cry of a hawk circling high above the red rock cliffs that guarded the eastern edge of his land. This land, it was everything and nothing. It was the promise of Zion, the place divinely appointed, wrested from the wilderness by faith and unrelenting toil. It was acres of stubborn soil that yielded sustenance only through sweat and prayer, soil stained by the memory of hardship, of loss, of the wife, Sarah, who rested now beneath a simpler marker than the fence he currently mended. It was his inheritance and his burden, a patch of earth under the vast, indifferent canvas of the Utah sky. He paused, resting the maul head on the packed earth, wiping his brow with the back of a calloused hand. His knuckles were thick, scarred from years of labor, the skin weathered like old leather. He squinted towards the settlement of Parowan, nestled further down the valley. From here, it was just a collection of low-slung cabins, adobe houses baking in the heat, the thin spire of the meeting house barely visible, yet its presence felt absolute, a constant reminder of the community, the brethren, the intricate web of obligations and expectations that defined life here. Under Zion's watchful sky, indeed. Sometimes the sky felt less like a blessing and more like an eye, scrutinizing, judging. Joseph was a man carved by this landscape, by its austerity and its sudden, breathtaking beauty. He stood tall, though a slight stoop had begun to set into his shoulders, the legacy of bending over fields and wrestling with stone. His hair, once the color of ripe wheat, was threaded now with gray, particularly at the temples, and cut short in the practical manner of the settlers. His face was lean, angular, lines etched around his eyes by the sun and by sorrows he rarely spoke of. They were pale blue eyes, startling in his sun-darkened face, eyes that held a quiet intensity, a habit of observing carefully before speaking. He was 42, an age that felt older here, measured not just in years but in winters survived, crops harvested, losses endured. He'd come to Utah with the hopeful surge, a young man full of fervor, believing wholeheartedly in the prophet's vision, in the promise of building God's kingdom on earth. He'd married Sarah, a woman whose faith burned as brightly as his own, and together they'd poured their youth into this unforgiving land. They'd known joy, the simple, profound joy of a shared life, of children's laughter echoing in the small cabin he'd built with his own hands. 2 sons lost young to the fevers that swept through the settlements like wildfire, and then Sarah herself, worn down by work and grief, claimed by the harsh winter 3 years past. Now only his daughter, 16-year-old Martha, remained, a quiet, capable girl who ran the household with a solemnity that sometimes unnerved him. He picked up the maul again. Thud. The post sank another inch into the hard ground. He worked with a steady, unhurried rhythm, the movements ingrained by repetition. Mending fences was a constant task, a necessary defense against the encroaching wilderness, against stray livestock, against the subtle erosion of order. It felt symbolic somehow. Maintaining boundaries, keeping things in their proper place. It was what was expected. It was the foundation of their society: order, obedience, unity. The scent of sagebrush, crushed underfoot, mingled with the dry scent of dust and the faint resinous smell of the cedar wood. Far off, he could hear the lowing of his milk cow, penned near the cabin. Martha would be finishing the morning chores, preparing their midday meal. Simple fare, likely cornbread, beans, perhaps some salted pork if their supplies held. Life was stripped down to essentials here. Survival was the first commandment, faith the second. Though most days they felt intertwined, inseparable. You couldn't farm this land, couldn't face the isolation, the omnipresent threat of drought or early frost or conflict with the Paiute tribes whose ancestral lands these were, without a deep, abiding faith. Or perhaps, he sometimes thought in moments of weariness, a deep, abiding stubbornness. He finished setting the post, tamping the earth firmly around its base with his boot heel. He sighted along the fence line, checking its alignment, straight and true, like the path laid out for him, for all the saints, a path he'd walked without question for most of his life. Yet since Sarah's passing, since the silence in the cabin had grown deeper, heavier, questions sometimes surfaced, unwelcome and unsettling, like stones working their way up through plowed earth. Doubts not about God, perhaps, but about the rigidity of the lines drawn by men, the judgments passed, the sacrifices demanded in the name of unity. He remembered the hushed disapproval when Brother Hemlock took a second wife, young Sister Eliza, barely out of girlhood. He remembered the strained silence that fell over the congregation when news arrived of dissenters disciplined, their names spoken with a mixture of pity and condemnation. There was strength in their unity, yes, a necessary strength in this isolated corner of the world, but there was also a narrowness, a fear of anything, anyone, different. The world beyond the Great Basin was spoken of as Babylon, corrupt, fallen, Gentile. Contact was necessary for trade, for supplies ferried overland by wagon train or, increasingly, by the railroad inching its way across the continent. But intimacy, understanding? That was discouraged, subtly and sometimes overtly. Keep yourselves separate. Be ye a peculiar people. Joseph straightened, stretching the kinks from his back, his gaze sweeping over the familiar panorama. The valley floor, patterned with cultivated fields and patches of native scrub, stretched towards the shimmering salt flats in the distance. The mountains rose on all sides, jagged peaks against the painfully blue sky, their slopes sparsely timbered, their presence both protective and confining. He knew every ridge, every canyon, every trick of the light on the ancient rock. It was a demanding beauty, one that offered no comfort, only a stark, enduring majesty. He thought of Martha. She was becoming a young woman, and soon the bishop, or perhaps one of the elders acting on his behalf, would inquire about suitable matches. Marriage was a cornerstone, essential for growth, for fulfilling the commandment to multiply and replenish the earth. He dreaded the conversation. Martha was dutiful, pious even, but she had a quiet stubbornness inherited, he suspected, from him. And who among the eligible young men in Parowan truly seemed worthy of her, of the unspoken burdens she carried? He saw the way some of them looked at her, their eyes assessing her potential as a wife, a worker, a bearer of children, and a protective anger stirred within him. She deserved more than calculation. She deserved, he wasn't sure what, perhaps a measure of the happiness he and Sarah had briefly known before the land and the losses took their toll. A faint plume of dust rose on the horizon, far down the valley road that led eventually toward Cedar City and the main territorial route. A wagon, maybe, or riders. Strangers were infrequent enough to be noteworthy. Most traffic consisted of neighbors, brethren traveling between settlements, or the occasional supply train. He watched the dust cloud for a moment, a tiny disturbance in the vast stillness. Likely nothing. Yet a prickle of unease, formless and irrational, touched him. Perhaps it was just the heat, the weariness settling into his bones. He turned back to his work, selecting the next post, hefting it into position. Focus on the task at hand. That was the way. One post, then the next. One day, then the next. Build the fences high. Keep the dangers out, keep the doubts contained. He swung the maul again. Thud. The sound echoed, lonely and final. He worked through the hottest part of the day, the sun directly overhead, bleaching the colors from the landscape, turning the red rocks to a pale, shimmering orange. The heat was a physical presence, relentless, drawing the moisture from the air, from the ground, from his own body. He stopped only to drink sparingly from the canteen hanging from a fence rail, the water tasting metallic and lukewarm. He thought again of Sarah, of the cool cloth she would bring him, the shared cup of water that tasted sweeter for her presence. Grief was a phantom limb, aching most when forgotten, then suddenly remembered with a jolt. 3 years, and the ache remained, a dull throb beneath the surface of his days. As the sun began its slow descent towards the western mountains, casting long shadows across the valley floor, the air began to cool almost imperceptibly. The quality of the light changed, softening the harsh edges, deepening the reds and purples of the distant cliffs. A slight breeze stirred, whispering through the sage, carrying the scent of dust and something else, something indefinable, perhaps the promise of evening's relief. He was securing the last rail when he heard it, the distinct sound of wagon wheels creaking under strain, the low murmur of voices, closer now than the dust cloud he'd seen earlier. He straightened, turning towards the road that ran past the edge of his property. A covered wagon, pulled by 2 tired-looking mules, was slowly making its way towards the settlement. Not a freighter, clearly. Smaller, more weathered. A settler's wagon, perhaps, though it was late in the season for new arrivals. Beside the wagon walked a man, gaunt and sunburnt, his clothes coated in dust, his shoulders slumped with fatigue. He guided the mules with a weary hand. Inside the wagon, Joseph could just make out the shape of someone sitting on the driver's bench, holding the reins loosely. It was the figure beside the man, walking with a determined, if tired, stride that caught his attention. A woman. Even from this distance, there was something different about her. Her dress, though travel-stained and practical, was of a cut and color not typically seen in Parowan. A deep blue, faded by the sun, but distinctly not the sober grays and browns favored by the sisters. She wore a wide-brimmed bonnet, but stray strands of hair, catching the lowering sun, gleamed a rich auburn, a stark contrast to the muted tones he was accustomed to. She walked with her head held high despite the evident weariness in her posture, her gaze fixed on the settlement ahead. They were strangers. Gentiles, almost certainly, judging by their appearance and the lack of any familiar faces. Travelers passing through, perhaps seeking provisions or a place to rest before continuing their journey. Or, perhaps seeking a place to stay. The thought sent another ripple of unease through him. Newcomers, especially those from outside the faith, were often viewed with suspicion. Where did they come from? What was their purpose? Were they fleeing something or seeking something? Joseph stood by his newly mended fence, the maul resting forgotten at his feet, watching the wagon approach. The man glanced towards him, a brief, tired nod of acknowledgement. Joseph nodded back, his expression neutral, guarded. It was the expected response, polite but distant. Keep the boundaries firm. But his eyes were drawn back to the woman. As the wagon drew closer, he could see her face more clearly beneath the shadow of her bonnet. It was a strong face, pale despite the journey, with high cheekbones and a determined set to her mouth. She wasn't young, not a girl. Perhaps close to 30, he guessed, maybe older. There were lines of fatigue around her eyes, green eyes that seemed to scan the surroundings with a disconcerting directness, taking in the fields, the cabins, him. For a fleeting moment, her gaze met his across the dusty expanse. There was no deference in it, no lowering of the eyes as was customary for women encountering strange men. Just a steady, appraising look, holding a hint of something unreadable, weariness, certainly, but also a flicker of defiance, perhaps even sorrow. The moment stretched, suspended in the golden light of the late afternoon. The creak of the wagon wheels, the soft plod of the mule's hooves, the whisper of the wind, all seemed to fade, leaving only the intensity of that shared glance. It unsettled him more profoundly than the arrival itself. Who was this woman? What had brought her to this isolated valley, to the heart of Zion, where she so clearly did not belong? The wagon continued its slow progress towards the settlement, leaving Joseph standing alone by his fence line, the scent of cedar and dust suddenly sharp in his nostrils. The sun dipped lower, painting the sky in hues of fiery orange and bruised purple, the colors bleeding into the clouds above the mountains. A sunset of heartbreaking beauty, but tonight it felt different, charged, ominous. He watched until the wagon disappeared around a bend, swallowed by the growing shadows. The silence returned, deeper now, tinged with anticipation. He felt a strange reluctance to return to his cabin, to Martha, to the predictable rhythm of his evening. Something had shifted. A stone dropped into the still pool of his existence, the ripples spreading outwards, disturbing the carefully maintained surface. He looked down at his hands, at the ingrained dirt and calluses. He had spent his life building walls, mending fences, maintaining order. But as the last light drained from the sky, leaving only the stark silhouettes of the mountains against a darkening canvas, Joseph felt a tremor of doubt, a premonition that some boundaries were perhaps not meant to hold, and that the arrival of the Gentile woman in the faded blue dress marked the beginning of something unknown, something potentially dangerous, something that might irrevocably alter the landscape of his life. The watchful sky seemed to press down, heavy with unspoken promises and threats. Chapter 2. The Gentile Woman's Arrival. The wagon wheels groaned under the weight of the journey's end, rolling slowly onto the main thoroughfare of Parowan. Dust, fine as sifted flour, rose in lazy puffs with each turn, coating the already grime-layered canvas cover and the flanks of the exhausted mules. The air hung thick and still in the late afternoon heat, carrying the mingled scents of wood smoke from cooking fires, the sharp tang of the blacksmith's forge down a side street, the earthy smell of livestock from nearby corrals, and the faint pervasive aroma of sun-baked adobe and dry timbers. Parowan huddled under the vast sky, a scattering of sturdy, unadorned structures lining the wide, rutted street. Log cabins chinked with mud stood shoulder to shoulder with more permanent adobe houses, their small, deep-set windows like watchful eyes. Picket fences, some neatly whitewashed, others weathered to gray, demarcated small yards where hardy vegetables struggled against the arid climate. Cottonwood trees, precious providers of shade, rustled their leaves near the irrigation ditches that bordered the road, the sound a dry whisper in the quiet. The meeting house, its simple spire pointing towards the heavens like an admonishing finger, dominated the center of the settlement, a visible anchor of faith and authority. Silence fell as the wagon crawled past. Doors that had stood open to catch any stray breeze seemed to suddenly hold shadowed figures. Women paused in their sweeping, brooms held motionless. Men working near their homes or storefronts straightened, their gazes lingering on the unfamiliar vehicle and its occupants. Children, moments before chasing hoops or dogs down the dusty street, stopped their play, gathering in small, silent clusters, their eyes wide with unabashed curiosity. It was the focused, unnerving quiet of a place where everyone knew everyone, where a stranger was an anomaly, an event to be dissected and discussed behind closed doors. Caroline felt the weight of those stares like a physical burden, heavier even than the bone-deep weariness that permeated her limbs. She kept her gaze fixed forward, towards the end of the street, though her peripheral vision took in the details. The sober, dark clothing of the women, their hair pulled back severely under bonnets or caps, the bearded faces of the men, watchful and unsmiling, the palpable sense of a community turned inward, unified and wary of outsiders. She tightened her grip on the worn reins, though the mules needed little guidance, their pace dictated by exhaustion. Beside her on the rough wooden seat, her younger brother Thomas shifted uncomfortably, his thin shoulders tense beneath his dusty coat. He was barely 18, thrust into the role of protector and provider by circumstances neither of them had chosen, his youthful face drawn and anxious. "Almost there, Kara," he murmured, his voice low and rough with dust. "Just hold on." She offered a slight nod, unable to summon the energy for more. Hold on. It seemed that was all she had been doing for months. Holding on through grief, through fear, through the endless, jolting miles that had brought them to this isolated Mormon stronghold in the heart of the Utah Territory. It hadn't been their intended destination, merely the next settlement marked on their worn map, a place to potentially rest, reprovision, perhaps even find work long enough to decide where to go next. But arriving felt less like reaching a haven and more like stepping into a cage, the bars forged from scrutiny and suspicion. The man walking beside the wagon, Silas Croft, the grim-faced guide they'd hired back in Green River after their own wagon broke down beyond repair, seemed impervious to the attention. His focus was solely on the mules and the road ahead, his expression as hard and unreadable as the surrounding landscape. He'd been a man of few words throughout their difficult journey, competent but cold, his presence a necessary shield against the dangers of the trail, yet offering little comfort. Silas halted the mules near the center of town, before a slightly larger building that seemed to serve as a general store and possibly a post office, judging by the hitching rail crowded with horses and the men lingering on the wooden porch. He strode towards them, his boots echoing on the boards. "Wait here," he commanded gruffly, not looking at Caroline or Thomas, his eyes scanning the faces of the men on the porch. Caroline watched as Silas approached the group. The low murmur of conversation ceased. Heads turned. Silas spoke, his voice too low for her to hear the words, but the tone was clear, curt, businesslike. One of the settlers, a stout man with a full gray beard and eyes narrowed against the sun, responded after a moment's hesitation. His gestures were economical, pointing vaguely down a side street. There was no warmth in the exchange, only a grudging necessity. Information given, transaction complete. Silas returned to the wagon. "Bishop Snow ain't here," he reported flatly. "Out visiting settlements south. Due back in a day or two. Fella says there's an old trapper's cabin empty now down by the creek bend. Can use it temporary long as we mind ourselves." He spat a stream of tobacco juice into the dust. "Best we're likely to get without the bishop's say-so." Temporary shelter. It was more than she had dared hope for, yet the grudging permission felt precarious. Mind ourselves. The implication hung heavy in the air. Stay quiet. Stay separate. Don't cause trouble. Don't be who you are. "Thank you, Silas," Caroline said, her voice steadier than she felt. She climbed down stiffly from the wagon seat, her legs trembling slightly from fatigue and tension. The deep blue of her dress seemed garishly bright amidst the muted tones of the town. She instinctively smoothed the travel-stained fabric, feeling suddenly exposed, vulnerable. Thomas scrambled down beside her, his hand hovering near the small pistol tucked into his belt, a gesture of bravado that likely offered little real protection here. As Silas turned the mules toward the indicated side street, Joseph rounded the corner, heading home after storing his tools in the small lean-to behind his cabin. He'd walked the longer way, through the edge of the settlement, drawn by an undeniable curiosity he chastised himself for. He saw the wagon immediately, saw the cluster of onlookers beginning to disperse now that the initial spectacle was over, their whispers likely just beginning. He saw the Gentile woman standing beside it, her auburn hair catching the last rays of the sun like banked fire under the brim of her bonnet. She stood straight, despite the dust and weariness etched onto her features, a solitary figure in a landscape that demanded conformity. He noted the determined line of her jaw, the way her hands clenched slightly at her sides as she surveyed her surroundings. She looked like someone bracing for a blow. He saw the young man beside her, little more than a boy, trying to project an air of confidence he clearly didn't possess. And he saw Silas Croft, a man known even in these isolated parts, a hard man who traveled the territories, hiring out his gun and his knowledge of the trails, beholden to no one, Mormon or otherwise. Croft's presence added another layer of grim speculation to the newcomer's arrival. Joseph slowed his pace, keeping to the far side of the street, unwilling to be drawn into the orbit of their arrival, yet unable to look away. He saw Brother Harmon, the storekeeper, watching them from his doorway, his arms crossed, his expression sternly disapproving. He saw Sister Pratt clutching her child's hand a little tighter as she hurried past, her eyes averted. The judgment was silent, pervasive, woven into the very fabric of the community. These were outsiders, Gentiles, potentially bringing with them the corrupting influences of the world they had all fled. Their presence was a disruption, a challenge to the carefully constructed order of Zion. His own reaction was complicated. Decades of ingrained teaching warred with a flicker of something else. Empathy, perhaps, for the woman's evident weariness, for the vulnerability beneath her defiant stance. He knew what it was to arrive somewhere new, stripped bare, hoping only for shelter and a chance to rebuild. He remembered the early days, the hunger, the fear, the constant struggle. But they had been saints, arriving in the promised land sustained by faith and brotherhood. These strangers had no such anchor, no community to welcome them, only suspicion and tolerance offered at arm's length. The wagon creaked past him, heading towards the creek that marked the southern edge of the settlement. Caroline glanced up, her eyes sweeping across the street, and for a second time that day her gaze met Joseph's. He saw the flash of recognition, the brief widening of her green eyes, before a mask of weary indifference slipped back into place. She looked away quickly, turning her attention back to the path ahead. But in that fleeting contact, Joseph felt again that strange jolt, that sense of something significant passing between them, an unspoken acknowledgement of what? Shared humanity? Mutual isolation? He couldn't name it. He only knew it left him feeling vaguely disturbed, his carefully maintained inner boundaries momentarily breached. He continued towards his cabin, the image of the woman's face lingering in his mind, the set of her mouth, the light in her eyes. There was strength there, but also a deep sadness, a history hinted at in the shadows beneath her cheekbones. He wondered again what had driven her and the boy to seek refuge in such an unlikely place, with a man like Silas Croft as their guide. Trouble, almost certainly. People didn't undertake such journeys, didn't arrive looking so worn and weary, unless they were running from something. Martha was waiting on the porch step, shelling peas into a large wooden bowl balanced on her lap. She looked up as he approached, her expression mirroring the quiet solemnity that had become her habit since her mother's death. "Father," she greeted him softly, "supper's near ready." "Good," he said, mounting the steps. He hesitated, then asked, keeping his tone casual, "See the new arrivals?" Martha nodded, her fingers never pausing in their rhythmic task. "The wagon?" "Yes. Passed by just now. Sister Harmon stopped for a moment, said they're Gentiles, a woman and her brother traveling with that Croft fellow." She frowned slightly. Sister Harmon seemed displeased. Said they're to stay in old Jedediah's cabin by the creek. Jedediah's cabin. Little more than a ruin, abandoned years ago after the old trapper had vanished into the mountains, leaving behind only a few rusted traps and stories of his solitary, half-wild existence. It stood apart from the settlement, damp and shadowed by the cottonwoods along the creek bank, barely fit for shelter. Offering it was a clear message. You are welcome only at the fringes, kept separate. Did she say why they've come? Joseph asked, leaning against the porch railing, trying to appear uninterested. Martha shook her head. Just traveling, Sister Harmon thought, though she wondered why they'd stop here for any length of time. And with Mr. Croft... She left the sentence unfinished, the implication clear. Croft's reputation preceded him. Association with him cast a dubious light on his companions. She said the bishop will want to speak with them when he returns. Joseph nodded slowly, gazing out towards the creek, though the cabin itself was hidden from view by a stand of willows. The bishop's interview would be probing, seeking assurances, establishing boundaries. Life for the newcomers would not be easy here. Even temporarily, they would be watched, measured, judged against the strict standards of the community. He pushed away from the railing. "Best wash up for supper," he said, forcing a note of normalcy into his voice. Inside the small cabin, the familiar scent of baking bread and simmering beans filled the air. It smelled of routine, of stability, of the life he had built here. But tonight the familiar comforts felt fragile, threatened by the arrival of the woman with the sad, defiant eyes and the secret she undoubtedly carried. Later, as twilight deepened into night, Joseph sat alone on the porch again, long after Martha had cleared away the supper dishes and retired to her small sleeping loft. The air was cooler now, carrying the chirping of crickets and the distant murmur of the creek. Lantern light glowed yellow in the windows of neighboring cabins, islands of warmth in the encroaching darkness. He could just see the flicker of a campfire down by the creek bend, a solitary point of light marking the stranger's temporary home. He thought about the fence he'd mended, the effort to maintain boundaries, to keep things separate and secure. Yet the wilderness pressed close, and the world beyond Zion had a way of intruding, arriving unexpectedly in a dusty wagon, embodied in the form of a Gentile woman whose gaze lingered in his memory. Under Zion's watchful sky, the line suddenly felt less distinct, the ground beneath his feet less certain. He felt a premonition, cold and sharp as the night air, that the arrival of Caroline, he didn't know her name yet, but somehow the image conjured the name, was more than just a passing event. It was the start of a current that could pull him, pull all of them, into deeper, more turbulent waters. The single campfire by the creek burned like a question mark against the darkness, a question whose answer he both feared and, disturbingly, felt compelled to discover. Chapter 3. An Unspoken Understanding. The days following the stranger's arrival settled into a tense rhythm, marked by the familiar cadence of work and the unfamiliar undercurrent of watchful waiting. The sun rose, burned fiercely across the valley, and set in bruised colors behind the western peaks, each day mirroring the last in its toil and its quiet anxieties. Joseph threw himself into his tasks with renewed determination, repairing tools, clearing stubborn sagebrush from a fallow field, checking the water levels in the irrigation ditch that fed his crops. Work was an anchor, a way to silence the disquiet that had taken root in his mind since the Gentile woman's arrival. Silas Croft had lingered only a day, his presence a grim shadow near the Creek Bend cabin. Joseph saw him conferring briefly with the woman, Caroline, he'd learned her name was, overhearing it in the low, disapproving tones of conversation at Harmon's store, before mounting his horse and riding out early the next morning, heading west, leaving no explanation, only dust settling in his wake. His departure seemed to deepen the isolation surrounding the woman and her brother, leaving them utterly adrift in this community that held them at arm's length. Joseph found himself subtly altering his routines. His path to the lower fields now took him closer to the creek, within sight, if not earshot, of the dilapidated trapper's cabin. He told himself it was merely practical, checking the water flow, inspecting the fence line that bordered the creek's path. But he knew, with a self-awareness that brought a flush of discomfort, that he was watching. He saw her most mornings, down by the water's edge. Caroline. She moved with a quiet intensity, whether washing clothes in the slow-moving current, her sleeves rolled up past her elbows, revealing surprisingly slender arms, or gathering driftwood for their fire. She rarely looked towards the settlement, keeping her focus on the immediate task, her posture radiating a weary resilience. Her brother Thomas seemed restless, often disappearing for hours, perhaps exploring the nearby foothills or attempting to hunt, usually returning empty-handed, his youthful face etched with frustration. They seemed ill-equipped for this life, lacking the tools, the knowledge, the sheer ingrained toughness required to wrest a living from this land. The community's judgment remained palpable, unspoken but heavy in the air. When Caroline ventured into the settlement, a rare occurrence undertaken only when necessity dictated, likely for flour or salt from Harmon's store, a hush would fall. Women would draw their children closer, conversations would cease, and eyes would follow her progress down the dusty street. Joseph witnessed it once, standing outside the blacksmith's shop discussing a plowshare repair. He saw the way Sister Harmon served her with curt efficiency, avoiding eye contact. The coins Caroline offered seemingly counted twice before being dropped into the till. He saw the flush rise on Caroline's neck, the tightening of her lips. but she met no one's gaze, gathered her meager purchases, and walked back towards the creek with her head held high, a solitary figure against a backdrop of collective disapproval. Joseph felt a knot tighten in his own chest, a mixture of shame and anger. Shame at his community's coldness, anger at... he wasn't sure what. At the woman's stubborn pride? At her circumstances? At the way her presence forced him to confront the less charitable aspects of the Zion he had dedicated his life to building. He turned abruptly back to his conversation with the blacksmith, his voice rougher than intended. Maintain the boundaries. Don't get involved. But the image of her walking away, alone, stayed with him. He thought of Sarah, how fiercely protective she had been of their fledgling life here, how she had faced down hardship with a quiet strength that humbled him. This woman, Caroline, possessed a different kind of strength, perhaps, one born of different trials, but strength nonetheless, and loneliness. He recognized the shape of it, having lived within its shadow for 3 long years. One afternoon, the sky bruised with the threat of a summer storm, the air thick and charged with electricity, Joseph found himself down by the creek again. He was checking a section of fence damaged by wandering cattle, the rhythmic thud of his hammer echoing in the unnatural stillness that preceded the rain. He saw Caroline struggling near the cabin. A heavy wooden shutter, torn loose by a previous wind, hung precariously from a single hinge, banging against the decaying adobe wall with each gust. She was trying to secure it, standing precariously on an overturned, rotting log, reaching up, her slight frame straining against the weight and awkwardness of the task. Thomas was nowhere in sight. Joseph paused, hammer in hand, watching her struggle. She was determined. He could see that. But the shutter was too heavy, the angle wrong. Another gust of wind caught it, swinging it violently, nearly knocking her off balance. She cried out, a small sound swallowed by the rising wind, regaining her footing just in time. Every instinct honed by years of neighborly interdependence screamed at him to go and help. It was the decent thing to do, the practical thing. Any man in the settlement would offer assistance in such a situation, regardless of personal feelings. But she wasn't just any neighbor. She was the Gentile woman, the outsider, the object of suspicion. To openly help her would be a statement, an alignment, however small, that would be noted, discussed, perhaps reported to the bishop upon his return. He thought of Martha, of the careful life they lived, of the need to maintain their standing within the community. He hesitated, torn. The wind whipped dust into his eyes, stinging. He saw Caroline lean her forehead against the rough wall for a moment, a picture of exhaustion and frustration, before straightening her shoulders and preparing to try again. And in that moment, something shifted within him. It wasn't logic or duty or even conscious thought. It was a simple, undeniable pull of empathy, a recognition of shared struggle against the harsh indifference of the elements, of the land itself. He laid his hammer on the fence post, wiped his dusty hands on his trousers, and started walking towards the cabin, the ground uneven beneath his worn boots. Caroline looked up sharply as he approached, her eyes widening first in surprise, then narrowing with a familiar wariness. She stepped down from the log, automatically smoothing her apron, her expression guarded, waiting. The wind blew strands of auburn hair across her face, and she pushed them back with an impatient gesture. Joseph stopped a few paces away, acutely aware of the invisible line between them, the chasm created by faith and circumstance. He nodded towards the swinging shutter. "Looks like you could use a hand with that," he said, his voice calm, matter of fact. He kept his tone neutral, avoiding any hint of pity or undue familiarity. She stared at him for a long moment, her green eyes searching his face, assessing his motives. He could almost see the calculations turning over in her mind, the risk of accepting help, the implications, the potential cost. He met her gaze steadily, holding nothing back, letting her see the simple offer for what it was. Finally, she gave a curt, reluctant nod. "It's heavier than it looks, and the hinge is rusted through." Her voice was lower than he'd expected, with a faint huskiness, colored by weariness but clear. "Aye," he agreed, stepping closer. Best secure it properly before the storm hits." He examined the damaged hinge, the splintered wood of the shutter. It was a rough piece of work, like the cabin itself, built for function, not finesse. "Need to brace it first. Maybe find a sturdier piece of wood than that log." Together, wordlessly, they found a larger, flat stone nearby. He positioned it firmly beneath the window while she held the shutter steady against the wind's buffeting. He tested the remaining hinge. "This one's barely holding, needs reinforcing. Might have some spare leather straps back at my cabin, could bind it tight for now." He hadn't intended to offer more, but the words came out before he could stop them. Offering materials from his own home felt like crossing another line, a more significant one. Caroline looked surprised, then hesitant. We couldn't ask you to." "It's no trouble," Joseph interrupted gruffly, already turning away. "Be right back. Keep it steady." He walked quickly back toward his own property, his mind racing. What was he doing? This was foolishness, inviting scrutiny, gossip. Martha would notice the missing straps. Questions would be asked. Yet the image of Caroline struggling alone, the brief flicker of vulnerability in her eyes before the mask of defiance returned, propelled him forward. It felt right, necessary. A small act of human kindness in a place that sometimes felt starved of it. He returned minutes later with a coil of sturdy leather strapping and a few salvaged nails he kept for repairs. He worked efficiently, bracing the shutter, driving the nails carefully into the sounder parts of the wood, then wrapping the leather tightly around the frame and securing it to a hook driven deep into the adobe wall. Caroline stood nearby, holding the tools he handed her, watching his hands, strong, calloused, capable, as they moved with practiced skill. The wind howled around the small cabin, and the first heavy drops of rain began to spatter against the dry earth, raising puffs of dust. The air grew cold. "There," Joseph said, stepping back, wiping rain and sweat from his brow. "That should hold it through the storm, maybe longer." "Thank you," Caroline said softly. The guardedness in her eyes had softened slightly, replaced by a quiet gratitude, though the wariness reigned, a shadow just beneath the surface. "Thomas, my brother, he tries, but he's not skilled with such things." Joseph nodded, understanding the unspoken apology, the explanation for her struggling alone. "Takes time to learn the way of things here." He hesitated, then added, "This cabin, it's not much shelter." A shadow crossed her face. "It's what we have, for now." She looked away, towards the darkening eastern cliffs, her profile etched against the stormy sky. There was a wealth of unspoken history in that simple statement, a hint of displacement, of loss. "The bishop is due back soon," Joseph found himself saying, the words feeling like a warning. "He'll likely want to speak with you, understand your intentions." Her gaze snapped back to his, sharp and assessing once more. "Our intentions are simply to rest, perhaps find honest work if any is to be had, and move on when we're able." "Work is scarce," Joseph said honestly, "especially for newcomers." "So we're discovering," she replied, a hint of bitterness creeping into her tone. She drew her worn shawl tighter around her shoulders as the rain began to fall more steadily. "But we manage." An awkward silence fell between them, filled only by the drumming of rain on the packed earth and the sighing of the wind through the cottonwoods. He should leave. He had done what needed doing, perhaps more than he should have. Lingering invited speculation, crossed boundaries better left intact. Yet he found himself reluctant to go. Standing there in the growing storm, sharing this small, charged space with this solitary woman felt strangely significant. It was as if, in the simple act of repairing a broken shutter, a different kind of connection had been forged, unspoken, tentative, yet undeniably present. A shared recognition of hardship, perhaps, or a mutual glimpse of the loneliness that resided beneath their respective armors. An unspoken understanding. "Best get inside," Joseph said finally, his voice gruff. "Storm's settling in." Caroline nodded, clutching her shawl. "Thank you again, Mr." She paused, realizing she didn't know his name. "Joseph," he supplied. "Joseph Baxter." "Caroline Ainsworth," she replied, offering her own name formally, a small bridge across the divide. "Thank you, Mr. Baxter." He gave a stiff nod, uncomfortable with the formality, with the intensity of her gaze. He turned and walked away quickly, head bowed against the driving rain, back towards the perceived safety of his own world, his own fences. But as he walked, the feel of the worn leather straps in his hands lingered, as did the image of Caroline Ainsworth standing alone in the doorway of the ruined cabin, her face pale against the storm-darkened sky, a fragile, defiant presence at the edge of Zion. He had offered help, crossed a line, and he knew, with a certainty that settled deep in his bones, that this was only the beginning. The understanding, however unspoken, had taken root. Chapter 4. Whispers Behind Picket Fences. The storm passed as quickly as it had arrived, leaving behind washed air, the scent of damp earth, and a landscape momentarily refreshed. But the fragile peace it brought did not extend to the social climate of Parowan. Joseph Baxter's brief act of charity towards the Gentile woman had not gone unnoticed, and like seeds scattered on fertile ground, whispers began to sprout behind the neat picket fences and closed doors of the settlement. Joseph felt the shift immediately. It wasn't overt hostility, not yet. It was more subtle, a slight cooling in greetings, a conversation that ceased abruptly when he approached, eyes that lingered a moment too long, carrying unspoken questions or judgments. When he went to Harmon's General Store for lamp oil and coffee beans 2 days after the storm, the usual cluster of men gathered near the cracker barrel fell silent as he entered. Brother Harmon served him with his customary efficiency, but his usual gruff pleasantries were absent, replaced by a noncommittal tightening of the lips. As Joseph waited for his change, he heard Sister Pratt speaking in a low, urgent tone to Sister Davies near the bolts of calico fabric. He couldn't catch all the words, muffled by the distance and their deliberate quietness, but fragments drifted towards him. Out there in the rain, bold as brass, him going right to her cabin. Croft leaving them high and dry. What kind of woman travels with a man like that, then stays on alone? Bishop won't be pleased, not pleased at all. Sister Pratt glanced towards him then, her eyes sharp and disapproving beneath her severe gray bonnet. She saw him listening, saw the slight stiffening of his shoulders, and turned abruptly back to her companion, her voice dropping further, becoming an indecipherable murmur. But the message had been delivered as clearly as if shouted from the meeting house steps. His actions were being watched, discussed, dissected. He had stepped outside the accepted bounds, offered aid where caution was prescribed, shown kindness where suspicion was expected. He took his purchases, gave a curt nod to Brother Harmon that encompassed the entire store, and walked out into the bright sunlight, his jaw tight. He hadn't done anything wrong, merely offered help to someone in need. A basic tenet of decency, scripture even. Yet here, decency seemed conditional, reserved for those already within the fold. The injustice of it chafed, stirring a familiar ember of stubbornness within him. He wouldn't be shamed for a simple act of kindness, but the whispers followed him, intangible yet pervasive, like the fine dust that settled on everything. He felt them as he worked his fields, conscious of distant figures moving within the settlement, knowing his presence near the creek, even for legitimate work, would be noted. He found himself glancing towards the trapper's cabin less often, wary of feeding the gossip mill. Yet the pull remained, a conflicting current of responsibility and a growing, unwelcome curiosity about Caroline Ainsworth and the shadows in her past. He saw her sometimes, a solitary figure moving against the vast backdrop of the valley. She seemed to withdraw even further after his visit, rarely venturing near the settlement now, keeping to the immediate vicinity of the cabin and the creek bank. She worked constantly, tending a small, struggling patch of garden Thomas had cleared near the cabin door, mending their worn clothing, gathering wood. There was a fierce self-sufficiency about her, a determination to rely on no one, born perhaps from harsh experience or perhaps from the cold reception she'd received here. Thomas was less visible. Joseph worried vaguely about the boy. He looked too thin, too pale, lacking the resilience needed for this demanding life. He occasionally saw him heading towards the foothills with an old, unreliable-looking fowling piece, likely hunting for rabbits or quail to supplement their meager diet. Joseph knew those hills. Game was scarce, easily spooked. He doubted the boy had much success. What provisions had they arrived with? How long could they sustain themselves with Croft gone and work unavailable? The questions nagged at him, unwelcome intrusions into his carefully ordered thoughts. Even within his own cabin, the tension was palpable. Martha, usually quiet and observant, seemed even more withdrawn. She went about her chores with her usual diligence, but her eyes often followed him, carrying a hint of worry he hadn't seen before. She didn't speak of the gossip directly. It wasn't her way, nor was it deemed proper for a young woman to engage in such talk. But he knew she heard it. Whispers traveled easily in a place this small, carried on the wind, exchanged over garden fences, murmured after Sunday meetings. One evening, as they sat down to their simple supper of stewed beans and cornbread, Martha spoke hesitantly, her gaze fixed on the bowl in her lap. "Father," she began, then paused as if unsure how to proceed. Joseph looked up, waiting. "Yes, Martha?" "Sister Eliza Hemlock stopped by today," she continued, her voice barely above a whisper. She mentioned seeing you help the Ainsworth woman with her shutter during the storm." Joseph stiffened slightly but kept his expression neutral. Sister Eliza, the bishop's second wife, young and prone to chatter, though usually well-meaning. "Aye, the wind nearly took it off. It needed securing." "Yes," Martha agreed quickly. "It was neighborly." She picked at a loose thread on her apron, but Sister Eliza seemed to think others might see it differently, with the bishop away and them being Gentiles. She finally looked up, her young face troubled. She said people are wondering why they stay, what business they truly have here. Joseph felt a surge of irritation, quickly suppressed. It wasn't Martha's fault. She was merely reflecting the anxieties of the community, anxieties deliberately fostered by some. "Our business is to follow the Lord's commandments, Martha, and that includes charity, even to strangers." He spoke more sharply than he intended. Martha flinched almost imperceptibly and looked back down at her plate. "Yes, Father, of course." A heavy silence descended. Joseph regretted his tone. Martha was only trying to understand, perhaps even protect him in her own quiet way. He reached across the rough-hewn table, laying his calloused hand briefly over hers. "Don't trouble yourself with idle talk, Martha. We do what's right, what conscience dictates. Let the gossips tend to their own souls." She nodded, but the worry didn't leave her eyes. He knew his words offered little reassurance against the weight of community opinion. In Parowan, conscience was often expected to align perfectly with the collective will, guided by the priesthood authority. Divergence, even in small matters, could lead to isolation, subtle sanctions, difficulties in the myriad ways community support was essential for survival. The following Sunday felt particularly oppressive. Bishop Snow was still away, and Brother Harmon, acting as first counselor, led the meeting. His sermon focused heavily on the parable of the wheat and the tares, on the importance of maintaining the purity of the flock, of guarding against insidious influences that could creep in unnoticed. He spoke of unity, of obedience to counsel, of the sacred duty to build Zion as a place apart, undefiled by the wickedness of the world. Joseph sat stiffly on the hard wooden bench, Martha beside him, acutely aware of the eyes he felt boring into his back. Though Brother Harmon named no names, the message felt pointed, directed. Every mention of outsiders, strangers, worldly ways seemed to echo the whispers he'd heard, amplifying them within the sanctified walls of the meeting house. He felt a flush crawl up his neck, a mixture of resentment and a discomfiting sense of guilt, though he couldn't precisely name his transgression. Was it the act of helping Caroline? Or was it the unwelcome thoughts, the flicker of empathy, the disturbing pull he felt towards the woman living on the fringes? He looked around at the familiar face, stern, devout, committed. These were his people, his brethren and sisters in the faith. He had shared their struggles, celebrated their meager triumphs, mourned their losses. He belonged here. Yet today he felt a sense of alienation, a dissonant note in the chorus of unwavering conviction. The certainty that had once anchored him felt less solid, troubled by the simple presence of a woman and her brother living in a ruined cabin by the creek. After the meeting, the usual mingling on the meeting house steps felt strained. People were polite, offering nods and murmured greetings, but the easy camaraderie was absent. Brother Pratt, a man known for his rigid adherence to rules and his quickness to judge, approached him, his expression severe. "Brother Baxter," he began, his voice low but carrying. "A word, if I might." Joseph braced himself. "Brother Pratt." "There is talk," Pratt continued, not bothering with preamble, "concerning your interactions with the Gentile woman. I offered aid when it was needed, brother, as any decent man would," Joseph replied, keeping his voice steady, meeting Pratt's accusing gaze directly. "Decency must be tempered with wisdom, Brother Baxter," Pratt retorted, his eyes narrowing, "especially when dealing with those outside the covenant. We know nothing of this woman, her past, her intentions, her presence. Uninvited and unexplained troubles the peace of this community. Association lends legitimacy. The bishop himself has counseled caution. The bishop is not here," Joseph pointed out quietly, "and I saw a woman in need of help during a storm. Perhaps," Pratt conceded grudgingly, "but further interaction would be unwise. It invites speculation. It sets a poor example." He paused, letting the implied threat hang in the air. "The bishop will require a full accounting upon his return. It would be best if there were nothing further to account for." He turned and walked away, joining a group of elders engaged in serious conversation, leaving Joseph standing alone, the unease churning within him. Pratt's words were a clear warning, an unsubtle application of pressure. Fall back in line. Maintain the boundaries. He walked home slowly, Martha trailing silently a few steps behind him. The sun beat down, reflecting harshly off the dusty street. The picket fences lining the way seemed taller today, the gaps between the slats narrower, hiding the watchers within. He felt trapped, caught between the dictates of his community and the quiet insistence of his own conscience. As they neared the path leading to their cabin, his gaze was drawn, almost against his will, towards the creek bend. He saw Thomas Ainsworth emerge from the willows, walking slowly, unsteadily towards the cabin. Even from a distance, Joseph could see the boy was limping badly, his face pale and drawn with pain. He stumbled, catching himself against a cottonwood trunk, clearly unwell. Joseph stopped, his hand tightening into a fist at his side. The boy needed help. Perhaps a twisted ankle from his hunting excursions. Perhaps illness settling in from poor food and damp shelter. Whatever the cause, he was clearly suffering. Pratt's warning echoed in his mind. Further interaction would be unwise. Sister Harmon's disapproving stare flashed before him. He glanced towards the nearest cabins. He thought he saw a curtain twitch in Sister Pratt's window. They were watching, always watching. His first instinct was to go to the boy, offer assistance, see what was wrong, but the weight of community expectation, the fear of further censure, held him frozen. To cross that line again, so soon after Pratt's warning, would be open defiance. It would isolate him further, potentially harming Martha's standing as well. He hesitated for a long, agonizing moment, the internal conflict raging, go or stay, help or obey. Then, with a self-loathing that tasted bitter as alkali dust, he turned away from the creek, away from the sight of the suffering boy, and walked towards his own cabin, towards the illusion of safety behind his own fences. Martha hurried to keep up, casting a worried glance back towards the creek, but saying nothing. The silence stretched between them, thick with unspoken questions and the heavy weight of a choice made, or perhaps unmade. He had chosen conformity over compassion, caution over kindness. The whispers had won, and as he crossed his own threshold, the solid wood felt less like a refuge and more like the closing door of a trap. The watchful sky seemed to hold no mercy, only judgment for the weakness he had just shown. Chapter 5. Stolen Moments by the Severe River. The act of turning away haunted Joseph Baxter like a foul taste in his mouth. In the days that followed his encounter with Brother Pratt and his subsequent failure to aid the limping Thomas Ainsworth, a heavy disquiet settled over him, souring the simple satisfaction he usually found in honest labor. The sun still rose, painting the sky with brutal beauty. The familiar rhythm of farm work still demanded his attention. Fields to tend, stock to water, repairs to make. But the purpose felt hollowed out, undermined by the sharp edge of self-recrimination. He had chosen the path of least resistance, the path dictated by community pressure and the thinly veiled threats of men like Pratt. He had prioritized his standing, his fragile peace, over a simple act of compassion. He had seen suffering and looked away. The knowledge sat like a stone in his gut, a betrayal not just of the boy, but of the man he thought himself to be, the man Sarah had believed him to be. The scriptures spoke of charity, of succoring the weak, of loving one's neighbor, even perhaps especially the stranger within the gates. Had Zion shrunk so small, become so fearful, that its gates were only truly open to those already inside? He found himself working closer to the western edge of his property, more often than strictly necessary, his gaze drifting involuntarily towards the dilapidated cabin by the creek bend. He avoided looking directly, conscious always of the unseen watchers, the potential for misinterpretation. But from the corner of his eye, he caught glimpses of life continuing in the Ainsworth's isolated world. He saw Caroline, her slight figure moving with relentless energy, hoeing the small, stubborn garden patch, washing clothes in the creek, her shoulders often slumped with weariness by day's end. He saw Thomas less frequently. When the boy did emerge, he moved stiffly, the limp less pronounced perhaps, but still evident. He looked pale, thinner, the harshness of their existence etching lines of worry onto his young face. Guilt gnawed at Joseph. He couldn't undo his cowardice, couldn't erase the moment he had turned his back, but perhaps he could offer recompense, however small, however secretly. The thought felt dangerous, defiant, a direct contradiction to Pratt's warning, yet the need to alleviate his own shame, to offer some small measure of aid, became a quiet obsession. One cool morning, checking snares he'd set along the creek further upstream from the settlement, hidden amongst the dense willows where few people ventured, he found a plump rabbit, its life swiftly ended. His first thought was of Martha, of the welcome addition it would make to their own larder, but then the image of Thomas's pale face, the memory of Caroline's strained resilience, rose in his mind. He hesitated only a moment. Working quickly, looking over his shoulder to ensure he was truly alone, he reset the snare, then took the rabbit and walked downstream, staying hidden within the thick brush that lined the watercourse. He stopped well short of the Ainsworth cabin, near a game trail Thomas sometimes used when heading towards the foothills. With practiced hands, he cleaned the rabbit, leaving the entrails for scavengers, and hung the carcass conspicuously on a low-hanging branch, arranging it so it looked plausibly like the kill of a predator, perhaps scared off before it could claim its prize. It felt deceitful, clandestine, yet necessary. He retreated quickly, melting back into the willows, his heart pounding with a mixture of fear and a strange sense of relief. He told himself it was anonymous, untraceable. No one would know, but he knew. He had intervened, however subtly, crossed the line he had previously retreated from. A few days later, carrying firewood back from a stand of dry cottonwood he'd been clearing, he made a detour. Following the creek down towards the Ainsworth's boundary, a boundary defined more by proximity than any formal claim, he deposited a generous armload of the cut wood just inside the tree line, stacking it neatly where it would eventually be found, but far enough from the cabin to seem like forgotten leavings from some earlier woodcutter. Another small offering, another secret act of defiance against the cold shoulder of the community, against his own earlier failure. These small acts eased his conscience marginally, but they amplified his internal conflict. He was living a kind of lie, presenting a facade of conformity to Parowan, while secretly aiding the very people he was warned against associating with. The duplicity chafed against his nature, against the straightforward honesty he valued. He felt increasingly estranged from his neighbors, their shared faith now feeling like a barrier rather than a bond when it demanded such suspicion, such exclusion. He longed for space, for air free from the weight of judgment, for a place where a man could simply be decent without calculating the cost. The Sevier River lay a half-day's ride west, a wider, more powerful body of water than the tamed creeks and irrigation ditches that sustained Parowan. It flowed through a landscape less settled, wilder, carving its path through canyons and broader valleys fringed with cottonwoods and willows, a lifeline in the arid expanse. Joseph seldom had reason to travel that far. His grazing land was closer, his water rights tied to the local sources. But he needed to check on a small group of heifers that had wandered further than usual, possibly seeking better forage near the river's greener banks. It was a legitimate reason, one that wouldn't raise eyebrows. It was also an escape. He rode out early one morning, the air still cool and smelling of dust and sage. Martha packed him bread and dried meat, her eyes questioning his longer journey. But she asked nothing, her silence a familiar buffer between them. As Parowan shrank behind him, the cluster of cabins becoming insignificant against the backdrop of the towering red cliffs, Joseph felt a measure of tension ease from his shoulders. The sky here seemed wider, the silence deeper, broken only by the rhythmic hoofbeats of his sturdy buckskin mare, the cry of a hawk, the sigh of the wind through the sparse junipers. He found the heifers grazing peacefully near a bend in the river, their coats sleek, confirming the richness of the forage. He let his mare drink deeply from the flowing water, the sound a soothing murmur. The Sevier ran stronger here than he remembered, swollen perhaps by recent mountain runoff, its surface reflecting the deep blue of the sky, edged by the vibrant green of willows and the paler green of rabbit brush. It felt like a different world, raw, untamed, indifferent to the strictures and suspicions that governed life back in the settlement. He dismounted, letting the mare graze while he sat on the riverbank, chewing slowly on a piece of dried meat. The sun warmed his back. The solitude was profound. He watched a dragonfly hover over the water, its wings iridescent. He closed his eyes, listening to the river's ceaseless flow, a sound both ancient and immediate. Here, away from the watchful eyes, the whispers behind picket fences, he could almost feel like himself again, a man connected to the land, governed by the simple truths of survival and the changing seasons. A flicker of movement downstream caught his eye. He squinted against the sun's glare. A figure, partially obscured by the thick willows near the water's edge. His heart gave a sudden, sharp leap. Even from this distance, the set of the shoulders, the color of the simple dress, the way she moved with quiet purpose. It was Caroline Ainsworth. What was she doing so far from the cabin? It was miles back to Parowan, a long walk. She seemed to be searching for something along the bank, bending occasionally, her attention focused on the ground near the waterline. Perhaps gathering plants. There were different herbs and roots that grew near the bigger river, things not found by the smaller creek. Or maybe simply seeking solitude herself, escaping the confines of the settlement's judgment just as he was. He hesitated. To approach her here in this isolated spot felt even more deliberate, more dangerous than helping her at the cabin. There was no storm, no immediate crisis to justify the interaction. It would be a choice, a clear step across the line. Brother Pratt's warning resonated. Further interaction would be unwise. But the memory of his cowardice, the image of Thomas limping, the gnawing guilt, they pushed back against the caution. And beneath it all, undeniable, was a simple human curiosity, a desire to understand this woman who faced her exile with such quiet fortitude, whose brief glances held such depths of unspoken sorrow and strength. He wanted, needed, to bridge the silence. He rose slowly, dusting off his trousers, and began walking along the riverbank towards her, his steps quiet on the damp earth. She didn't notice him at first, her concentration absolute. He saw she carried a small cloth sack, already half full with roots and leaves he didn't immediately recognize. She used a sharpened stick to dig carefully around the base of a plant with broad, dark leaves growing close to the water. He stopped a respectful distance away, not wanting to startle her. "Finding what you need?" he asked, his voice calm, breaking the river's murmur. Caroline straightened abruptly, whirling around, her hand flying instinctively to her throat. Surprise, then immediate recognition flashed across her face, followed swiftly by the familiar mask of guarded wariness. Her green eyes swept over him, taking in his presence, the solitude of the location, the lack of any obvious reason for his being there. "Mr. Baxter," she said, her voice tight, betraying her alarm. "You startled me." "My apologies, ma'am," Joseph replied, keeping his tone even. "Didn't mean to intrude, just checking on some stock that wandered this way." He gestured vaguely upstream. "Saw you from the bend." She relaxed slightly, though her posture remained tense, watchful. She glanced down at the sack in her hand, then back at him. "Just gathering," she said vaguely. "Some things grow better here by the bigger water." "Aye," he agreed. "The river brings life." He took a step closer, emboldened by the lack of immediate retreat on her part. "Your brother, Thomas, is he recovering?" The question felt awkward, clumsy, acknowledging his awareness of the boy's previous state without admitting his own failure to act. A shadow crossed Caroline's face. "He is better, thank you for asking," she said, her voice cool, polite, offering no further detail. "The rest has helped." She didn't mention the rabbit, the firewood. He didn't know if she suspected his involvement or if she attributed the small windfalls to luck or providence. The uncertainty hung between them. "It's hard country," Joseph said quietly, looking out over the flowing water. "Takes its toll." She followed his gaze, her expression softening almost imperceptibly. "We are learning that," she admitted. "It asks much and gives sparingly." "Yet there's beauty here," he offered, gesturing towards the rugged landscape, the clear water, the vast sky. "A stark kind of beauty." "Yes," she agreed, her voice barely a whisper. "Stark and demanding." She looked back at him, her eyes searching his face again, as if trying to reconcile the man who had helped her in the storm with the man who lived amongst those who shunned her. "Why were you kind to me, Mr. Baxter, during the storm?" The question was direct, catching him off guard. He shifted his weight, uncomfortable. "It was nothing," he mumbled. "Anyone would have—" "No," she interrupted softly but firmly. "Not anyone. Not here." She paused, her gaze unwavering. "Why?" He met her eyes, seeing the genuine curiosity, the need to understand in a place that offered little understanding. He couldn't offer platitudes. He owed her honesty, at least a measure of it. "Because it was the right thing to do," he said simply. "Because sometimes the lines people draw feel wrong, too narrow." He hesitated, then added, the confession costing him, "Because I failed to act when I saw your brother needed help later, and I was ashamed." Her expression flickered, surprise mingled with something else. Empathy, perhaps? The guardedness in her eyes eased further. "You saw?" He nodded, unable to look away from the quiet accusation, the understanding in her gaze. "Aye, after Brother Pratt. After I was warned away." A complex mix of emotions played across her face, resentment, perhaps, but also a weary comprehension of the forces at play. "I see," she said quietly. "The lines are drawn very tightly here." She looked down at the plants in her sack. "These are for Thomas, willow bark for the pain and fever, and comfrey root for the sprain. He took a bad fall in the hills." "Is it helping?" Joseph asked, genuine concern in his voice. "Slowly," she said. "He's young, strong, but—" She trailed off, the unspoken worry clear. Their resources were limited, their situation precarious. They stood in silence for a moment, the only sounds the river's flow and the buzz of insects, the shared confession, the acknowledgement of his failure and her struggle, created a fragile intimacy, a connection forged in the space between community dictates and individual conscience. It felt dangerous, this closeness, the shared understanding in the wild solitude by the river, far from the judging eyes of Parowan. "Where did you learn about plants?" Joseph asked, wanting to keep her talking, wanting to hold on to this brief respite from isolation. A nostalgic softness touched her features. "My grandmother," she said. "She grew up closer to the earth than most. Believed God put healing in the fields and forests, if you knew where to look." A faint smile touched her lips, quickly fading. "Seems a lifetime ago now." The mention of her past, however fleeting, hung in the air. He wanted to ask more. Where was that lifetime ago? What had happened to bring her here? But he sensed the boundary, the invisible line protecting wounds not yet ready to be exposed. Suddenly, the sound of shod hooves approaching at a steady trot echoed from further down the riverbank, upstream in the direction Joseph had come. Both he and Caroline stiffened, their brief connection shattered by the intrusion. Panic flickered in her eyes. To be found here together, alone, miles from the settlement, the interpretation would be swift and damning. "Riders," Joseph said urgently, his voice low. "Quickly, back in the willows." He didn't wait for her response, grabbing her arm gently but firmly, pulling her back from the exposed riverbank into the dense screen of willow trees. They crouched low, hidden from view, the leafy branches obscuring them, the sound of the approaching horses growing louder. Joseph peered cautiously through the leaves. 2 riders came into view, following the riverbank. His breath caught in his throat. It was Brother Pratt and his eldest son, Ethan, both men armed, their faces set with purpose as they scanned the surrounding terrain. They weren't looking for stray cattle. They looked like men searching for something or someone, their eyes sharp, missing little. Had someone seen Joseph ride out this way? Had his destination been noted, reported, or was their presence here mere coincidence? He felt Caroline trembling slightly beside him. He risked a glance at her. Her face was pale, her eyes wide with fear, not just of discovery, perhaps, but of these specific men, symbols of the authority that judged and excluded her. He placed a calming hand briefly on her shoulder, a silent reassurance. The Pratts rode past their hiding place without slowing, their gaze sweeping over the willows but not penetrating the dense foliage. Their voices carried faintly on the breeze, something about checking boundaries, looking for signs of Paiute movement further west. They continued downstream, their figures eventually disappearing around the next bend. Joseph and Caroline remained hidden for several long moments after the sound of the horses faded, the silence returning, now charged with adrenaline and the residue of fear. The proximity of the danger, the shared vulnerability, had irrevocably shifted the dynamic between them. Finally, Joseph let out a slow breath. "They're gone." Caroline sagged slightly, leaning against a willow trunk for support. "That was close. Too close," Joseph agreed grimly. The accidental nature of the encounter felt less certain now. Pratt's presence here felt pointed. He rose slowly, helping Caroline to her feet. The brief contact sent an unexpected warmth through his hand. "You should go," she said urgently, gathering her sack of plants, her composure returning, though her hands still trembled slightly. "It isn't safe for you to be seen with me. You know that." He did know it. Every instinct for self-preservation screamed at him to mount his horse and ride away, back to the relative safety of his routine, his carefully maintained place within the community. But looking at Caroline, at the fear still lingering in her eyes, overlaid by her fierce determination, something hardened within him. He had yielded to fear once. He wouldn't do it again. "Are you walking back?" he asked. She nodded. "It's not so far if you cut across the flats." "It's too far for you alone," he stated flatly, "especially with men like Pratt riding about. Get your things, you'll ride back with me. We'll approach from the west, circle around, less chance of being seen entering the valley." She stared at him, astonished. "Mr. Baxter, I cannot. Think of the gossip. If someone sees, let them gossip," he said, his voice rough with a newfound resolve. He was tired of living by the whispers, tired of the fear. He offered her his hand again, not to help her up, but as a gesture of decision, of alliance. "Come, Caroline. It's time someone treated you like a neighbor, not an outcast." She hesitated for a heartbeat, her eyes searching his, seeing not calculation or pity, but a quiet, stubborn conviction. Then, slowly, hesitantly, she placed her hand in his. Her fingers were cool, trembling slightly, but her grip was firm. It felt like crossing a threshold, stepping together into uncertain, dangerous territory. The stolen moments by the river were over, replaced by a deliberate choice, a shared risk taken under the vast, watchful, and suddenly unpredictable Utah sky. Chapter 6. Joseph's Divided Heart. The ride back towards Parowan was steeped in a silence thick with unspoken thoughts and the weight of shared risk. Joseph had insisted Caroline ride behind him on the buckskin mare, arguing practicality. It was faster, safer, less likely to draw notice than two figures walking across the open flats. She had protested, her pride warring with the undeniable logic and the exhaustion still clinging to her slight frame, but eventually relented, gathering her precious sack of herbs and allowing him to help her mount. Now her presence was a constant, tangible reality against his back. He could feel the slight pressure of her body, the occasional brush of her arm against his side as the mare navigated the uneven terrain. Her hands rested lightly on his hips for balance, a grip born of necessity, yet the contact sent tremors of awareness through him, sharp and unsettling. He kept his shoulders rigid, his gaze fixed determinedly between the mare's ears, focusing on the path ahead, on the subtle shifts in the landscape, on anything but the woman seated behind him. He tried to summon Sarah's image, a habit formed in lonely moments, seeking the familiar comfort of her memory. He pictured her face, worn by work but softened by faith, her steady hands kneading dough, her quiet strength a bedrock in his life. Theirs had been a love forged in shared purpose, blessed by the church, sanctioned by God and community. It was built on the solid ground of Zion, a partnership dedicated to building the kingdom. They had faced hardship together, yes, the loss of their sons, the relentless toil, but always as one, unified in belief, secure in their place. This was different. This nascent connection to Caroline Ainsworth felt treacherous, uncertain, like stepping onto shifting sand. It wasn't built on shared faith or community sanction. It thrived in defiance of them. It was forged in stolen moments, hushed conversations, shared danger by a wild river far from the watchful eyes of Parowan. He felt a confusing mix of emotions, protectiveness towards her vulnerability, admiration for her resilience, a grudging respect for her quiet defiance. And beneath it all, stirring in the depths he rarely plumbed, was a flicker of something warmer, something akin to attraction. Perhaps that felt like a profound betrayal of Sarah's memory, of the life they had built, of the very principles he was supposed to uphold. Guilt washed over him, cold and sharp. He risked a glance back, pretending to check the cinch. Caroline was looking away towards the distant hazy line of the mountains, her profile etched against the vast blue sky. Her expression was unreadable, lost in thoughts he couldn't fathom. What burdens did she carry? What sorrows had driven her to this isolated place? Her past was a locked room, and while curiosity gnawed at him, a deeper instinct warned him not to pry, to respect the boundaries she clearly maintained around her history. Yet the mystery itself was part of the pull, the sense of depths unseen, of a story vastly different from the open book of life lived within the confines of the Mormon community. The mare stumbled slightly on a loose rock, and Caroline's grip tightened instinctively on his hips. The brief, involuntary pressure sent another jolt through him, a purely physical reaction that shamed him with its intensity. He urged the horse forward, his voice rougher than intended. "Keep moving. Don't think." They spoke little. The vastness of the landscape seemed to swallow words, leaving only the rhythmic clopping of hooves, the creak of saddle leather, the whisper of the wind through the sparse grass. He pointed out landmarks occasionally, a distinctive rock formation, a distant pass through the mountains, more to break the tension than anything else. She responded with quiet nods or brief murmurs, her attention seemingly divided between their surroundings and her own inner world. Yet the silence itself became a form of communication. In the shared awareness of their isolation, of the risk they were taking, a fragile understanding deepened. He was acutely conscious of her breathing, the slight shifts of her weight, the way she instinctively leaned with him as the horse navigated steeper slopes. It was an intimacy born of proximity and necessity, yet it felt more profound, more charged than many conversations he'd had within the prescribed cordiality of the settlement. As they drew closer to the valley where Parowan lay nestled, the tension ratcheted higher. Joseph steered them away from the main track, following less-traveled game trails, keeping to the folds of the land, using ridges and stands of juniper for cover. His eyes constantly scanned the horizon, searching for any sign of riders, any hint of observation. The escape from Pratt had been fortunate, but he couldn't shake the feeling that their luck might not hold. Discovery now, arriving together under such circumstances, would be disastrous, confirming the darkest suspicions of the gossips. The sun began its descent, casting long, distorted shadows across the land. The air grew cooler, carrying the scent of evening, wood smoke, dust, the faint aroma of cooking fires drifting from the unseen settlement. They needed to reach the creek bend before full darkness fell, allowing Caroline to slip back to her cabin under the cover of twilight, while he continued openly to his own home, his arrival hopefully appearing unremarkable. He reined in the mare behind a thick cluster of ancient junipers that offered a vantage point overlooking the southern edge of Parowan and the creek area. Below them, nestled amongst the cottonwoods, was the dark shape of the trapper's cabin. A thin ribbon of smoke curled from its dilapidated chimney, indicating Thomas was tending the fire. Further on, the lights of Parowan proper were beginning to glow, small squares of yellow warmth against the darkening land. "We'll wait here," Joseph murmured, his voice low, "until the light fades a little more. Easier for you to approach unseen." Caroline slid down from the horse before he could offer assistance, landing lightly despite her fatigue. She stood for a moment, looking down at the cabin, her hand resting on the mare's warm flank. "Thank you, Mr. Baxter," she said, her voice quiet but carrying a weight of sincerity that went beyond mere politeness. "For the ride, for the risk." "Caroline," he began, turning in the saddle to face her, wanting to say more, wanting to articulate the complex emotions churning within him, but the words wouldn't form. What could he say? That helping her felt more honest than conforming? That her presence had thrown his ordered world into chaos? That he was profoundly conflicted, torn between duty and a pull he didn't understand? She looked up at him, her green eyes luminous in the fading light. There was gratitude there, yes, but also a deep-seated sadness, a weary understanding of the complexities their association created. "You shouldn't have," she added softly. "It puts you in danger with your people." "Some things are more important than safety," he replied gruffly, the words feeling both true and reckless. He swung down from the saddle, standing beside her, the space between them charged with unspoken possibilities. The scent of sage and the faint, clean smell of the herbs in her sack mingled in the cool air. "Perhaps," she conceded, her gaze dropping. "But survival often depends on choosing safety, especially for those with little else." She gathered her sack, pulling her shawl tighter around her shoulders. "I can make it from here. Thank you again." She turned to leave, a solitary figure preparing to melt back into the shadows that were her allotted place. But Joseph reached out, his hand closing gently around her arm, stopping her. The contact was electric, unexpected. She looked up sharply, startled, her breath catching. "Wait," he said, his voice husky. He fumbled inside his saddlebag, pulling out the remainder of the bread and dried meat Martha had packed for him. "Take this, for you and the boy. You've had a long walk." She stared at the offering, then up at his face, her expression unreadable. He saw the flicker of pride, the reluctance to accept charity, warring with the undeniable need. Finally, she gave a small, almost imperceptible nod and took the provisions, her fingers brushing his. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice thick with emotion she quickly suppressed. Without another word, she turned and slipped away into the deepening twilight, moving silently through the brush towards the creek, towards the smoking chimney that marked her fragile refuge. Joseph watched until her form disappeared completely, swallowed by the shadows. He stood there for a long moment, the warmth of her brief touch lingering on his skin, the silence amplifying the turmoil in his heart. He had done it again. Crossed the line, offered aid, deepened the connection. He had lied through omission to his daughter, defied the counsel of the brethren, risked his standing in the community, and potentially compromised Caroline's safety as well as his own. He felt a reckless satisfaction mingled with profound fear. Mounting the mare, he rode slowly towards his own cabin, timing his arrival to coincide with the usual end of the day's work. The lights of Parowan seemed colder tonight, less welcoming. He saw figures moving within the lighted windows, shadows passing behind curtains. Was he imagining the scrutiny, or was the weight of community judgment a tangible force, pressing in on him? Martha was waiting, as always. The cabin was warm, the table set. She looked up as he entered, her expression questioning, though her words were simple. "You are late, Father. Supper is ready." "Aye," he said, avoiding her gaze, busying himself with removing his dusty hat and coat. "The heifers wandered further than I thought. Took longer to round them back." The lie felt clumsy on his tongue. She nodded, accepting his explanation without comment, but he saw the worry lingering in her eyes, the subtle furrow in her brow. She knew something was amiss. Perhaps she hadn't heard specific gossip about today, but she sensed the shift in him, the preoccupation, the tension he carried like a second skin. Her quiet concern was another weight on his already burdened heart. He was failing her too, drawing her into the periphery of his own risky choices. Later, sitting alone on the porch after Martha had retired, the vast, star-dusted sky arching overhead, Joseph felt the full force of his divided heart. Loyalty pulled him one way, towards the community that had been his life, the faith that had sustained him, the memory of the wife who embodied those ideals. But conscience, empathy, and a confusing, burgeoning feeling he dared not name pulled him another way, towards the lonely cabin by the creek, towards the Gentile woman with the sad, defiant eyes, towards a path diverging sharply from the one laid out for him. He thought of the bishop's impending return. An accounting would be demanded not just from Caroline, but likely from him as well. Brother Pratt would ensure it. What would he say? How could he explain his actions, his growing involvement, without betraying Caroline or condemning himself? The fences he had so diligently mended seemed useless now. The real boundaries were internal, and they were crumbling. From the south, down the main valley road, faint but distinct in the night stillness, came the sound of multiple horses approaching at a steady pace. Riders, more than one or two, traveling late. Joseph's breath caught. It could be anyone, travelers delayed on the trail, but his gut tightened with a different certainty. It felt like authority returning, like the watchful eye of Zion preparing to focus its gaze. Bishop Snow. The time for whispers was ending. The time for reckoning was drawing near. He looked towards the dark shape of the creek bend, then back towards the lights of the settlement, his heart squeezed in the vice of his impossible choices. Chapter 7. The Bishop Takes Notice. Bishop Ephraim Snow arrived back in Parowan, not with thunder and lightning, but with the quiet, inexorable weight of established authority. His return, rumored for days, materialized late one afternoon as Joseph was driving his milk cow back towards the small corral near his cabin. A sturdy covered carriage, finer than the usual rough wagons seen in the valley and drawn by two well-groomed horses, rolled down the main street, accompanied by two riders acting as escort and outriders. Brother Pratt and his son, Ethan, their faces masks of self-importance and dutiful vigilance. The effect on the settlement was immediate and palpable. The low hum of daily activity seemed to pause, holding its breath. Women standing in doorways wiped their hands on their aprons and watched with respectful deference. Men ceased their labors, removing their hats as the carriage passed, their expressions sober, acknowledging the return of their spiritual and temporal leader. Even the children playing in the dust seemed to sense the shift, their boisterous games quieting, their eyes following the procession. It was the deference due not just to a man, but to the priesthood authority he held, the direct link, as they believed, to God's will on earth. Bishop Snow himself remained seated within the carriage, only a glimpse of his profile visible through the window, a stern, bearded silhouette beneath a wide-brimmed black hat. He was not an old man, perhaps in his late 50s, but he carried the gravity of his position, his face etched with the cares of leadership in this demanding land. He was known for his unwavering faith, his organizational prowess that had helped Parowan survive its difficult early years, and his strict adherence to the principles and directives handed down from Salt Lake City. He was fair, most agreed, but his fairness operated within the rigid framework of the church's laws and expectations. Compassion existed, but it was often secondary to doctrine, to the perceived needs of the community's spiritual health and unity. Joseph felt a familiar knot tighten in his stomach as the carriage rolled past. He averted his gaze, focusing intently on latching the corral gate, pretending an absorption in the task he didn't feel. He hadn't forgotten the feeling of Pratt's accusing eyes on him after the Sunday meeting, nor the warning delivered. Now, with the bishop back, Pratt would undoubtedly seize the first opportunity to present his version of events, painting Joseph's interactions with Caroline Ainsworth in the most unfavorable light possible. The whispers behind picket fences were about to find a direct channel to the seat of power. He drove the cow into her stall, his movements automatic. He knew Bishop Snow, had served under his leadership for years. He respected the man's dedication, his tireless work ethic, but he also knew the bishop's intolerance for dissent, for actions that threatened the carefully maintained order and separation of their community. Joseph's small acts of kindness, his clandestine meetings, his growing internal conflict, these would not be viewed sympathetically, especially concerning a Gentile woman of unknown background and questionable associations. Over the next 2 days, an air of quiet intensity settled over Parowan. Bishop Snow held meetings with his counselors, Brother Harmon and Brother Pratt, likely receiving reports on happenings during his absence. He officiated at the regular Thursday evening prayer meeting, his sermon emphasizing diligence, obedience, and the importance of rooting out any weeds that might threaten the Lord's vineyard. His gaze swept over the congregation, pausing fractionally, Joseph thought as it passed over him. Or was that just his own guilty conscience projecting? The scrutiny felt amplified. Joseph kept his head down, worked diligently, spoke only when necessary. He avoided the creek bend entirely, forcing himself not to look towards the trapper's cabin, though the effort was immense. He needed to appear unremarkable, a faithful, conforming member of the flock. But the image of Caroline's face, the memory of her hand in his, the shared fear in the willows by the Sevier River, these things couldn't be so easily dismissed. They resided within him, a dangerous counterpoint to the outward conformity he projected. He heard secondhand that the bishop had made inquiries about the strangers lodging by the creek. Brother Harmon, ever cautious and businesslike, likely provided a neutral account of their arrival and Croft's departure. But Pratt, Joseph could only imagine the embellishments, the insinuations, the emphasis placed on Joseph's own unwise interactions. The summons came on the 3rd day after the bishop's return, not for Joseph, not yet. It came for Caroline. Young Peter Harmon, the storekeeper's son, a gangly youth of 14, was dispatched mid-morning, carrying the message. Joseph saw him from the edge of his field, walking hesitantly down the path towards the creek, clutching a folded piece of paper. Peter looked uncomfortable with the errand, glancing back towards the settlement as if seeking reassurance. Joseph's work faltered. He leaned heavily on his hoe, his eyes fixed on the distant figures near the cabin. He saw Peter approach, saw Caroline emerge from the doorway, wiping her hands on her apron. Thomas stood behind her, a protective but ultimately powerless presence. There was a brief exchange, Caroline taking the paper, her posture stiffening as she read it. Peter mumbled something, then turned and retreated quickly, almost running back towards the safety of the main settlement. Caroline stood motionless for a long moment, the paper clutched in her hand, staring after the retreating boy. Then she looked down at the summons again before slowly turning and disappearing back inside the dark interior of the cabin. Joseph's heart hammered against his ribs. The bishop had taken notice. The official inquiry had begun. What would she say? How much would she reveal about their encounters? Would she mention the ride back from the river, the provisions he'd given her? Self-preservation warred with a fierce, protective anxiety for her. She would be alone, facing the full weight of the bishop's authority, her status as an outsider making her vulnerable, her words likely twisted or dismissed. He felt an overwhelming urge to go to her, to offer, what? Advice? Support? Warning? Any action now would be madness, confirming Pratt's accusations, sealing his own fate alongside hers. He was trapped, forced to wait, to watch from a distance, his imagination painting grim pictures of the interrogation she faced. An hour later, the cabin door opened again. Caroline emerged, dressed not in her usual work clothes, but in the same faded blue dress she had worn upon arrival, the best garment she likely possessed. Her auburn hair was pulled back neatly, secured at the nape of her neck, lending her an air of forced composure. Her face was pale but set with determination. She spoke briefly to Thomas, who watched her with wide, worried eyes, then turned and began the solitary walk towards the heart of Parowan, towards the meeting house where the bishop often conducted such interviews. She walked steadily, her head held high, meeting the few curious or hostile glances cast her way with a resolute indifference that Joseph knew must mask a roiling fear. She looked small and terribly alone against the backdrop of the settlement, a single defiant figure walking into the lion's den. He watched until she disappeared from view, his hands clenched into fists at his sides, a prayer forming silently on his lips, not for himself, but for her strength, her safety. Caroline felt the familiar weight of eyes upon her as she walked the dusty street towards the meeting house. Each step seemed to echo in the unnatural quiet. She focused on breathing evenly, on keeping her stride steady, betraying none of the tremor that ran beneath her skin. The summons had been brief, formal. Miss Ainsworth is requested to attend Bishop Snow at the meeting house office at her earliest convenience regarding her residency in this valley. Convenience, as if she had any choice. The meeting house stood solid and imposing, built of sturdy timbers and adobe, its simple design reflecting the practical piety of its builders. Inside, the air was cool and smelled faintly of oiled wood and old paper. Brother Harmon met her just inside the door, his expression neutral, perhaps even slightly pitying, though he offered no words of encouragement. "The bishop will see you now, Miss Ainsworth," he said quietly, gesturing towards a heavy wooden door off the main hall. "His office." She nodded, murmured her thanks, and walked towards the indicated door, her heart pounding a heavy rhythm against her ribs. She paused for a second, gathering herself, then knocked softly. "Enter," a deep voice commanded from within. She pushed the door open and stepped inside. The office was small, sparsely furnished, but radiating an undeniable aura of authority. A sturdy desk dominated the room, covered with ledgers and papers arranged in neat stacks. Behind it sat Bishop Ephraim Snow. He looked up as she entered, his eyes, sharp, intelligent, and deeply observant, assessing her thoroughly in a single, swift glance. He did not rise, nor did he offer a smile. He gestured towards a plain wooden chair positioned directly opposite the desk. "Miss Ainsworth, thank you for coming promptly. Please, be seated." His voice was measured, calm, carrying the quiet confidence of a man accustomed to being obeyed. Caroline sat, perching on the edge of the hard chair, her hands clasped tightly in her lap to still their trembling. She met the bishop's gaze directly, refusing to show fear, though her stomach churned with apprehension. He shuffled some papers on his desk, taking a moment before speaking again, allowing the silence to stretch, amplifying her discomfort. "Miss Ainsworth," he began, his tone remaining level, almost deceptively mild. "I have been away from the valley for some weeks. Upon my return, I find you and your brother residing here somewhat unexpectedly. Perhaps you would enlighten me as to your circumstances?" It was the opening gambit, polite, yet demanding. She had anticipated this, rehearsed answers in her mind, striving for a balance between truth and protective obfuscation. "My brother Thomas and I were traveling west, Bishop," she started, keeping her voice steady. "Our wagons suffered irreparable damage back near Green River. We were fortunate to hire Mr. Croft to guide us further, intending to reach California eventually." "California," the bishop repeated, his expression unreadable. "A long and arduous journey, and yet you stopped here, in Parowan. Mr. Croft, I understand, departed shortly after your arrival, leaving you situated in Jedediah's old cabin." He paused. "An unusual arrangement. Croft is not known for his charitable inclinations." Caroline felt a flush creep up her neck. "Mr. Croft fulfilled his contract to bring us this far, sir. Our funds were depleted by the misfortune with our wagon and his hiring. We hope to rest here briefly, perhaps find temporary work to earn enough to continue our journey." "Work," Bishop Snow echoed, steepling his fingers, his gaze unwavering. "Work is available for willing hands in Zion, Miss Ainsworth, but primarily for those who embrace our ways, who contribute to the building of the kingdom. For outsiders, opportunities are scarce, and resources are carefully managed for the benefit of the saints." The implication was clear. You are drawing on resources without contributing, without belonging. "We understand that, Bishop," Caroline replied, forcing herself to remain calm. "We have tried not to be a burden. We forage. Thomas hunts when he can. We make do." She deliberately omitted any mention of Joseph Baxter's assistants, the rabbit, the firewood, the reed. To mention his name would be to implicate him, to draw the bishop's sharp focus onto the man who had shown her unexpected kindness. "Making do can be difficult in this valley, especially as winter approaches," the bishop observed mildly. "The cabin you inhabit offers scant protection. Your brother, I hear, suffered an injury?" His eyes sharpened, probing for details, perhaps seeking confirmation of Pratt's reports of negligence or lack of support. "A fall," Caroline said quickly. "A sprained ankle while exploring the hills. He's recovering well, thank you." She kept her answer brief, volunteering nothing extra. Bishop Snow leaned back slightly in his chair, though his gaze never left her face. "Miss Ainsworth, Parowan is a community built on shared faith and mutual support amongst the Latter-day Saints. We strive to live according to God's laws, separate from the world's distractions and corruptions. Your presence here, as Gentiles, living apart, is an anomaly. It raises questions among the brethren and sisters." "We mean no offense and cause no trouble, Bishop," Caroline insisted, her voice gaining a slight edge of desperation despite her control. "We wish only to be left in peace until we can gather the means to leave." "Peace," the bishop murmured, almost to himself. "Peace requires order, Miss Ainsworth. It requires clarity of purpose. Tell me, where did you travel from? Before Green River? What life did you leave behind?" This was the question she dreaded. Her past was a landscape of pain and complication, secrets she guarded fiercely. To reveal even fragments felt dangerous, exposing vulnerabilities that could be used against her. She hesitated, searching for a plausible, partial truth. "We came from Missouri, sir. Our family faced hardships, losses." She kept her gaze steady, hoping the simple, stark statement would suffice. But Bishop Snow was not easily deterred. His eyes narrowed slightly. "Missouri," he repeated, the name itself carrying weight, fraught with history of conflict between the saints and the Gentile population there. Hardships? Losses? Many have faced such things, yet they seek refuge and solace within the fold of the church, not by lingering on its fringes. He leaned forward again, his voice dropping slightly but gaining intensity. "There are whispers, Miss Ainsworth, whispers concerning your association with Silas Croft, whispers about a hasty departure from your previous location, whispers about entanglements. Are you running from something or someone?" The directness of the accusation struck her like a physical blow. She felt the blood drain from her face, leaving her cold. He knew more, or suspected more, than she had realized. Pratt's reports must have been detailed, laced with speculation. How could she answer without revealing the truth she fought so hard to protect? The truth that could endanger not only her and Thomas, but potentially others as well. She opened her mouth to respond, to deny, to deflect, but the words caught in her throat. The bishop's unwavering gaze held her pinned, demanding an answer, an accounting she was not prepared to give. The cool air of the office suddenly felt suffocating, the walls closing in. The watchful eye of Zion was fully upon her now, probing, judging, leaving her exposed and terribly alone. Her carefully constructed defenses felt paper-thin, threatening to tear apart under the pressure of his scrutiny. The bishop waited, his silence as potent as any question, his authority absolute in this small, isolated room. Her ordeal was far from over. It was only just beginning. Chapter 8. Caroline's Unseen Scars. The bishop's question hung in the small, airless office like a tangible threat. Are you running from something? Or someone? His eyes, sharp and unwavering, seemed to pierce through the fragile defenses Caroline had painstakingly erected around her past. She felt exposed, pinned like a moth under glass, the carefully constructed narrative of a simple westward journey crumbling under the weight of his implied knowledge. Whispers, entanglements, hasty departure. The words echoed the fears that had ridden alongside her and Thomas for every grueling mile. Her breath hitched. To lie outright felt perilous. Bishop Snow struck her as a man who could discern falsehood like a water witch senses hidden streams. But the truth, the full, unvarnished truth, was a poisoned well, capable of destroying not only her fragile chance of refuge here, but potentially reaching back to endanger those few she still cared about, however distantly. The scars she carried weren't merely emotional. They were etched onto the very fabric of her life, dictating her movements, her distrust, her fierce, almost desperate need for anonymity. She lowered her gaze for a fraction of a second, breaking the intensity of his stare, pretending to consider her words carefully, buying time. What fragment could she offer that might satisfy him without betraying the core secret? Missouri, hardships, losses. The vague terms suddenly felt flimsy, transparent. "Bishop," she began, her voice regaining a semblance of steadiness, though the effort cost her dearly. "Life forces choices upon us all. Sometimes those choices involve leaving familiar places behind, seeking a new start where old shadows cannot reach." She lifted her chin, meeting his gaze again, injecting a note of weary dignity into her tone. "We seek only that, sir. A chance to live quietly, honestly, and move on without drawing undue attention." It was an evasion, not an answer, and she knew he recognized it as such. His expression didn't change, but she sensed a subtle shift in his posture, a slight hardening. He wasn't dismissing her, but he wasn't accepting her vague explanation either. He let the silence stretch again, a tool he wielded with practiced skill, forcing her to confront the inadequacy of her response. In that silence, the walls of the small office seemed to press closer, and the carefully buried memories began to stir, awakened by the bishop's probing. Shadows from Missouri. They weren't abstract concepts. They had names, faces, the chilling weight of violence and betrayal. She saw, unbidden, the flickering lamplight on her father's face, usually jovial, now drawn tight with worry, arguing in low, urgent tones with men whose shadows loomed large in their small parlor, men who spoke of loyalty, of debts owed, of lines drawn in the bitter border conflicts that still festered years after the war. Her father, a doctor who believed in healing above allegiance, had tended wounded men from both sides, a decision that earned him respect from some, but suspicion from many, especially from the hard-eyed faction led by Elias Thorne. Thorne. The name itself sent a shiver down her spine, cold despite the warmth of the day outside. A man who wrapped his ambition and cruelty in the guise of righteous conviction, a leader of a self-styled militia group that dispensed rough justice and enforced loyalty with brutal efficiency. He had courted her once, briefly, before his path diverged sharply towards power and darkness. She remembered his possessive gaze, the way his smile never quite reached his cold eyes, the underlying current of menace beneath the surface charm. She had rebuffed him, gently but firmly, unsettled by an instinct she couldn't quite name but trusted implicitly. His pride had been wounded, a dangerous thing in a man like Thorne. Later, when her father refused Thorne's demands for information about former Union sympathizers her father had treated, demands for supplies, demands cloaked as requests but delivered as threats, the trouble began. Whispers turned to accusations. Suspicion solidified into open hostility. Thorne's influence ran deep in their county, twisting perceptions, isolating her family. The memories flooded back, sharp and painful. The sudden coldness from neighbors they'd known for years. The rocks thrown at their windows in the dead of night. The muttered threats when she or Thomas went into town. Her father, ever the optimist, ever believing in reason, had tried to appeal to the law, to the better nature of the community. But Thorne's web was tightly woven. The local sheriff was indebted to him. Others were too afraid to speak out. They were alone, isolated within their own home. Then came the night the shadows truly descended, a night thick with summer heat and the smell of impending rain. Shouts outside, the splintering crash of the front door giving way, her father's defiant cry cut short. Thomas, only 16 then, white-faced but trying to shield her, grabbing the old hunting rifle from above the mantel. The terrifying confusion, the acrid smell of gunpowder, the glint of lamplight on angry, determined faces. Thorne's men. She hadn't seen Thorne himself that night, but his presence permeated the violence, the calculated cruelty. They hadn't just come to intimidate, they had come to destroy, to make an example. Her father, found later in his study, his healer's hands still, his face peaceful in death, a stark contrast to the violence that had taken him. The image seared itself behind her eyelids, a wound that refused to heal. They'd barely escaped, she and Thomas, slipping out the back pantry window into the darkness while Thorne's men ransacked the house, searching for something. Papers, perhaps, her father's journals, evidence he might have collected against Thorne's activities. Guided by instinct and terror, they fled into the woods, carrying nothing but the clothes on their backs and the crushing weight of grief and fear. They hid for days, aided by one loyal family friend, old Mr. Abernathy, Thorne's own estranged uncle, a man haunted by his nephew's descent into darkness, who risked everything to give them meager supplies and point them towards the westward trails, urging them to disappear, to change their names, to never look back. Thorne won't rest, Abernathy had warned, his voice trembling. He believes your father had proof of his dealings. He'll think you have it now. He won't let you live. Proof. Caroline clenched her hidden fists. There had been papers, yes. Her father, meticulous as always, had documented Thorne's extortion, his intimidation tactics, even murmurings of darker deeds overheard from wounded men. He had intended to take them to federal authorities outside the county's corrupt reach. After the attack, driven by a desperate, grief-stricken instinct, Caroline had retrieved the small oilskin-wrapped packet her father kept hidden beneath a loose floorboard in his study, tucking it deep within her bodice before fleeing. That packet was both her burden and her potential salvation, a dangerous secret she guarded even from Thomas, fearing the knowledge would put him in even greater peril. So they ran. West, always west, shedding their past like a snake sheds its skin, changing names, keeping to themselves, trusting no one. Working odd jobs, sleeping in barns or under the stars, haunted by the fear of recognition, the fear that Thorne's reach might extend further than they imagined. Silas Croft had been a calculated risk, a hard man, yes, but one who asked few questions and knew the trails, their dwindling money just enough to secure passage away from the more populated routes where Thorne's inquiries might follow. And now, here she sat, in the heart of Mormon territory, facing a different kind of authority, but one whose questions threatened to unravel the fragile anonymity she and Thomas clung to. "Miss Ainsworth?" Bishop Snow's voice sliced through her paralyzing memories, bringing her back to the stark reality of the office. "You seem distressed. Does the mention of Missouri hold such painful associations?" She took a shaky breath, forcing the horrific images back into their vault. "We lost everything there, Bishop," she said, her voice low and strained, imbued with a genuine grief that needed no artifice. "Our home, our family, our sense of safety. It is not a place we care to revisit, even in memory." She looked him directly in the eye, letting him see the residue of pain, hoping it would be enough. "We came west, seeking sanctuary, a place where the past couldn't find us." The bishop studied her for a long, silent moment, his expression thoughtful, perhaps even detecting the ring of truth in her raw emotion, if not in her carefully edited story. He tapped his fingers lightly on the desk. "Sanctuary," he mused. "Many seek it here. But true sanctuary, Miss Ainsworth, is found within the fold, under the protection of the covenant God has made with his people. Living apart, harboring secrets, that offers only a fragile illusion of safety. Secrets have a way of festering, of drawing unwanted attention." He leaned forward slightly again. "There was talk before your arrival of trouble back along the trail, an incident involving Croft and some disputes over property or passage near Fort Bridger. Were you involved in that?" Another probe, another potential snare. She remembered the tension near Fort Bridger, Croft's grim silence after a confrontation with some rough-looking men who seemed to recognize him, the way he had pushed the mules harder afterwards, taking them on a less traveled, more difficult route. She and Thomas had huddled in the wagon, asking no questions, sensing the danger. "Mr. Croft handled his own affairs, Bishop," she said carefully. "We paid him for guidance, not for involvement in his personal disputes. We kept to ourselves." "Yet you remained with him," the bishop pressed, "even after witnessing potential trouble?" "We had little choice, sir," she replied, a touch of weariness creeping into her voice. "We were reliant on his knowledge of the territory." He fell silent again, scrutinizing her face. She felt like a specimen under his microscope. He seemed to be weighing her words, comparing them against the reports he'd received, searching for inconsistencies, for the hidden truths. Then, unexpectedly, his tone softened slightly, though his gaze remained sharp. "Miss Ainsworth, I understand the desire for a new beginning. Many who come to Zion are fleeing persecution, hardship, the injustices of the world, but we are a community bound by laws, both God's and man's. We must know who dwells among us. We must ensure the safety and purity of our settlements." He paused. "I cannot, in good conscience, allow you and your brother to remain indefinitely in your current situation, living apart without resources unaccounted for." Fear, cold and sharp, pierced through her exhaustion. Was he telling her to leave? Now? With winter approaching, with Thomas still not fully recovered, with nowhere else to go. "Bishop, please," she began, the carefully controlled composure finally cracking, desperation seeping through. "We need just a little more time. Thomas needs to regain his strength. We will find work somehow. We won't be a burden. He held up a hand, silencing her. "I am not ordering you to leave Parowan today, Miss Ainsworth, but your situation must be regularized. Staying in that dilapidated cabin is untenable, unsafe, and your lack of means, your unclear history, presents a challenge." He looked down at his papers, then back up at her. "There may be possibilities. Families sometimes require help, women skilled in household duties, mending, perhaps even tending the sick, given your vague reference to family losses, which I take to perhaps involve illness?" She blinked, surprised by the shift. Was this an offer or another test? "My mother taught me much about housekeeping, mending," she said cautiously, "and I assisted my father often." She couldn't bring herself to say he was a doctor. It felt too revealing, too specific. The bishop murmured. "There are widows in the community, families with many children, who might welcome capable assistance in exchange for room and board. It would place you under proper supervision, integrate you somewhat into the community fabric, provide for your needs while allowing your circumstances to be further assessed. Placed under supervision, integrate you, assessed. The words sounded reasonable, practical, even charitable. But to Caroline, they felt like the bars of a cage closing in. Integration meant scrutiny, constant observation. Supervision meant control. Assessment meant judgment. It would mean separating from Thomas during the day, leaving him alone, potentially exposing them both to more questions, more chances for her carefully guarded secrets to slip out. It felt like exchanging one form of precariousness for another, trading isolation for suffocating proximity. And yet, what choice did she have? He was offering a lifeline, however confining. To refuse would be tantamount to confirming his suspicions, inviting immediate expulsion. She thought of Joseph Baxter, his quiet kindness, the shared moments by the river, the risk he had taken for her. His face swam before her eyes, the lines etched by sun and sorrow, the startling blue eyes that held both caution and a surprising depth of empathy. Integrating into the community might mean seeing him more often, perhaps even interacting under the watchful eyes of others. The thought sent a confusing jumble of warmth and fear through her. Would closer proximity strengthen their fragile connection, or expose it to the harsh light of community judgment, destroying it completely? Would it put him in even greater danger? "Bishop," she said, her voice barely a whisper. Thomas and I, we have always looked after each other. To be separated? Necessity demands adjustments, Miss Ainsworth, the bishop replied firmly, his brief softening, hardening once more into implacable authority. Your brother is young, but seemingly capable of looking after himself during the day, or perhaps light work could be found for him as well, under proper guidance. These are matters to be considered. He stood up, signaling the end of the interview. I will make inquiries. Speak with some of the sisters. In the meantime, I expect you and your brother to conduct yourselves with utmost propriety. Avoid drawing unnecessary attention. Keep to yourselves. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Bishop, Caroline managed, rising on trembling legs. Utmost propriety. Avoid attention. The irony was bitter. Her very existence here drew attention. Brother Harmon will see you out, he said, turning back to his papers, dismissing her. She walked out of the office, past Brother Harmon's carefully blank face, and back into the too bright sunlight of the street, her mind reeling. She hadn't been cast out, not yet, but she had been put on notice, her fragile independence curtailed, her future hanging precariously on the bishop's judgment and the community's willingness to absorb her, supervise her, assess her. The unseen scars she carried throbbed beneath the surface. She had escaped Thorne's immediate grasp, but she hadn't escaped the consequences, the fear, the constant need to hide. Now, Zion itself, the supposed sanctuary, felt like it was tightening its grip, threatening to expose the very wounds she fought so desperately to keep hidden. The path ahead seemed fraught with new dangers, forcing choices she wasn't ready to make, choices that could unravel everything. Chapter 9, Accusations Carried on the Wind. Caroline walked back from the meeting house as if treading on broken glass, each step careful, deliberate. The sun beat down, reflecting harshly off the pale dust, but she felt chilled to the bone. Bishop Snow's words echoed in her mind. Untenable, unaccounted for, regularization, supervision, assessment. The terms were bureaucratic, impersonal, yet they carried the chilling weight of absolute power over her life, her movements, her fragile hold on anonymity. Sanctuary? Zion felt less like a haven and more like a meticulously organized prison, its bars forged from piety and judgment. She kept her gaze fixed ahead, ignoring the sidelong glances, the curtains twitching in windows, the sudden silences that fell as she passed small groups conversing near fences or storefronts. She could feel the speculation, the suspicion, clinging to her like the dust on her hem. Her interview with the bishop wouldn't quell the whispers. It would only give them new fuel, new shapes. What had she said? What had he asked? Had she confessed? Was she to be sent away? Or worse, absorbed, controlled? Thomas met her near the creek bank, his young face taut with anxiety. He had clearly been watching for her, pacing restlessly near the dilapidated cabin. "Kara, what happened? What did he say?" he asked urgently, his voice low, glancing nervously back towards the settlement. She waited until they were inside the dim, musty confines of the cabin, the door pulled shut against the prying eyes and the swirling dust devils stirred up by the afternoon wind. Only then did she allow her shoulders to slump, the forced composure dissolving into bone-deep weariness and fear. She sank onto the rough stool near the cold hearth, burying her face in her hands for a moment. "He knows," she whispered, her voice muffled. "Not everything, not the worst of it, but he knows we don't belong. He knows, or strongly suspects, we're running." Thomas paled further, his knuckles white where he gripped the edge of the rough table. "Did you tell him? About Father? About Thorn?" "No," she said, looking up, her eyes meeting his, conveying the shared terror of that name. "No, I told him nothing specific. Just hardships, losses in Missouri." She recounted the bishop's probing questions, his focus on Croft, on their lack of means, his final, chilling pronouncement about their situation being untenable. He spoke of finding a place for me," she continued, the words tasting like ash, "with a family, in exchange for work, room and board." She saw the alarm flare in Thomas's eyes. He called it regularization, integration, supervision. "Supervision?" Thomas repeated, his voice laced with adolescent indignation and fear. "Like a prisoner? And what about me? Would they send me away?" "He mentioned finding light work for you too, perhaps, also under guidance," Caroline said bitterly. "He didn't order us out, Thomas. Not yet. But he made it clear we can't stay like this. We are being watched, judged." She looked around the small, inadequate cabin. It offered little comfort, but it was theirs, a space where they could maintain a semblance of privacy, of control. The thought of being absorbed into a Parowan household, subject to their rules, their scrutiny, their constant observation, felt suffocating. How long could she maintain her guard under such conditions? How long before a slip of the tongue, a reaction to a name, a question about Missouri, betrayed them? "We have to leave, Kara," Thomas urged, his voice low and intense. "Now, before they decide for us. We can take our chances on the trail again. We have a little money left." "And go where, Thomas?" she countered, exhaustion making her sharp. "Into the desert? Towards winter? With you barely recovered? We wouldn't last a week." Croft knew the way, the water holes. "We don't," she sighed, rubbing her temples. "No. We have to stay for now. We have to be careful. Utmost propriety." She mocked the bishop's word. "We have to hope he finds no reason to delve deeper. Hope whatever placement he arranges is bearable." Hope felt like a fragile, inadequate shield against the forces gathering around them. Meanwhile, news of Caroline Ainsworth's summons and interview spread through Parowan faster than tumbleweeds in a gale. Joseph heard it within the hour. Martha mentioned it hesitantly over the midday meal, reporting fragments overheard while drawing water at the communal well. How long the Gentile woman had been inside, how pale she looked emerging, how Bishop Snow tolerated no nonsense. Later, working near the edge of town repairing a section of community ditch, Joseph heard Brother Pratt holding court with several other men, his voice carrying clearly on the wind. "Questioned her thoroughly, you can be sure," Pratt was saying, his tone self-important. "Bishop Snow sees right through deception. Gentile ways, running from who knows what disgrace back east, carrying trouble like fleas on a dog." "And Baxter?" another man asked, his voice lower. "Heard he's been seen associating." Pratt spat into the dust. "Aye, soft-hearted foolishness or something worse. Been warned. Bishop knows. He'll deal with Baxter in due time, rest assured. Can't have wolves mingling with the flock, even wolves disguised in familiar wool." Joseph's hands tightened on his shovel handle until his knuckles turned white. The casual venom, the swift judgment, the open discussion of his character and motives, it sent a wave of cold fury through him. He wanted to stride over there, confront Pratt, demand he retract his slander. But he knew the futility, the danger. Pratt held power as the bishop's counselor. His word carried weight. Any outburst from Joseph would only confirm the accusations of instability, of being compromised. He forced himself to turn away, to focus on the muddy ditch water, the rhythmic scrape of his shovel. But the words burned in his ears, wolves disguised in familiar wool. They were turning him into an outsider within his own community. The wind seemed to carry the accusations everywhere that day. It whipped dust into stinging clouds, rattled loose shutters, moaned around the corners of cabins, and seemed to whisper the gossip directly into Joseph's ears. He felt exposed, vulnerable, his every action potentially misinterpreted, his past loyalty counting for nothing against the present suspicion. The fence he'd mended felt less like a boundary against the wilderness and more like the flimsy wall of his own dwindling reputation. He thought constantly of Caroline, alone in that meeting-house office, facing the bishop's interrogation. Had she mentioned him? Had she inadvertently implicated him further? He trusted her discretion, sensed a deep reserve in her, but under pressure, people made mistakes. He found himself scanning the path towards the creek whenever his work allowed, searching for a glimpse of her, needing some sign that she was all right, yet dreading any encounter that might be observed. His chance, or perhaps misfortune, came late that afternoon. He was returning from checking a water gate further up the main irrigation channel, a task that took him legitimately close to the creek bend, though he timed it carefully, hoping to avoid notice. As he rounded a dense stand of willows, he almost collided with her. Caroline was gathering fallen branches, her arms already full, her face strained with effort and worry. She looked up, startled, her eyes widening in alarm as she recognized him. She immediately took a step back, glancing around nervously, her body language screaming caution. "Mr. Baxter," she breathed, her voice barely audible above the wind. "Caroline," he replied, his own voice low, his gaze sweeping the surrounding area. They were momentarily screened by the willows, but the wind carried sounds easily, and visibility was clear towards the settlement. "I heard about the bishop." She nodded curtly, her expression guarded, revealing nothing of the interview's details. "He asked his questions. Are you all right?" The inadequacy of the question, of his ability to offer any real comfort or aid, struck him forcefully. A flicker of something, gratitude, shared fear, crossed her face before being quickly masked. "As well as can be expected," she said formally. "Thank you for your concern. But you shouldn't be seen here, Mr. Baxter, for your own sake." "My sake is my own concern," he retorted, frustration roughening his voice. He hated this clandestine communication, these fearful, snatched moments. "He didn't order you away?" "Not yet," she admitted, shifting the bundle of sticks in her arms. "He spoke of finding me a place, to work, under supervision." Supervision. The word chilled him. It meant control, observation, the loss of her fragile autonomy. It meant placing her directly under the thumb of the very community that shunned her. "With who?" he asked sharply. "He didn't say. He's making inquiries." She looked away towards the bleak horizon. "It seems I must trade isolation for scrutiny." Her voice held a weary resignation that tore at him. He wanted to reach out, to offer reassurance, to tell her she wasn't alone. But the words felt hollow, dangerous. What could he truly offer besides more risk? Pratt's words echoed again. Dealing with Baxter in due time. His own position was precarious. "Be careful, Caroline," he said instead, the warning feeling inadequate. "Trust no one easily." "I learned that lesson long ago, Mr. Baxter," she replied, a hint of bitterness in her tone. She met his eyes again, a silent acknowledgement of their shared predicament, the impossible situation they found themselves in. "You should heed your own advice. Goodbye." She turned quickly and hurried back towards the cabin, the wind whipping her skirts around her ankles, leaving Joseph standing alone amongst the sighing willows, the weight of unspoken words heavy between them. He felt useless, helpless, his earlier acts of secret kindness seeming pitifully small against the institutional power now focused on her. The accusations continued to swirl over the next few days, settling like a layer of suffocating dust over the valley. Joseph felt the isolation keenly. Men who once shared a joke or sought his opinion on livestock now offered only curt nods. Invitations to evening gatherings, informal checker games, or shared labor dwindled. He and Martha ate their meals in silence, the unspoken tension a palpable presence in the small cabin. Martha grew quieter, paler, her eyes holding a constant shadow of worry. He knew the whispers affected her too, perhaps facing snubs or pointed questions from other young women her age. His actions were casting a shadow over her future as well, potentially affecting her own prospects for marriage within the community. The guilt compounded his anger and frustration. One evening, returning late after searching for a stray calf in the foothills, bone-weary and dispirited, he found Brother Pratt waiting for him on his porch step. The sight sent a jolt of adrenaline through Joseph's fatigue. Pratt sat ramrod straight, his hands clasped over the handle of a sturdy walking stick, his face grim in the twilight. "Brother Baxter," Pratt said, his voice devoid of warmth as Joseph approached. He didn't rise. "A moment of your time. It wasn't a request." Joseph stopped at the bottom step, meeting the older man's hostile gaze. "Brother Pratt, what requires my time this evening?" "Reports," Pratt said bluntly, "persistent reports concerning your continued interest in the Gentile woman." He tapped the head of his stick against the wooden porch floor for emphasis. "Despite counsel, despite clear warnings, my interest, as you call it, extends only to basic human decency," Joseph countered, his voice dangerously low. "Something seemingly in short supply concerning Miss Ainsworth." Pratt's eyes narrowed. "Decency does not involve clandestine meetings by the river, brother, nor does it involve providing aid and comfort to those whose presence disrupts the peace and order of Zion. The bishop is aware. He is displeased." "The bishop has not spoken to me directly," Joseph stated, clinging to that fact. "He will," Pratt assured him grimly. "Oh, he will. But I counsel you, Brother Baxter, for the sake of your own standing, for the sake of your daughter's good name, cease this foolishness. Sever all contact. Let the bishop handle the matter according to wisdom and authority. Do not interfere further. This is not merely advice. It is a formal warning from one charged with upholding the standards of this community." He rose then, standing to his full height, looking down at Joseph from the top step. "Consider your path carefully, brother. Loyalty to the covenant above all else. Think on it." Without waiting for a reply, Pratt turned and walked stiffly away into the gathering darkness, his footsteps echoing on the packed earth, leaving Joseph standing frozen at the foot of his own porch steps, the formal warning hanging in the air like the chill of impending winter. The accusations carried on the wind had finally coalesced into a direct threat, delivered by the bishop's own mouthpiece. The time for skirting the edges was over. A choice was being forced upon him, a choice that felt like standing on the edge of a precipice, with Zion demanding loyalty on one side and his own fractured conscience pulling him towards the fall on the other. Chapter 10. A Test of Faith and Love. Brother Pratt's formal warning lay heavy on Joseph's spirit, a tangible weight pressing down alongside the guilt and the growing unwelcome tendrils of feeling for Caroline Ainsworth. Loyalty to the covenant above all else. The words, spoken with such righteous certainty by Pratt, echoed the foundational principles of Joseph's entire adult life. He had sacrificed much for that covenant, left behind family ties in the East, endured hardship, buried loved ones, all in the service of building Zion. His faith wasn't a Sunday garment, it was woven into the fabric of his being, the bedrock upon which he'd built his existence after the world had shown him its harshness. Yet the application of that loyalty, as demanded by Pratt and implied by the bishop's scrutiny, felt increasingly discordant, like a beautiful hymn sung painfully out of key. Did loyalty require him to turn a blind eye to suffering? Did it demand suspicion over compassion, exclusion over charity? Did adherence to the letter of the law necessitate sacrificing its spirit? He wrestled with these questions during long hours working the fields under the relentless Utah sun, the physical labor offering no escape from the turmoil within. He found himself rereading passages in his worn copy of the Scriptures by faint lamplight after Martha was asleep, searching for guidance, for clarity, but the words seemed to offer conflicting counsel depending on the lens through which he read them. Love thy neighbor, succor the needy, but also be ye separate. Keep the commandments strictly, guard the purity of the flock. His interactions within the community became increasingly strained. He felt the distance, the judgment in every averted gaze, every polite but cool greeting. Even Brother Harmon, usually preoccupied with his store ledgers, seemed hesitant, his manner reserved when Joseph came in for supplies. The isolation was a palpable thing, a chilling precursor, perhaps, to more formal sanctions if he didn't heed Pratt's warning. He saw the worry deepen in Martha's eyes, saw her quiet withdrawal from some of the young women's activities, and the knowledge that his choices were impacting her innocent life added another layer to his burden. He forced himself to stay away from the creek bend, to avoid any action that could be construed as seeking out Caroline. He told himself it was for her sake as much as his own, to avoid bringing further trouble upon her while her situation hung in the bishop's precarious balance. But the effort felt like denying a fundamental part of himself, suppressing the empathy, the protective instinct, the disturbing warmth that her memory evoked. He felt adrift, caught between the rigid expectations of his faith community and the quiet dictates of his own conscience, a conscience increasingly entangled with the fate of the Gentile woman living on the fringe. The test, when it came, arrived not through direct confrontation with the bishop, but through the insidious channels of sickness and fear. A fever, swift and vicious, began to move through Parowan. It started subtly. A child complaining of chills, a woman taking to her bed with aches and a burning brow. Within days, it had spread, striking down young and old alike, its grip tenacious, its symptoms alarming: high fever, racking coughs, delirium. Fear, never far beneath the surface in these isolated settlements where medical knowledge was rudimentary and reliance on divine intervention paramount, quickly took hold. Familiar remedies, willow bark tea, cool compresses, fervent prayers, seemed to offer little defense against this particular affliction. The small community healer, Sister Woolley, a kind woman skilled in herbal remedies but lacking formal training, was quickly overwhelmed, moving tirelessly from cabin to cabin, her face etched with growing concern. Joseph watched the epidemic's phase spread with mounting anxiety. He dosed himself and Martha with preventative tinctures, prayed for protection, but the fear lingered. He remembered the fevers that had taken his sons, the helplessness he had felt watching their small bodies struggle. The memory was a raw wound, easily reopened. Then the fever struck his own household. Martha, usually so resilient, woke one morning pale and shivering, her forehead burning beneath his touch. Panic, cold and sharp, seized Joseph. He immediately put her to bed, piling blankets on her despite her protests of being too hot, forcing sips of water and weak herbal tea between her lips. He sat by her bedside, bathing her face with cool cloths, whispering prayers, his heart constricting with every ragged breath she took, every delirious murmur that escaped her lips. Sister Woolley came, her face drawn with exhaustion. She examined Martha, offered what little comfort her herbs and experience provided, but her prognosis was guarded. "It's the same fever that has Sister Pratt's youngest, and old Brother Kimball," she sighed, wiping her brow. "It runs strong, Joseph. We must pray for the Lord's mercy." Days blurred into a nightmare of sleepless vigils. Martha's fever raged, her breathing grew shallow, punctuated by fits of coughing that left her weak and gasping. Joseph rarely left her side, snatching brief moments of rest in a chair, his own body aching with fatigue and fear. Neighbors offered help, bringing broth, tending his livestock, their concern momentarily overriding the recent coolness between them, united by the shared threat. Even Brother Pratt stopped by briefly, offering a stiff but sincere prayer for Martha's recovery before hurrying off to tend his own afflicted family members. The epidemic was leveling the social landscape, reminding them all of their shared vulnerability. But Martha showed no sign of improvement. If anything, she seemed weaker, her skin taking on a grayish pallor, her lips cracked and dry. Joseph felt desperation clawing at him. He had prayed until his voice was hoarse, followed Sister Wooley's instructions meticulously, but nothing seemed to work. He felt the icy grip of helplessness closing around him, the same terrifying powerlessness he'd felt when his son slipped away. It was late one night, the only sound in the cabin Martha's shallow breathing and the frantic pounding of his own heart, that a desperate thought, born of fear and memory, surfaced. Caroline. He remembered her words by the river. My grandmother believed God put healing in the fields and forests if you knew where to look. He remembered her gathering specific plants, willow bark for fever, comfrey for sprains. He recalled her vague reference to assisting her father, the way she had spoken of tending the sick. Could she know something more? Possess some knowledge, some skill passed down through her family that Sister Wooley lacked? The idea felt like grasping at straws, born of desperation. She was a Gentile, an outsider, under the bishop's scrutiny. To seek her help, especially now under these circumstances, was unthinkable. It would be a blatant defiance of Pratt's warning, a confirmation of the community's worst suspicions. It could jeopardize everything. His standing, Martha's future if she recovered, Caroline's own fragile position. Yet watching Martha struggle for breath, her face alarmingly pale in the flickering lamplight, the calculations of risk and reputation began to fade, eclipsed by the primal fear of losing his only remaining child. What was loyalty worth if it cost him Martha? What was faith if it demanded passive acceptance in the face of death? He thought of Sarah, her fierce love for her children, her pragmatism. What would she have done? He suspected she would have moved heaven and earth, defied convention, risked censure, if it meant a chance, however slim, of saving her child. The conflict tore at him. His faith demanded trust in God's will, acceptance of his plan, reliance on the priesthood blessings and the community's prayers. But his love for Martha, his desperate human need to do something, screamed for action, for exploring any possibility, however unorthodox, however forbidden. It was a profound test, stripping away the layers of habit and conformity, forcing him to confront the core of his beliefs, the true nature of his faith, the terrifying depth of his love for his daughter. He looked at Martha's still face, then towards the window, towards the unseen cabin by the creek. He paced the small cabin floor, his mind racing, weighing the terrible choices. Seeking Caroline's help felt like a betrayal of his community, his heritage, perhaps even his God as interpreted by the leaders he'd always followed. But doing nothing felt like a betrayal of his daughter, of his own heart. Hours passed in agonizing indecision. Martha's breathing grew fainter. Sister Wooley had visited again, offering sympathy but no new hope. The first gray light of dawn began to filter through the cabin window, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air, illuminating the stark reality of Martha's condition. Time was running out. With a resolve born not of certainty, but of sheer unbearable desperation, Joseph made his choice. He scribbled a hasty note for the neighbor who had offered to check on the livestock, splashed cold water on his face, and slipped out of the cabin into the chill morning air. He didn't head towards the bishop's house to request another blessing, nor towards Sister Wooley's for more herbs. He turned purposefully towards the creek, towards the dilapidated cabin hidden amongst the cottonwoods, towards the Gentile woman who represented both a forbidden hope and a potentially ruinous risk. He found her outside, drawing water from the creek, her expression weary but resolute. She looked up as he approached, her eyes widening first in surprise, then immediately filling with alarm as she took in his disheveled appearance, the raw desperation etched onto his face. "Mr. Baxter? What is it? Is something wrong?" she asked quickly, setting down her bucket. Words failed him for a moment. He gestured helplessly back towards his cabin. "Martha," he choked out, his voice thick with fear and exhaustion. "My daughter. The fever. She's fading, Caroline. Sister Woolley can do no more. The prayers, nothing is working." He stopped, breathing heavily, the plea hanging unspoken in the air between them. Caroline stared at him, her face paling as she absorbed the news, the desperate implication of his presence here. He saw the internal conflict flicker in her eyes, the wariness, the fear of involvement warring with a healer's instinct, with the basic human empathy he had glimpsed in her before. She knew the risks as well as he did. Helping him, stepping into the heart of the settlement under these circumstances, could shatter the fragile truce she held with the bishop, could bring swift and severe consequences down upon her and Thomas. He watched her, holding his breath, his entire world seeming to hang on her decision. This was more than just asking for herbal knowledge. It was asking her to step across the chasm that separated them, to risk her own safety for the sake of his daughter, for the sake of the man who had shown her small kindnesses but remained part of the community that judged her. It was asking for an act of faith, not in his God or her God, but in the fragile connection that existed between them, an act of love, perhaps, in its purest, most sacrificial form. Caroline looked from Joseph's anguished face towards the settlement, towards the unseen cabin where Martha lay fighting for her life. She hesitated only a moment longer, the calculation of risk seemingly overshadowed by a deeper imperative. She straightened her shoulders, her expression firming with decision. "Wait here," she said quietly, her voice calm despite the gravity of the situation. "Let me get my herbs and tell Thomas." She disappeared inside the cabin, leaving Joseph standing by the creek, trembling slightly, a wave of relief so profound it was almost painful washing over him. She had said yes. She was willing to take the risk, to face the potential fallout. In that moment, his carefully constructed world, his rigid understanding of faith and loyalty, seemed to shatter and reform around this single, courageous act by the Gentile woman he barely knew, yet somehow trusted with his daughter's life. The test was hers as much as his, and her response, immediate and compassionate, spoke louder than any sermon he had ever heard. His heart, so recently divided, felt suddenly, terrifyingly whole in its commitment to this perilous path. Chapter 11. The Weight of Community. Caroline returned swiftly, emerging from the dim cabin interior with a canvas satchel, its pockets bulging slightly, emitting a faint, earthy scent of dried herbs and roots. Thomas trailed behind her, his face pale and strained, clutching a small bundle that might have held extra bandages or perhaps just a few meager possessions, his eyes wide with a fear that mirrored Joseph's own. He looked from Joseph's desperate face to Caroline's resolute one, clearly terrified but equally determined to stay by his sister's side. "Thomas will wait outside," Caroline stated quietly, her voice firm, leaving no room for argument, though her gaze softened slightly as she looked at her brother. "Keep watch, Tom. Stay out of sight as much as possible. Fetch water from the creek if needed. But be cautious." Thomas nodded mutely, his throat working. He cast a fearful glance towards the settlement, then positioned himself near the corner of the cabin, partially screened by the overgrown lilac bush Sarah had planted years ago, now wild and untended. A young, inadequate sentinel against the tide of community judgment. Joseph held the cabin door open, his hand trembling slightly. As Caroline stepped across the threshold, it felt like a monumental act, a crossing of boundaries far more significant than the physical doorway. She paused for a moment, her eyes adjusting to the dim interior, taking in the scene with a swift, assessing glance. The small, close room, the simple furnishings, the figure lying deathly still on the narrow bed, and Joseph himself, radiating an aura of raw fear and exhaustion. The air was heavy with the cloying smell of sickness, stale air, and unspoken prayers. She moved towards the bedside without hesitation, shedding her shawl and placing her satchel carefully on the small, cluttered table nearby. Her presence, though quiet, immediately altered the atmosphere of the room. Where Joseph's frantic energy had filled the space, her calm focus created a small pocket of intense stillness. She leaned over Martha, gently brushing stray hairs back from the girl's fevered brow, her fingers lightly touching the pulse point at the neck, her expression serious, concentrated. Joseph hovered nearby, feeling suddenly awkward, useless, an intruder in his own home. He watched Caroline's hands, surprisingly deft and confident, as she examined Martha's eyes, listened intently to her shallow breathing, felt the heat radiating from her skin. There was a quiet authority in her movements, a knowledge that seemed innate, far exceeding Sister Wooley's well-meaning but often tentative ministrations. Where had this knowledge come from? The vague reference to her grandmother felt insufficient to explain this level of calm competence in the face of such dire illness. The mystery surrounding her deepened, even as his reliance on her grew absolute. "Water," Caroline murmured, not looking at him. "Boiled, if possible. And clean cloths." He hurried to comply, grateful for a task, however small. He stoked the fire in the small stove, added wood, filled the kettle from the bucket Thomas must have recently filled from the creek, his movements clumsy in his haste. While the water heated, he watched Caroline open her satchel. She laid out small bundles wrapped in cloth, dried leaves and flowers, gnarled roots, powders of varying colors, arranging them neatly on the table. She selected several items, her choices seeming deliberate, unhesitating. The scent of the herbs grew stronger, mingling with the smell of sickness, creating a strange, poignant aroma of desperation and hope. She crushed some dried leaves into a small bowl, adding a little cool water from the bedside pitcher, creating a paste. Gently, she began to apply it to Martha's temples and wrists. Then she selected other herbs, preparing an infusion as the kettle began to steam. Joseph brought the boiled water, the clean cloths. He watched as she dipped a cloth in the infusion, cooled it slightly, and began to bathe Martha's face and neck with slow, gentle strokes. She murmured softly to the unconscious girl, words too low for Joseph to hear, soothing sounds that seemed aimed more at the troubled spirit than the ailing body. Time stretched, marked only by Martha's ragged breaths, the crackle of the fire, the soft sounds of Caroline's work. Joseph sank onto a stool in the corner, his gaze fixed on his daughter's face, then shifting to Caroline's bent head, her auburn hair catching glints of light from the single lamp she'd lit against the morning gloom inside the cabin. He felt suspended in a strange limbo, hope warring with terror, gratitude mingling with the gnawing fear of consequence. He had invited this forbidden presence into his home, staked his daughter's life and his own future on her unknown skills. The weight of that decision pressed down on him. Outside, the fragile shield of dawn secrecy was already beginning to fray. Sister Nielsen, heading to the communal well shortly after sunrise, saw the flicker of movement near the Baxters' cabin. Her eyes, sharpened by curiosity and the general anxiety gripping the settlement, noted the unfamiliar figure of the Gentile woman disappearing inside Joseph Baxter's door. She paused, astonished, then hurried on her way, the news too startling, too significant to keep to herself. Like ripples spreading from a stone dropped in water, the word traveled. Sister Nielsen told Brother Harmon's wife at the well. Sister Harmon, shocked and disapproving, mentioned it to her husband when he opened the store. Brother Harmon, burdened by his role as counselor and his own sense of propriety, felt obligated to inform Brother Pratt. Pratt received the news with grim satisfaction, his worst suspicions confirmed. Baxter's foolishness, his defiance, had reached its inevitable scandalous conclusion. He had not merely associated with the Gentile woman. He had brought her into his home, into the very heart of his family's affliction, bypassing the community's established resources. Sister Wooley's care, even perhaps the power of priesthood blessings, in favor of this unknown, potentially dangerous outsider. It was an affront to order, to faith, to the authority Pratt represented. "He's done it now," Pratt declared, striking his fist on the counter of Harmon's store, making the stacked tins rattle. Flouted counsel, invited questionable influences into his home during a time of sickness. This cannot be tolerated. Bishop Snow must be informed immediately. Action must be taken. Harmon, more cautious by nature, wrung his hands. "Perhaps there's an explanation, Brother Pratt. Desperation. The girl is very ill." "Desperation does not excuse defiance," Pratt snapped, his face flushed with righteous anger. "It reveals weakness, a lack of faith. Baxter has chosen his path. He sides with the outsider against his own brethren. The bishop will see it for what it is." He stormed out of the store, his stride purposeful, heading towards the bishop's residence, the weight of his indignation adding to the already heavy burden of community judgment pressing down on the small cabin by the lilac bush. Inside, oblivious to the storm gathering outside his door, Joseph remained focused on the small drama unfolding at Martha's bedside. Caroline worked tirelessly, changing compresses, attempting to spoon small amounts of her herbal brew between Martha's cracked lips, monitoring her breathing, her temperature, with unwavering concentration. Her calm presence was a paradoxical anchor in the terrifying storm of the illness. Joseph found himself anticipating her needs. Fresh water, another cloth, moving the lamp closer. They worked together in a hushed, efficient rhythm born of shared purpose, communicating through gestures and brief murmurs. In those moments, the labels, saint, Gentile, insider, outsider, seemed to dissolve, replaced by a more fundamental reality. Two people fighting desperately for a young life. He saw not the object of community suspicion, but a woman of quiet strength, surprising skill, and deep compassion. He noticed the fine lines of fatigue around her eyes, the paleness beneath her dusting of freckles, the way her hands, though steady, trembled almost imperceptibly when she thought he wasn't looking. She was bearing this burden with him, taking risks he hadn't fully appreciated until seeing the open hostility in Pratt's eyes earlier. Gratitude swelled within him, warm and potent, mingling confusingly with the fear. Hours crawled by. The sun climbed higher, beating down on the small cabin, making the interior stifling despite the single open window. Thomas appeared periodically at the door, his face anxious, offering the bucket of fresh water, disappearing again like a nervous ghost. Through the window, Joseph caught glimpses of figures passing on the nearby path, their pace slowing, heads turning towards his cabin, their curiosity and disapproval palpable even from a distance. The weight of the community was a tangible presence, pressing in, making the air thicker, harder to breathe. Around midday, Martha stirred, her eyes fluttered open, unfocused, clouded with fever. She moaned softly, trying to push away the cloth on her forehead. "Mother?" she whispered, her voice raspy, barely audible. Joseph's heart leaped. He moved closer, leaning down. "Martha, it's Father, I'm here." Her eyes didn't seem to register him. They drifted towards Caroline, who stood quietly by the bedside. A flicker of confusion, perhaps fear, crossed Martha's face. "Who?" "Hush now," Caroline soothed, her voice incredibly gentle. "Rest easy. Just rest." She dipped her fingers in cool water and lightly touched Martha's lips. The girl subsided back into uneasy stillness, her breathing still shallow, but the brief moment of semi-lucidity felt like a victory, a fragile sign that she was still fighting. Joseph looked at Caroline, his eyes conveying his desperate hope, his gratitude. She met his gaze briefly, a shared understanding passing between them, acknowledging the small shift, the precariousness of the moment. But there was no triumph in her expression, only continued vigilance, the weary awareness that the battle was far from over. It was then that the sharp, authoritative knock rattled the cabin door. Joseph froze. Caroline straightened, her hand hovering protectively over Martha's shoulder. Thomas's pale face appeared at the window, his eyes wide with terror, mouthing a single word: Pratt. The knock came again, louder this time, demanding. Joseph exchanged a look with Caroline, a look that conveyed shared danger, unspoken alliance, and the terrifying reality of their situation. The whispers, the accusations, the warnings, they were no longer formless anxieties carried on the wind. They were here, solidified into the figure of Brother Pratt standing outside his door, demanding entrance, demanding an accounting. The full weight of the community, in all its righteous certainty and fearful judgment, was pressing down, threatening to crush the fragile sanctuary they had created within the walls of the sick room. He had made his choice, defied the warnings, and now the consequences were hammering at his door. Chapter 12. Shelter Found in Secret Places. The insistent rapping on the cabin door was like hammer blows against Joseph's already frayed nerves. Each knock seemed to reverberate not just through the sturdy wood, but through the very air in the small, tense room, amplifying the fear, stripping away the fragile illusion of sanctuary they had momentarily achieved. Brother Pratt, the embodiment of community judgment, of righteous certainty, stood just outside, demanding entry, demanding answers Joseph dared not give. He met Caroline's wide, alarmed eyes across the narrow space separating them from Martha's sickbed. In that shared glance, a universe of understanding passed between them. The immediate, terrifying danger, the unspoken pact to protect each other, the crushing weight of the situation pressing down on them both. Thomas's pale face, visible at the edge of the window, confirmed the visitor's identity, his silent panic mirroring their own. The knocking came again, sharper, impatient. "Joseph Baxter, open this door. I know you're in there. Reports have reached me. Open up in the name of the bishop." Pratt's voice, muffled but carrying the unmistakable ring of authority and outrage, cut through the stillness. Joseph took a deep breath, his heart pounding a heavy, suffocating rhythm. He couldn't ignore it. He couldn't pretend not to be home. He had to face Pratt, had to somehow shield Caroline, protect Martha from the stress of a confrontation erupting over her sickbed. He cast one last quick look at Caroline, a look that tried to convey reassurance he didn't feel, then moved towards the door. "Stay back," he murmured, gesturing towards the darkest corner of the room, away from the direct line of sight from the doorway. "Keep quiet." Caroline nodded, her face pale but composed. She moved silently, retreating into the shadows near the hearth, pulling her darker shawl more closely around her, effectively blending into the gloom. Joseph adjusted the blanket over Martha, whispering a soothing word, then straightened his shoulders, smoothed his worn vest, futile gestures of normalcy, and pulled the door open just wide enough to step out onto the small porch, pulling it partially closed behind him, blocking the view into the cabin's interior. Brother Pratt stood there, framed against the harsh midday sun, his face suffused with angry color, his eyes blazing with indignation. He held his walking stick gripped tightly, like a weapon. Behind him, hovering uncertainly at the foot of the steps, were two other men from the settlement, Brother Davies and young Brother Miller, their expressions a mixture of curiosity, disapproval, and discomfort at being drawn into this confrontation. Pratt had clearly brought witnesses, or perhaps enforcers. "Brother Baxter," Pratt began, his voice tight with suppressed fury. "An explanation is demanded now. I have received credible reports, multiple reports, that the Gentile woman, Ainsworth, is inside your home, tending your daughter, I'm told. Is this true?" Joseph met Pratt's glare steadily, though his insides churned. He thought of Martha's shallow breathing, Caroline's quiet competence, the flicker of hope he'd felt just moments before. He couldn't betray that hope, couldn't expose Caroline to this man's wrath. "Brother Pratt," he said, his voice low but firm, striving for calm he didn't feel. "My daughter is gravely ill. As you know, the fever—" "I know the fever grips this valley," Pratt interrupted sharply, jabbing his stick towards the cabin door. I also know Sister Woolley attends the sick, and the priesthood offers blessings. What I hear is that you have bypassed these God-given resources, defied counsel, and brought an outsider, a woman of unknown character and suspicious background, into your home. Is she in there, Baxter? Answer me. The direct question hung in the air, heavy and dangerous. To lie felt perilous, easily disproven if Pratt forced his way inside. To admit the truth felt like surrendering Caroline to the wolves. Joseph sought a third path, one rooted in the undeniable crisis. "My daughter is near death's door, brother," Joseph said, his voice thick with genuine emotion. "I am desperate. Any father would be. I am availing myself of any succor, any knowledge that might save her life. My focus is solely on Martha. Is that not understandable?" He kept his body positioned firmly in the doorway, a physical barrier. Pratt scoffed, unimpressed by the appeal to paternal desperation. "Succor from what source, Baxter? Herbs and notions from a Gentile woman of questionable faith? Have you taken leave of your senses? Have you abandoned your trust in the Lord's appointed ways?" He took a step closer, attempting to peer past Joseph into the cabin's dim interior. "I demand to see for myself. I must ascertain the situation for the bishop." "You will do no such thing," Joseph said, his voice dropping to a dangerous quiet. He didn't move, didn't raise his voice, but his stance solidified, his eyes holding Pratt's with unexpected intensity. The fear was still there, but it was overlaid now with a fierce, protective resolve. "This is my home. My daughter is gravely ill within. You will not disturb her further. You will not violate the sanctity of this sick room with your accusations and your demands." He paused, letting the refusal sink in. "If the bishop wishes to speak with me, he knows where I reside. But you, Brother Pratt, will leave my porch. Now." A stunned silence fell. Brother Davies and Brother Miller shifted uncomfortably, clearly taken aback by Joseph's quiet but absolute defiance. Pratt himself seemed momentarily speechless, his face flushing an even deeper red. He had expected fear, perhaps prevarication, but not this calm, unwavering refusal from a man he considered weak, compromised. "This is insubordination, Baxter," Pratt finally sputtered, regaining his voice, though it trembled slightly with rage. "You defy the bishop's representative. You harbor, you conceal—" "I protect my child," Joseph stated simply, cutting him off. "Now leave." Pratt glared at him for another long moment, his eyes promising retribution. He glanced towards his companions, perhaps expecting support, but they looked uneasy, unwilling to escalate the confrontation further, especially given the acknowledged severity of Martha's illness. Finally, with a visible effort to control his fury, Pratt took a step back. "You have sealed your own fate, Baxter," he hissed, his voice low and venomous. "The bishop will hear of this. Your defiance, your blatant disregard for counsel, your preference for Gentile remedies over faith, it will be dealt with. Mark my words." He turned sharply, gesturing angrily for his companions to follow. "Come, there is nothing more to be done here now except report this abomination." He strode away, his back rigid with indignation, Davies and Miller trailing hesitantly behind him, casting troubled glances back at Joseph, standing resolute in his doorway. Joseph watched them go, his body trembling with the receding adrenaline, his heart pounding. He had done it. He had stood his ground, defied Pratt, protected Caroline's presence. But the victory felt terrifyingly hollow. Pratt's threat hung heavy in the air. It will be dealt with. He waited until they were well down the path before slowly closing the door, leaning his forehead against the cool wood for a moment, gathering himself. The immediate danger had passed, but the larger threat loomed, now more certain than ever. He turned back to the room. Caroline emerged from the shadows, her face pale, but her eyes holding a mixture of relief and apprehension. Thomas peered in anxiously from the doorway where he'd likely overheard the entire exchange. "He's gone," Joseph said unnecessarily, his voice rough. "For now," Caroline replied quietly, her gaze meeting his. She had heard the threats, understood the implications. "Joseph, I should leave," My presence here, it brings too much danger upon you, upon Martha. Leave? He echoed, incredulous. And go where? Back to that cabin? They'll be watching you now more than ever. Pratt won't let this rest. And Martha... He looked towards the bed. Martha seemed to be resting more easily, her breathing perhaps a fraction deeper, but she was still terribly ill. She needs you. I need you here. The admission slipped out, raw and unplanned, revealing the depth of his reliance, the shift in his own divided heart. Caroline looked down, twisting her fingers together. But how? Pratt knows, or is certain he knows, I am here. He will report to the bishop. They might come back, demand entry. Joseph's mind raced. She couldn't stay openly. She couldn't leave safely. The weight of the community's judgment was a physical force, ready to crush them both. They needed refuge, a secret place. His eyes scanned the small, familiar cabin, searching for possibilities. It offered little concealment. The sleeping loft was open to the main room. There were no hidden closets, no cellars common in Eastern homes. His gaze fell upon the narrow space behind the built-in pantry shelves near the hearth, shelves he himself had constructed years ago, fitting them somewhat crudely into an alcove left by the uneven chimney structure. It wasn't deep, perhaps only 2 feet, maybe 3, mostly used for storing preserves, seldom used tools, odds and ends. But it was enclosed on 3 sides, and the shelves, laden with jars and clutter, offered a partial screen. If they cleared the lower shelves, draped a blanket or a piece of canvas, it wasn't much, but it was hidden from immediate view upon entering the cabin, a desperate measure for a desperate situation. There, he said, pointing towards the pantry alcove, behind the shelves. It's not much, but it's out of sight. If someone comes to the door unexpectedly, if they force their way in, you could slip back there. Thomas, he called softly to the boy still hovering at the door, fetch that old piece of sailcloth from the lean-to, quietly. Caroline looked towards the alcove, her expression dubious. Hide? Like a fugitive? We are fugitives, in a way, aren't we? Joseph replied grimly. Fugitives from judgment, from misunderstanding. He began carefully removing jars of preserves, bundles of dried herbs that had belonged to Sarah, stacking them quietly on the floor. It's temporary, a precaution, until we know what the bishop intends, until Martha is stronger. Together, in the charged silence of the cabin, they worked quickly, clearing the lower space, creating a small, cramped haven. Thomas returned with the dusty sailcloth, and Joseph hung it loosely behind the lower shelves, arranging some sacks and baskets in front to further obscure the opening. It was a flimsy concealment, easily discovered by a determined search, but it offered a sliver of security, a secret place within the besieged walls of the cabin. If you hear trouble, Joseph instructed Caroline, his voice low, slip back there. Take your herb satchel with you. Don't make a sound. She nodded, her eyes reflecting the strangeness, the danger, the sheer improbability of their situation. A Gentile woman hiding behind the pantry shelves in a Mormon elder's home, tending his sick daughter while the community's wrath gathered outside. As twilight began to creep into the cabin, softening the harsh edges of the day, Caroline administered another dose of herbal infusion to Martha. The girl seemed to swallow it more easily this time, her breathing less ragged. A faint, almost imperceptible touch of color seemed to return to her cheeks. She feels cooler, Caroline whispered, her hand resting gently on Martha's forehead. The fever might be starting to break. Joseph leaned closer, peering intently at his daughter's face, daring to hope. Was it true, or just wishful thinking? He touched Martha's cheek tentatively. It did feel slightly cooler, less frighteningly hot than before. A wave of profound relief washed over him, so potent it left him weak-kneed. He looked at Caroline, his eyes brimming with unshed tears, unable to speak his gratitude. She met his gaze, a small, weary smile touching her lips, the first genuine smile he had seen from her. It transformed her face, softening the lines of worry, revealing a glimpse of the woman hidden beneath the layers of fear and resilience. In that shared moment of fragile hope, born amidst danger and secrecy, the cramped cabin felt less like a prison and more like a sanctuary, their secret place not just the hidden alcove, but the unspoken bond forged between them in the crucible of crisis. But even as hope flickered, the threat remained, the weight of the community, embodied by Pratt's fury and the bishop's impending judgment, pressed heavily on the cabin walls. They had found a temporary shelter, a secret place to hide, but the storm outside was far from over. The wind picked up as darkness fell, rattling the door, whispering warnings, reminding them that their refuge was fragile, their future uncertain, hanging precariously in the balance. Chapter 13, Seeds of Rebellion. The fever broke, not with the suddenness of a summer storm passing, but like the slow, grudging retreat of winter ice under a strengthening sun. Martha's breathing eased, deepening into the rhythms of true sleep, rather than the shallow gasps of unconsciousness. The frightening heat receded from her skin, leaving behind a profound weakness, but also the undeniable coolness of returning health. The delirium faded, replaced by periods of lucidity, her eyes focusing, recognizing Joseph, even offering faint, weary smiles. Caroline's quiet confidence seemed justified, her strange herbs and gentle ministrations appearing to have achieved what Sister Woolley's familiar remedies and the community's fervent prayers had not. Joseph watched her, his heart overflowing with a gratitude so immense it felt like a physical ache in his chest. She had saved his daughter. This Gentile woman, this outcast, this object of suspicion and fear, had walked into the heart of his crisis and brought back hope from the brink. But their fragile sanctuary remained under siege. Life within the cabin walls settled into a strange, clandestine routine, fraught with tension and whispered communication. Caroline continued her tireless care, brewing strengthening broths now alongside her herbal teas, coaxing spoonfuls of thin gruel past Martha's lips, changing linens, keeping the sick room meticulously clean with a quiet efficiency that spoke of long practice. Joseph helped where he could, chopping firewood silently, hauling water under the cover of dawn or dusk, tending the few essential chores outside, his movements quick, furtive, always aware of watching eyes. Caroline became a creature of shadows within his home. The cramped space behind the pantry shelves became her frequent refuge. The slightest sound outside, an unexpected footstep, a raised voice, the approach of a wagon, sent her melting silently into the alcove, pulling the sailcloth curtain closed. Her presence erased, leaving Joseph to face the door with a heart pounding against his ribs. Thomas, ever vigilant, kept watch from the window or the lilac bush, his youthful face perpetually etched with anxiety, ready to give the low whistle that was their signal of potential danger. Several times Discovery felt terrifyingly close. Once Sister Pratt, driven perhaps by morbid curiosity or a desire to confirm the scandalous rumors firsthand, appeared at the door unexpectedly, offering a bowl of thin soup with a forced smile that didn't reach her condemning eyes. Joseph met her on the porch, accepting the soup with strained politeness, keeping the door firmly blocked, acutely aware of Caroline frozen silently in the darkness behind the pantry shelves less than 10 feet away. He could almost feel her held breath, the tension radiating from her hiding place. Sister Pratt's gaze darted past him, trying to penetrate the dim interior, lingering for an uncomfortable moment before she finally departed, her suspicions likely amplified rather than allayed by his guardedness. Another time, young Peter Harmon arrived with a message from his father regarding a feed order Joseph had placed. Joseph spoke with the boy on the steps, making the conversation last longer than necessary, aware that Caroline was trapped in the alcove, needing to use the necessary pail kept discreetly back there. The mundane interaction felt charged with unbearable tension, the seconds stretching into an eternity until the boy finally left, allowing Caroline to emerge, pale and shaken. These near misses underscored the precariousness of their situation, the constant threat under which they lived. Yet paradoxically, the shared danger, the forced intimacy of their confinement, deepened the connection between Joseph and Caroline. They moved around each other in the small space with a growing familiarity, an intuitive understanding of each other's needs and moods. They spoke in low tones, often late at night after Martha had finally drifted into a peaceful sleep, sharing observations about the girl's progress, discussing practicalities, the dwindling supplies. In these hushed conversations, fragments of their disparate lives sometimes surfaced, offered tentatively, like fragile gifts. Caroline spoke occasionally of the plants she used, knowledge passed down from her grandmother, revealing a deep respect for the natural world, a different kind of faith rooted in the earth itself. Joseph found himself speaking of Sarah, not just as the pious wife known to the community, but sharing small personal memories, her unexpected laughter, her quiet stubbornness, her love for the wild roses that bloomed briefly near the creek. Sharing these memories felt both like a betrayal and a necessary bridging of the gap between his past and his increasingly complicated present. He learned little more about Caroline's specific history. She remained guarded about Missouri, about the reasons for her flight. But he saw the shadows in her eyes when certain topics arose, the instinctive flinch at sudden loud noises, the deep weariness that settled on her when she thought herself unobserved. Her unseen scars were palpable, shaping her caution, her resilience, her profound distrust of authority. He found himself wanting desperately to offer her safety, a true sanctuary, not just a hidden alcove, but the realization of his own powerlessness within the community structure was a constant, bitter counterpoint. His feelings for her grew more complex with each passing day. Gratitude was inextricably tangled with admiration for her courage and skill. Protective instincts warred with the undeniable awareness of her as a woman, the way stray auburn curls escaped her braid, the intensity of her green eyes when focused on her task, the quiet grace in her movements despite her fatigue. He found himself watching her, noticing small details, feeling a warmth spread through him that had nothing to do with the cabin stove and everything to do with her presence. It felt deeply disloyal to Sarah's memory, a violation of the covenant he was sworn to uphold, yet the feeling persisted, unwelcome but undeniable, another seed of rebellion taking root in the parched soil of his heart. This internal rebellion extended beyond his feelings for Caroline. His experiences over the past weeks, the community's coldness towards the Ainsworths, Pratt's vindictive certainty, his own fear-driven cowardice followed by desperate defiance. And now, Caroline's quiet competence saving his daughter where established ways had failed, had irrevocably shifted his perspective. He began to question the rigid lines drawn by the leadership, the automatic equation of obedience with righteousness, the fear of difference that seemed to motivate so much of the community's behavior. Was Zion truly being built by excluding those in need, by demanding absolute conformity, by punishing acts of simple compassion? He looked at the men he had known for years, men he had served alongside, prayed alongside, and saw them now through a different lens. He saw the fear behind Pratt's bluster, the ingrained habit of judgment in others, the way loyalty was sometimes used as a weapon to enforce silence and control. He still believed in God, in the hope of building a better life, but his understanding of how that life should be built, of what principles truly mattered, was undergoing a profound, unsettling transformation. He was becoming an outsider in his own mind, his loyalty shifting from the institution to the individuals, from the rigid law to the spirit of compassion he found embodied in the Gentile woman hiding behind his pantry shelves. The community, meanwhile, did not remain idle. Though direct confrontation had momentarily ceased after Pratt's dismissal from the porch, the pressure mounted in other ways. Fewer people stopped by to inquire after Martha, and those who did kept their visits brief, their manners strained. Offers of help dwindled. Joseph felt increasingly isolated when he ventured into the settlement for essential supplies, encountering averted gazes and deliberate silences. He overheard snippets of conversations that ceased abruptly when he approached, talk of a special council meeting called by the bishop, discussions about upholding standards, protecting the flock from worldly contamination. Pratt, Joseph knew, would be relentless in poisoning the well, painting Joseph's actions in the worst possible light, emphasizing his defiance, his reliance on a Gentile of unknown, likely unsavory background. The narrative was being shaped against him, against Caroline. They were being tried and convicted in the court of public opinion, even before the bishop rendered his official verdict. One afternoon, Thomas returned from a cautious foray to the creek, his face white, his eyes wide with alarm. "Joseph," he whispered urgently, slipping inside and barring the door. "I saw him, just now, hiding in the rocks upslope, watching the cabin. Ethan Pratt." Joseph's blood ran cold. Ethan Pratt, Brother Pratt's eldest son, known for his father's rigid views and a bullying nature. Watching the cabin, it wasn't just general disapproval anymore, it was active surveillance. Pratt was gathering evidence, building his case, waiting for an opportunity. "Did he see you?" Joseph asked sharply. Thomas shook his head. "I don't think so. I was well hidden in the willows, but he was watching the door, the window, like a hawk." Caroline, who had overheard, stepped out from tending Martha, her face grim. "They know I'm still here, or they're determined to prove it." The fragile sense of security shattered. The cabin walls suddenly felt thin as paper, the hidden alcove a laughably inadequate defense against determined scrutiny. "We need to be more careful," Joseph said, his mind racing. "Less movement outside, shorter trips for water. Maintain the facade even more diligently." But it felt like plugging leaks in a collapsing dam. That evening, as Caroline prepared another herbal remedy, carefully measuring dried leaves into a cup, Martha spoke, her voice weak but clear, startling them both. "Miss Ainsworth?" Caroline turned, surprised. "Yes, Martha?" Martha's eyes, clearer now than they had been in days, fixed on Caroline's face. You helped me." It wasn't a question, but a statement, soft with dawning understanding. "Father brought you here." She looked towards Joseph, a flicker of confusion in her gaze, perhaps remembering fragments of the tension, the hushed voices, Pratt's angry shouts outside the door. Why were people angry? Joseph and Caroline exchanged a quick, uneasy glance. How much did the girl remember? How much should they tell her? Before either could answer, Martha spoke again, her voice barely a whisper, her gaze fixed on Caroline with childlike intensity. "Your hands, they feel like mother's." The simple, innocent comparison struck Joseph to the core. He saw Caroline flinch almost imperceptibly, a wave of complex emotion, surprise, pain, perhaps even a bittersweet warmth, washing over her face before she quickly composed herself. She reached out and gently smoothed Martha's hair. "Rest now, child," she murmured softly. "Just focus on getting strong." But the seed had been planted. Martha, in her returning awareness, was beginning to piece together the strange circumstances of her recovery, the forbidden presence of the woman who had nursed her back to health. The secret was becoming harder to contain, not just from the outside world, but from within the cabin walls themselves. Later that night, after Martha and Thomas were asleep, Joseph found himself standing near Caroline by the dying embers of the hearth. The silence stretched between them, thick with unspoken thoughts, shared fears, and the residue of Martha's innocent observation. "She's getting stronger," Joseph said quietly, breaking the silence. "Thanks to you." Caroline merely nodded, her gaze distant, focused on the glowing coals. The herbs helped. Her own strength fought hard. "It was more than the herbs, Caroline," he insisted softly. "It was you. Your care. Your courage." She looked up at him then, her eyes reflecting the firelight, holding a depth of weariness and sorrow that made his heart ache. "Courage, Mr. Baxter? Or foolishness? Hiding in shadows, waiting for judgment, it doesn't feel like courage." "Sometimes," he said, surprising himself with the conviction in his voice, "standing against judgment, choosing compassion over conformity. Sometimes that is the bravest thing a person can do. It's a seed, perhaps, a a seed of something better. A seed of rebellion against the fear that gripped his community. A seed of hope for a different kind of Zion. He saw a flicker of surprise, perhaps even reluctant agreement in her eyes before she looked away again, wrapping her arms around herself as if warding off a chill that had nothing to do with the night air. The fragile intimacy of the moment hung between them, potent and dangerous. Just then, a sharp rap echoed from the cabin door. Not the angry pounding of Pratt this time, but a formal, measured knock. Joseph's blood turned to ice. Caroline instantly retreated toward the pantry alcove, disappearing behind the sailcloth just as Joseph reached the door. He paused, took a steadying breath, and opened it. Standing on his porch, silhouetted against the moonlit yard, was Peter Harmon. The boy looked pale and uncomfortable, shifting his weight from foot to foot. He held out a folded piece of paper. "Father Baxter," Peter stammered, avoiding Joseph's eyes. "Bishop Snow. He requests your presence. At his office. First thing in the morning." Chapter 14. A warning delivered in shadow. Peter Harmon's words hung in the cool night air, like a death sentence delivered softly. "Bishop Snow. Requests your presence. At his office. First thing in the morning." The formal summons, expected yet dreaded, landed with the force of a physical blow. The time for whispers, for maneuvering in shadows, for clandestine defiance was over. The reckoning had arrived. Joseph took the folded paper from the boy's trembling hand, his own fingers numb. "Thank you, Peter," he managed, his voice sounding distant, detached. "Tell the bishop I will be there." Peter nodded quickly, clearly relieved to have discharged his unpleasant duty, and scurried away into the darkness, eager to escape the charged atmosphere surrounding the Baxter cabin. Joseph watched him go, then slowly closed the door, the simple piece of paper feeling impossibly heavy in his hand. He turned back to the silent cabin. Caroline emerged cautiously from her hiding place behind the pantry shelves, her face pale in the dim lamplight, her eyes questioning, already knowing the answer. "The bishop," Joseph said flatly, holding up the summons. "Tomorrow morning." A shudder ran through Caroline. She wrapped her arms around herself, her gaze darting towards Martha, who slept peacefully now, unaware of the new crisis enveloping them. "What will you do?" she whispered, her voice barely audible. What would he do? The question hammered at him. He sank onto the stool near the hearth, the summons clutched in his fist, his mind racing through impossible scenarios. He could lie, deny everything, maintain the facade. But Pratt had likely poisoned the well thoroughly. His denials would be met with skepticism, perhaps even open disbelief. Ethan Pratt's surveillance suggested they might even have some kind of proof, however circumstantial. And lying before the bishop, the priesthood authority he had revered for so long, felt like a betrayal of a different, deeper kind, even if his understanding of that authority was fracturing. He could tell the truth, or a version of it, confess to bringing Caroline in out of desperation for Martha's life, plead for understanding, for mercy. But mercy seemed in short supply where outsiders and defiance were concerned. Admitting Caroline's presence, her role in Martha's recovery, would condemn her utterly in the eyes of the community, confirming her as a practitioner of Gentile remedies, perhaps even witchcraft in the eyes of the most fearful. It would validate Pratt's accusations and likely result in her immediate expulsion, casting her and Thomas out into the wilderness as winter approached. And his own fate? A public rebuke? Disfellowshipment? Loss of standing, loss of respect, isolation within the community he had helped build? The consequences were terrifyingly real, potentially devastating not just for him, but for Martha's future. He looked at Caroline, seeing the fear in her eyes, the weary resilience, the quiet dignity that had endured so much already. He thought of her courage in coming here, her skill, her gentle care for Martha. He thought of the connection that had grown between them, fragile yet potent, forged in shared crisis and secret moments. Could he sacrifice her to save himself? Could he expose her to the community's wrath after she had saved his daughter? The thought was abhorrent, a betrayal that cut deeper than any fear of ecclesiastical punishment. "I don't know," he admitted finally, his voice rough with exhaustion and despair. "I don't know what I can say that won't condemn us both." He ran a hand through his hair, feeling trapped, cornered. Pratt will have twisted everything. The bishop's mind may already be made up. Caroline came closer, kneeling beside his stool, her usual reserve momentarily eclipsed by the shared urgency, the shared danger. "Joseph," she said, her voice low and intense, using his given name naturally now in the crucible of their confinement. Perhaps I should leave. Tonight, now, before morning. Thomas and I can slip away, head south. If I'm gone when the bishop questions you, perhaps—" "No," he interrupted firmly, meeting her gaze. The thought of her and Thomas disappearing into the night, facing the unknown dangers of the trail alone, unprotected, was unbearable. It felt like abandoning them, like repeating his earlier failure of cowardice on a grander scale. Absolutely not. You wouldn't be safe, and it wouldn't solve anything. They would still hold me accountable for bringing you here, for defying counsel. Your disappearance might even make things worse, confirm their suspicions that you were fleeing some guilt. He shook his head. "No. We face this together, somehow." The word hung in the air between them. Together. It implied an alliance, a partnership, that went far beyond the temporary necessity of Martha's illness. It acknowledged the bond that had formed, the loyalty that had quietly taken root, superseding the demands of the community. Caroline searched his face, seeing the conviction there, the refusal to abandon her despite the immense personal risk. A complex mix of emotions flickered in her eyes. Gratitude, fear, perhaps even a dawning, hesitant trust. "But what can we do?" she asked again, her voice barely a whisper. "Against the bishop? Against Pratt? Against the whole settlement?" Joseph had no answer. He felt like a man facing a rock slide, knowing he couldn't stop it, able only to choose where he stood when it hit. He stared into the dying embers, searching for a path, a strategy, finding only dead ends and impossible choices. The hours before dawn stretched into an eternity of suffocating tension. Sleep was impossible. Joseph sat by the hearth, the bishop's summons lying on the table like a coiled snake. Caroline moved restlessly around the small cabin, checking on Martha, organizing her herbs as if the familiar task could ward off the impending doom, occasionally pausing to stare out the darkened window towards the hostile silence of Parowan. Thomas remained huddled in his corner, wrapped in a blanket, feigning sleep but clearly awake, his fear a palpable presence in the room. Joseph's mind kept returning to the core conflict, his faith versus his conscience. Was it possible to be loyal to both? Could he stand before the bishop and defend his actions, not as defiance, but as adherence to a higher principle, the principle of compassion, the imperative to save a life, the recognition of skill and goodness regardless of religious affiliation? Could he make them see Caroline not as a threat, but as the instrument of Martha's deliverance? It seemed hopelessly naive. Pratt's narrative of Gentile corruption and Baxter's folly would be far more compelling to ears already attuned to suspicion and fear of the outside world. As the first hints of gray began to dilute the deep blackness outside, signaling the inexorable approach of morning, a faint scratching sound came from the back wall of the cabin near the small, shuttered window that overlooked the creek bank. Joseph and Caroline froze, exchanging alarmed glances. It wasn't a knock. It was a furtive, almost animal sound. Thomas sat bolt upright, his eyes wide. Joseph motioned for Caroline to retreat to the alcove, then moved silently towards the back window, his heart pounding. He listened intently. The scratching came again, soft, insistent, followed by a low, barely audible whisper. "Baxter? Joseph Baxter?" Joseph recognized the voice, muffled and hesitant. It was Brother Harmon, the storekeeper, the bishop's other counselor, and the cautious one, the one who had seemed uncomfortable with Pratt's vehemence. What could he possibly want, approaching stealthily like this in the pre-dawn darkness? Wary, Joseph cracked open the heavy wooden shutter just enough to peer out. Brother Harmon stood below, huddled in the shadows near the foundation, his face pale and drawn in the faint light, his eyes darting nervously towards the settlement. He looked terrified, like a man acting against his own better judgment, compelled by something stronger than fear. "Brother Harmon?" Joseph whispered back, keeping his voice low. "What is it? What's wrong?" "No time," Harmon hissed, his voice trembling slightly. "Can't be seen. Listen closely, Baxter. Pratt. He's inflamed the bishop, filled his head with stories, not just about the woman, but other things." "Other things?" Joseph echoed, a cold dread seeping into him. "What other things?" Harmon glanced around again, then leaned closer to the crack in the shutter. "Talk of dissent, questioning authority, setting a bad example. Pratt's twisting your association with the woman into something seditious. He's painting you as a threat to the unity of Zion, using her presence as proof." He swallowed hard. "The bishop, he listens to Pratt, respects his fervor, his perceived loyalty. He's inclined to believe the worst, Baxter, especially after your confrontation with Pratt on the porch." Joseph felt his stomach plummet. It wasn't just about harboring Caroline anymore. Pratt was escalating the accusations, turning it into a matter of loyalty to the entire structure of their society, seditious. The word was incredibly dangerous here. "Why are you telling me this, Brother Harmon?" Joseph asked, searching the man's fearful face. "This is risky for you." Harmon wrung his hands, his gaze dropping for a moment before meeting Joseph's again, a flicker of troubled conscience in his eyes. Because Pratt goes too far," he whispered earnestly. "His righteousness feels like hatred. And because my wife, she remembers your Sarah, remembers her kindness, remembers you as a good man, devoted." He took a shaky breath. "And maybe because I've seen the Ainsworth woman in my store. Quiet, polite. Doesn't seem the monster Pratt makes her out to be. This whole thing feels wrong." He shook his head as if arguing with himself. "Doesn't matter why. Just listen. When you see the bishop this morning, be cautious. Very cautious. Don't confess more than you must. Don't defend the woman too fiercely. It will only confirm Pratt's claims that she has undue influence over you. Stick to your concern for Martha. Emphasize your desperation as a father. Appeal to the bishop's sense of fairness, but understand Pratt has already laid a trap. A trap. The word hung in the cold air. Joseph processed Harmon's hurried warning, the pieces falling into place with chilling clarity. Pratt wasn't just seeking punishment, he was seeking Joseph's complete downfall, using Caroline as the lever. "Is there anything else?" Joseph asked urgently. "Does the bishop plan—" "What does he plan for her? For Caroline?" Harmon shook his head miserably. "I don't know for certain. Pratt urges immediate expulsion, banishment. The bishop, he hesitates perhaps, considers the practicalities, the appearance of harshness. He mentioned finding a place for her, supervised work. Maybe that's still his intent, a way to contain the situation, control her influence. But after Pratt's latest reports, after your defiance, I cannot say. He is angry, Baxter, angrier than I've seen him in a long time." He glanced nervously over his shoulder again. "I must go. Cannot be missed. Be careful, brother. Watch your words." With a final, fearful look, Brother Harmon melted back into the pre-dawn shadows, disappearing as silently as he had arrived, leaving Joseph stunned, grappling with the implications of the shadowed warning. Harmon, the cautious conformist, had risked the bishop's wrath, Pratt's retribution, to deliver this message. It was a small act of rebellion in itself, a testament perhaps to the unease Pratt's extremism was creating even within the leadership. Joseph slowly closed the shutter, his mind reeling. Harmon's warning hadn't offered a solution, but it had illuminated the battlefield, revealed the enemy's strategy. Caution. Don't confess more than necessary. Don't defend Caroline too fiercely. Appeal to desperation. It felt like a path of compromise, of partial truths, of self-preservation, a path that chafed against his growing conviction, his sense of loyalty to Caroline. Yet Harmon's fear was palpable, his assessment of the bishop's anger likely accurate. Rushing in with defiant truths might be righteous, but it could also be suicidal, destroying any chance he had to protect Caroline, Martha, or himself. He turned back to the room, where Caroline waited anxiously, having overheard fragments of the whispered conversation. He quickly relayed Harmon's warning, the talk of sedition, the advice to be cautious. He saw the fear deepen in her eyes, but also a flicker of understanding. She knew the precariousness of their position better than anyone. "He is right, Joseph," she said quietly, her voice firm despite the tremor he detected beneath it. "You must protect yourself. Protect Martha. Do not make this worse by defending me. Tell him I am gone. Tell him I fled in the night, anything." "No," Joseph said again, the refusal automatic, visceral. "I won't lie about that, but perhaps caution is wise. Perhaps there is a way to speak the truth, carefully." He looked towards the window where the gray light was strengthening, announcing the arrival of the dreaded morning. The path ahead was still shrouded in fog, treacherous and uncertain. Harmon's warning was a flickering lantern in the gloom, offering guidance but not guaranteeing safe passage. He had to face the bishop, navigate the trap Pratt had laid, armed only with partial truths, a desperate father's plea, and the weight of a conscience that increasingly felt like rebellion. The seeds sown in secret acts of kindness and shared moments of crisis were sprouting into a dangerous, uncertain harvest. Chapter 15. The Cost of Defiance. The walk towards the meeting house felt like traversing the landscape of his own condemnation. Every familiar landmark, the blacksmith shop with its ringing anvil, Harmon's store with its shadowed porch, the sturdy cabins of families he'd known for decades, seemed to stand as silent accusers. Joseph kept his gaze fixed forward, acutely aware of the cessation of activity as he passed, the eyes that followed him, the palpable weight of judgment that pressed down heavier than the morning sun. Brother Harmon's warning echoed in his mind. Be cautious. Don't confess more than you must. Pratt has laid a trap. He clutched at the advice like a drowning man clings to driftwood, yet his heart rebelled against the necessary calculation, the strategic omissions. It felt like another form of dishonesty, a betrayal of the simple, direct man he had always tried to be, and a betrayal, too, of Caroline, whose courage and skill deserved open acknowledgement, not careful hedging. But Harmon's fear had been real, the threat of Pratt's machinations undeniable. He had to tread carefully. For Martha's sake, for Caroline's, even for his own survival within this tightly knit, unforgiving community. He reached the meeting house, its simple spire stark against the clear blue sky. The door to the bishop's office, the same door Caroline had faced with such trepidation, seemed impossibly imposing. He paused, took a deep, steadying breath, offered a silent, desperate prayer for wisdom, not necessarily for deliverance, but for the right words, the strength to navigate the treacherous currents ahead, and knocked. "Enter." Bishop Snow's voice was unchanged, calm, measured, authoritative. Joseph pushed the door open and stepped inside. The small office felt even more confining than before, charged with an almost electric tension. Bishop Snow sat behind his desk, his expression unreadable, his eyes sharp and penetrating. Standing stiffly near the window, his arms crossed, his face a mask of grim satisfaction, was Brother Pratt. His presence confirmed Harmon's warning. This wasn't just an inquiry, it was an inquisition, and Pratt was here as prosecutor. "Brother Baxter," the bishop began, gesturing towards the lone chair opposite his desk, the same chair Caroline had occupied. "Thank you for coming promptly. Please be seated." Joseph sat, forcing his body to relax, though every muscle felt coiled tight. He met the bishop's gaze directly, trying to project sincerity, respect, but also a measure of the righteous desperation Harmon had advised. "Bishop," Joseph acknowledged, nodding respectfully. "Brother Pratt." He offered a curt nod towards the other man, receiving only a stony glare in return. Bishop Snow steepled his fingers, his eyes never leaving Joseph's face. "Brother Baxter, Reports have reached me, disturbing reports, regarding events at your home. Reports that compound earlier concerns about your judgment and associations." He paused, letting the weight of the accusation settle. "Brother Pratt informs me that yesterday, when he sought as my representative to ascertain the well-being of your daughter and the nature of the assistance you were employing, you refused him entry. You defied his request, made in my name. Is this true?" The first question, direct and unavoidable. Joseph couldn't deny it. Pratt and his witnesses would attest to it. "Bishop," he began, choosing his words with excruciating care, focusing on the emotional truth Harmon had suggested. "My daughter, Martha, she was hovering between life and death, delirious, weak. I feared any disturbance, any confrontation, might be the final straw. My actions were born of desperation, sir, a father's fear. I meant no disrespect to you or to Brother Pratt in his capacity as your counselor. My only thought was protecting my child in her extremity." He watched the bishop's face for any flicker of understanding, any softening. There was none. Snow's expression remained impassive, though perhaps a slight tightening around his mouth indicated acknowledgement, if not acceptance, of the explanation. Pratt shifted near the window, clearly impatient with Joseph's plea. "Desperation, Bishop," Pratt interjected, his voice sharp, "does not explain harboring the Gentile woman against explicit counsel. It does not explain relying on her methods when Sister Woolley and the blessings of the priesthood were available." Bishop Snow held up a hand, silencing Pratt, though his gaze remained fixed on Joseph. "Let us address that directly, Brother Baxter." Brother Pratt's initial concern arose from reports that the Gentile woman, Caroline Ainsworth, was, and perhaps still is, residing within your home, tending your daughter. Is this true? The second direct question, the heart of the matter. Lying felt impossible, admitting the truth potentially catastrophic for Caroline. He clung to Harmon's warning, "Don't confess more than you must. Don't defend her too fiercely." He took another breath. "Bishop, when Martha fell so gravely ill, when Sister Woolley's remedies brought no relief, when my prayers seemed unanswered, I was beside myself. I recalled Miss Ainsworth mentioning some knowledge of herbs passed down through her family. In my fear, perhaps unwisely, perhaps rashly, I sought her knowledge. She possesses some skill with fevers, it seems." He deliberately downplayed her role, focusing on knowledge rather than care, avoiding any suggestion she had taken over Martha's treatment. "So she was in your home," the bishop stated flatly, seizing on the partial admission. "Administering her remedies to your daughter?" "She offered advice on herbs, yes," Joseph conceded carefully, "which I, in my desperation, employed." He kept his gaze steady, hoping the distinction, however fine, would hold. He didn't say she had physically administered them, didn't say she had stayed, nursed Martha tirelessly. Pratt made a sound of disgust near the window. "Advice? Baxter, men saw her enter your home. She was seen there. Are you denying she physically attended your daughter? Are you perjuring yourself before the bishop?" Joseph felt the trap closing. Pratt was pushing for a direct contradiction, forcing a lie or a full confession. He turned his gaze back to the bishop, appealing silently for reason over Pratt's vindictiveness. "Bishop Snow, my sole focus was Martha's survival. Miss Ainsworth possesses knowledge that proved helpful. My daughter's fever broke shortly after employing remedies suggested." He paused, letting the implication hang, suggesting a positive outcome possibly linked to Caroline, but without directly attributing it to her presence or actions in a way that defied Pratt's narrative. "Helpful?" Pratt scoffed loudly. "Or coincidental, or perhaps even dangerous interference. We know nothing of this woman's ways, Bishop. Her presence itself is a contamination, her methods potentially stemming from sources we cannot condone." Bishop Snow silenced Pratt again, but his expression grew sterner. "Brother Baxter, your lack of forthrightness is troubling. Your willingness to turn to an unknown outsider, particularly one already under scrutiny, bypassing the established means of succor within the covenant, this demonstrates a disturbing lack of faith, a lack of judgment." a lack of loyalty. He leaned forward, his voice dropping, gaining intensity. Brother Pratt raises concerns that go beyond mere poor judgment, Baxter. He suggests your association with this woman points to a deeper dissatisfaction, a questioning of authority, a leaning towards worldly ways, even dissent. Sedition. The word Harmon had warned of wasn't spoken, but the accusation hung heavy in the air. Joseph felt a chill despite the warmth of the office. This was far more dangerous ground. "Bishop, that is untrue," Joseph protested, genuine shock and outrage coloring his voice. "My faith is unshaken. My loyalty to the covenant, to the building of Zion, remains my life's work. I questioned no authority. I acted solely out of fear for my daughter's life. Any father would understand." "Would they, Brother Baxter?" the bishop countered coolly. "Or would a father strong in the faith trust in the Lord, rely on the brethren, accept God's will, even in the face of tragedy?" The question was a subtle rebuke, highlighting the expected standard of submissive faith Joseph had seemingly failed to meet. "I prayed," Joseph insisted, desperation returning. "I sought blessings, but I saw my child fading. Was I simply to stand by? Is that what faith demands? Passive acceptance of death when help, however unorthodox, might be available." The questions burst out, fueled by the frustration, the grief, the dawning rebellion within him. He instantly regretted the challenging tone, saw the hardening in the bishop's eyes, the triumphant smirk on Pratt's face. He had walked directly into the trap. "Faith demands trust, Brother Baxter," the bishop said, his voice dangerously soft. "Trust in God's plan. Trust in his ordained servants. Trust in the established order. Seeking help outside that order, especially from questionable sources, demonstrates a profound lack of that trust. It sets a perilous example for the community. It invites division. It weakens the very foundations of Zion." He paused, letting the condemnation sink in. "And your defiance towards Brother Pratt yesterday only compounds the offense. It shows disrespect, not just for him, but for the authority he represents. My authority, the authority of the priesthood." Joseph felt cornered, his carefully chosen words, his attempts at caution, dissolving under the weight of the bishop's implacable judgment, skillfully guided by Pratt's accusations. He had tried to protect Caroline by downplaying her role, but in doing so, he had inadvertently painted himself as deceitful and potentially faithless. His defense of his actions had been twisted into evidence of dissent. "Bishop," he tried again, his voice strained, "I acknowledge my fear may have clouded my judgment regarding Miss Ainsworth. I acknowledge my words to Brother Pratt were born of stress and fear for my daughter. I ask for your understanding, for your counsel." He forced humility into his tone, a last desperate attempt to appeal to the bishop's role as spiritual guide rather than judge. Bishop Snow regarded him silently for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Then he sighed, a heavy sound in the quiet room. "Understanding, Brother Baxter, does not negate the need for accountability. Actions have consequences. Choices have costs." He glanced towards Pratt, a silent acknowledgement passing between them, then turned his gaze back to Joseph, his eyes cold now, devoid of any warmth or empathy. "Given your demonstrated lack of judgment, your questionable associations, your defiance of counsel, and the potential disruption your actions have caused," the bishop stated, his voice formal, delivering the verdict, "I find it necessary to take corrective action. Effective immediately, you are suspended from your privileges within the priesthood quorum. You will refrain from participating in council meetings, from offering public prayers, and from holding any position of responsibility within the ward until such time as you demonstrate sincere repentance and a renewed commitment to the principles of faith, obedience, and unity." The words struck Joseph like physical blows. Suspended, stripped of his standing, his voice silenced, publicly marked. It was one step short of disfellowshipment, a clear, humiliating censure, designed to isolate him, to force him back into line. The room seemed to swim around him. He felt dizzy, nauseated. All his years of service, his dedication, his sacrifices, reduced to nothing by his single act of desperate compassion. Pratt allowed himself a small, tight smile of triumph. Furthermore, the bishop continued, his voice unrelenting, regarding the woman, Caroline Ainsworth. Her continued presence in this valley is untenable. Brother Harmon is making arrangements. She and her brother will be placed under strict supervision, separately, in households where their labor can be utilized and their conduct closely monitored. Sister Eliza Hemlock has agreed to take the woman into her home temporarily, assisting with household duties. The boy will be assigned to work with Brother Miller on his farm, sleeping in the bunkhouse. This will provide for their needs while ensuring they are integrated into our ways and pose no further disruption. Joseph's head snapped up, horror washing over him. Separated, placed under strict supervision. Caroline with Eliza Hemlock, the bishop's young, impressionable, and likely easily influenced second wife. Thomas with Brother Miller, a man known for his harshness. It was a sentence, not a solution. It would break their bond, expose them to constant scrutiny, leave them vulnerable and powerless. It felt cruel, calculated. "Bishop, no!" The protest burst out before he could stop it. "You can't separate them. They rely on each other. The boy is young. The woman has been through hardships. Placing them under supervision like prisoners. It's not right. It's not merciful." "Mercy, Brother Baxter," the bishop retorted sharply, his eyes flashing with anger at this renewed defiance, "is tempered by justice and the need to maintain order. My decision is final. It is for the good of the community and perhaps even for their own good, teaching them industry and conformity." He stood up, signaling the end of the audience. "Your suspension is immediate. You will reflect on your actions on the path of repentance. Brother Pratt will monitor your progress. You are dismissed." Joseph remained seated for a moment, stunned, reeling from the swiftness and severity of the judgment. Suspension, separation for Caroline and Thomas. His defiance, his attempt to protect them, had resulted in a harsher outcome than he could have imagined. The cost was devastatingly high. He finally pushed himself to his feet, his legs unsteady. He looked from the bishop's implacable face to Pratt's smug one. There was no appeal, no room for further argument. He had been judged, condemned, cast out from the inner circle. He turned and walked out of the office, out of the meeting house, stumbling slightly as he emerged into the unforgiving sunlight. The weight of the community felt heavier than ever, crushing him. He had tried to navigate the trap, tried to be cautious, but his own heart, his own desperate choices, had sealed his fate. He had defied the expected norms, and the cost was painfully clear. His standing, his voice, and most devastatingly, the safety and fragile freedom of the woman and boy he had tried and failed to protect. The seeds of rebellion had yielded a bitter harvest. Chapter 16. Betrayal among Brethren. Joseph walked away from the meeting house cloaked in a daze of disbelief and searing injustice. The sun felt too bright. The sounds of the settlement, the distant clang of the blacksmith's hammer, the murmur of voices, the bawling of a calf, offensively normal, utterly detached from the wreckage of his world, suspended, silenced, judged. The words echoed with the finality of a prison door slamming shut, and worse, far worse, the sentence passed not just on him, but on Caroline and Thomas. Separation, supervision, containment. It was a cruelty disguised as order, a punishment inflicted under the guise of community welfare. He stumbled slightly on an uneven patch of ground, catching himself, the physical jolt momentarily clearing the fog of shock. He had to get back. He had to tell them. The reprieve granted by Martha's improving condition had been brutally snatched away, replaced by the immediate, terrifying reality of the bishop's decree. How could he possibly convey the harshness of the verdict, the helplessness of their situation? As he neared his own cabin, the familiar paths felt alien, hostile. He saw Sister Pratt watching him from her doorway, her arms crossed, her expression radiating smug vindication. He saw Brother Miller loading sacks onto a wagon, his usual dour expression deepening into a scowl as Joseph passed. Miller, the man designated as Thomas's keeper, known for his short temper and harsh hand with hired help. The bishop's decision was already rippling outwards, hardening attitudes, confirming suspicions, isolating Joseph further. He pushed open his cabin door, dreading the conversation to come. Caroline looked up instantly from where she sat, bathing Martha's face, her eyes searching his, already reading the disaster in his slumped shoulders, his ashen face. Thomas, who had been attempting to whittle a piece of wood near the hearth, dropped his knife with a clatter, his young face taut with apprehension. "Joseph?" Caroline breathed, rising slowly, wiping her hands on her apron. He couldn't meet her gaze immediately. He walked heavily to the table, sinking onto the stool, the bishop's summons still crumpled in his hand. "He suspended me," he said, the words feeling thick, clumsy on his tongue. "From the quorum, from everything." A small gasp escaped Caroline. Thomas stared, his eyes wide with disbelief. "But why?" Caroline asked, confusion mingling with the fear. "Just for helping Martha?" "That," Joseph said bitterly, finally looking up, meeting Caroline's horrified gaze. "And for defiance, for questioning, for not trusting solely in their ways." He relayed the essence of the meeting, the accusations of dissent, Pratt's venom, the bishop's cold, implacable judgment. He watched their faces fall as the implications sank in. Then came the hardest part. "And he made a decision," Joseph continued, his voice low, strained, "about you and Thomas. He forced himself to deliver the blow directly. He ordered you separated, placed under supervision. You are to go to Sister Eliza Hemlock's household. Thomas is assigned to work for Brother Miller." Silence. A heavy, suffocating silence filled the small cabin, broken only by Martha's soft, sleeping breaths. Caroline swayed slightly, her hand flying to her mouth, her face draining of all color. Thomas let out a strangled cry, half anger, half terror. "No!" Thomas shouted, scrambling to his feet. They can't take Kara away. I won't go work for Miller. He beats his mules. Everyone knows it. We have to leave Kara now." He looked wildly between Joseph and his sister, his youthful face contorted with desperation. "Hush, Tom," Caroline whispered, though her own voice trembled. She reached out, pulling her brother close, her eyes locked on Joseph's, filled with a terrifying vulnerability he had never seen before. Separated? To Eliza Hemlock? And Thomas? To Miller? The names themselves seemed to underscore the cruelty. Eliza, the bishop's young wife, likely powerless to offer any real protection, possibly even tasked with reporting Caroline's every word. Miller, notorious for his harshness. It was designed to break them, to ensure their conformity, or drive them out utterly defeated. "I argued," Joseph said, his voice rough with helpless fury. "I protested, but his mind was made up. Pratt stood there, gloating. My suspension, it means I have no standing, no voice to object further." He clenched his fists, the feeling of impotence suffocating him. He called it regularization, integration. "It's punishment," Caroline stated flatly, the tremor leaving her voice, replaced by a chilling calm, the calm of someone facing the inevitable. "Punishment for you defying them, punishment for me existing." She looked around the small cabin, at Martha sleeping peacefully, at Joseph's anguished face. "When?" "He didn't say," Joseph replied. "But Pratt, he won't delay. Likely today, this afternoon perhaps." The urgency pressed in on them. Hours, maybe only moments, remained of their fragile sanctuary. Thomas clung tighter to Caroline. "We can still run, Kara. We can hide in the hills." "And starve, Tom?" Caroline asked gently, stroking his hair. "Or freeze when the snows come? No. Running blindly isn't the answer. Not now." She looked at Joseph again, her eyes holding a new, desperate plea. "Joseph, is there truly nothing? No one who might speak for us?" "Brother Harmon?" Joseph shook his head grimly. Harmon warned me, yes, but he did it in secret, terrified of being seen. He won't stand against the bishop openly, not now. He values his position, his safety, too much. The memory of Harmon's whispered warning, his fear, felt like the first subtle edge of betrayal. Not malicious, perhaps, but born of weakness, of self-preservation winning out over conscience. It was the way of things here. He was beginning to see. Unity was paramount, and dissent, even quiet unease, was quickly suppressed. Suddenly, Martha stirred, her eyes fluttering open. She looked weakly towards the distressed group near the hearth, her brow furrowing slightly. "Father? Miss Ainsworth? Why are you sad?" she asked, her voice thin but clear. Caroline quickly composed herself, forcing a semblance of calm, moving back towards the bed. "Just talking, child," she said softly. "Everything is all right. You rest now." But Martha's gaze remained troubled, sensing the undercurrents, the fear radiating from her father, from Thomas, from the woman who had saved her. The intrusion of the harsh reality into the sick room felt obscene, a violation of the fragile peace they had fought so hard to win. The blow fell sooner than they expected. Barely an hour later, while Joseph was numbly trying to decide what few possessions Caroline and Thomas could even take with them, a sharp official knock sounded at the door. Not Pratt this time. Peeking cautiously through a crack, Joseph saw Brother Harmon standing there, his face pale and miserable, accompanied by Brother Miller, whose expression was impatient, almost eager, and devastatingly Sister Eliza Hemlock herself, looking young, uncertain, and deeply uncomfortable, her eyes darting nervously towards the cabin. This was it, the enforcement detail. Harmon, despite his earlier warning, was forced by his position as counselor to participate in carrying out the bishop's decree. The betrayal, however reluctant, felt complete. Joseph opened the door slowly. Harmon wouldn't meet his eyes. "Brother Baxter," he mumbled, his gaze fixed somewhere over Joseph's shoulder. "Bishop Snow has instructed us regarding the Ainsworths." Miller pushed forward slightly. "Best get it done quick," he grunted, his eyes scanning the cabin's interior, likely searching for Thomas. "Got work waiting." Eliza Hemlock twisted her hands together, looking small and out of place. "Miss Ainsworth," she called hesitantly towards the dim interior, "the bishop, he asked me to offer you lodging, assistance." Her voice faltered, the official phrasing sounding hollow and rehearsed. Caroline emerged from the shadows, her face pale but composed, her meager bundle of belongings already gathered. Thomas stood beside her, defiant, trembling, his eyes blazing with helpless fury. "I am ready," Caroline said quietly, her voice steady despite the circumstances. She looked directly at Eliza. "Thank you for your offer, Sister Hemlock." The formal politeness was heartbreaking in its dignity. Miller stepped forward, grabbing Thomas roughly by the arm. "Come on, boy, no time for dawdling." "Get your hands off me," Thomas shouted, trying to pull away, struggling futilely against Miller's superior strength. "Cara! Thomas!" Caroline cried out, taking a step towards him, her composure finally cracking. Joseph moved instinctively, stepping between Miller and Thomas. "Unhand him, Miller, he ordered, his voice dangerously low, the authority he technically no longer possessed momentarily reasserting itself through sheer force of will. "He will come. Allow them a moment." Miller hesitated, surprised by Joseph's intervention, perhaps wary of escalating the situation further in front of Harmon and the bishop's wife. He released Thomas's arm with a shove, but kept a menacing glare fixed on the boy. Caroline rushed to Thomas, kneeling before him, gripping his shoulders tightly. "Listen to me, Tom," she whispered urgently, her voice fierce. "You must be strong. You must be smart. Do the work. Don't make trouble. Don't give them any reason." Her voice broke. "Survive this. For me. For a father's memory. We will find each other again, I promise." She hugged him tightly, a brief, desperate embrace. Then she stood, smoothed her dress, and turned back to Eliza Hemlock, her face once again a mask of stoic acceptance. "I am ready, sister." Eliza looked utterly miserable, avoiding Caroline's eyes, avoiding Joseph's accusing stare. She mumbled something about gathering her things and turned quickly away. Miller grabbed Thomas again, more roughly this time. "Let's go, boy. Enough caterwauling." He dragged the struggling, tearful boy towards the door. Thomas looked back at Joseph, his eyes filled with betrayal and despair. "You let them take her! You let them take me!" The look seemed to scream. Joseph stood frozen, watching them go, the sound of Thomas's muffled sobs tearing at him. He felt physically ill, utterly powerless. He had stood up to Pratt, but he couldn't stop this. The machinery of the community, set in motion by the bishop's decree, was grinding forward inexorably, crushing individual lives in its path. Caroline took one last look at Martha, sleeping peacefully, blessedly unaware. Then she looked at Joseph, her eyes holding a universe of unspoken pain, gratitude, and fear. "Thank you, Joseph," she whispered, the name itself a final acknowledgement of the bond they shared. "For everything." Then, before he could find words, before he could react, she turned and walked out of the cabin, following Eliza Hemlock towards a future of supervised servitude, leaving Joseph alone in the sudden, crushing silence, the weight of his suspension, the sting of betrayal, and the devastating cost of his defiance settling upon him like suffocating grave dirt. He had tried to build a fence against the wilderness, but the true danger, the deepest betrayal, had come from within, from among his own brethren. Chapter 17. Flight into the Harshlands. The silence in the cabin after Caroline and Thomas were taken was profound, a hollow echo of the life and tension that had filled it just moments before. Joseph stood motionless in the center of the room, the imprint of their departure seared onto his consciousness. Caroline's quiet dignity, Thomas's tear-streaked face filled with accusation, Eliza Hemlock's averted gaze, Harmon's miserable complicity, Miller's brutal impatience, betrayal, not just by Pratt's malice, but by the system itself, by the brethren who carried out the decree, by the community that allowed it, by the very principles of unity and order that were now being used as instruments of cruelty. He looked towards the bed where Martha slept, her breathing even, her face relaxed in healing slumber. Caroline had saved her. This undeniable truth stood in stark, brutal contrast to the judgment passed, the punishment inflicted. They had condemned the healer, rewarded her skill and compassion with separation and servitude. The injustice was a physical sickness in his gut, churning with helpless fury and self-recrimination. He had stood up to Pratt, yes, but ultimately he had failed. He hadn't stopped them. He hadn't protected Caroline and Thomas. His defiance had cost them dearly, perhaps more than if he had simply conformed. The weight of his suspension settled upon him, no longer just a formal censure, but a tangible reality. He was adrift, cut off from the community structures that had defined his life. No quorum meetings where he could voice concern, no council where his opinion might hold sway, no informal gatherings where alliances might be subtly forged. He was marked, isolated, his influence nullified precisely when he needed it most. Pratt had orchestrated it perfectly. Restlessness consumed him. He couldn't stay within the four walls of the cabin, now haunted by the ghosts of recent events. He checked on Martha, still sleeping peacefully, her fever truly gone, leaving only profound exhaustion, then stepped outside, needing air, needing space, needing to escape the suffocating silence. He walked almost aimlessly at first, towards the creek, drawn subconsciously towards the place where his entanglement with Caroline had begun. The dilapidated trapper's cabin stood empty, forlorn, already looking more derelict than when they had occupied it, as if mourning their departure. He saw the remnants of their small garden patch, already wilting under the relentless sun. He saw the place where he had fixed the shutter, the place where he had left the rabbit, the firewood. Small acts that felt insignificant now, utterly inadequate. He sat on the creek bank, the same spot where he had first seen Caroline struggling, and stared into the slow-moving water. The sounds of the settlement seemed distant here, buffered by the willows and cottonwoods, but the peace he usually found by the water eluded him. His mind raced replaying the morning's events, searching for alternatives, for missed opportunities, finding only the stark reality of his powerlessness. What would happen to them? Eliza Hemlock seemed kind enough but weak, easily intimidated. Would she offer Caroline any real comfort, or simply act as her jailer, reporting every perceived infraction back to the bishop, or worse, to Pratt, through the intricate network of Relief Society sisters? And Thomas. The boy was spirited, proud despite his youth. How would he fare under Miller's harsh regime? The thought of the boy suffering Miller's temper, his potential violence, sent waves of guilt and anger through Joseph. He felt responsible. His actions, however well-intentioned, had led them to this. He thought of Caroline's promise to Thomas. "We will find each other again, I promise." How could she fulfill that promise now, separated, watched, controlled? The system was designed to break such bonds, to absorb individuals into the collective, erasing inconvenient connections. A fierce, rebellious anger began to burn through the fog of despair. This was wrong, fundamentally, unequivocally wrong. It wasn't just unjust, it felt profane, a perversion of the faith he had dedicated his life to. Separating siblings, punishing kindness, using authority to inflict suffering, this wasn't the Zion he believed in, the Zion Sarah had died for. He stood up abruptly, the passive acceptance shattering. He couldn't simply sit here while Caroline endured servitude and Thomas faced Miller's brutality. He couldn't accept the bishop's verdict, Pratt's triumph. His suspension might silence his voice within the official channels, but it didn't have to paralyze his actions. If the community wouldn't offer justice, perhaps justice lay outside its bounds. The thought was terrifying, radical. It meant stepping completely outside the framework of his life, abandoning the structures he knew, embracing the very wilderness the settlement was designed to hold at bay. It meant becoming a true outcast, not just suspended, but potentially hunted. But the alternative, living with the knowledge of his inaction, watching Caroline and Thomas suffer under the weight of a system he now saw as corrupt, felt unbearable. He looked towards the west, towards the rugged, broken country that stretched beyond the valley, towards the Sevier River where he had shared those stolen moments with Caroline, towards the vast, unforgiving harshlands that promised both danger and freedom. An idea, reckless and desperate, began to form in his mind. Flight, not just for Caroline and Thomas, but perhaps for himself as well? Could they escape? Could he help them escape? The logistics were staggering. How could he even communicate with them, separated and watched as they were? How could they slip away unnoticed? Where would they go? They had no wagon, few provisions, limited knowledge of the territory beyond the immediate valley. Winter was approaching, promising harsh conditions in the higher elevations, snow blocking the passes. It was madness. Yet the image of Thomas's despairing face, Caroline's quiet resilience being slowly crushed under Eliza Hemlock's roof, fueled his resolve. He had to try. Even if they failed, trying felt more honorable, more aligned with his fractured conscience than passive acceptance. He walked back towards the settlement, his mind working furiously, assessing possibilities, calculating risks. He needed allies, however unlikely. He needed information. He needed resources. His suspension isolated him, but perhaps not completely. Harmon's secret warning suggested cracks in the facade of unity. Were there others who felt uneasy, who questioned Pratt's influence, who might be willing to help, even discreetly? His first thought was Martha. She was recovering, her mind clearing. She had witnessed Caroline's care, felt her gentle touch. She had heard Pratt's anger, sensed the tension. Could he confide in her? She was young, pious, indoctrinated in the ways of the community, but she was also his daughter, perceptive, and possessed of a quiet strength he often underestimated, and she had formed her own connection, however brief, with Caroline. Your hands, they feel like mother's. The memory strengthened his resolve. He needed to know where Martha stood. He also needed practical help, supplies, Perhaps a horse or even mules, if he could acquire them without raising suspicion. His own resources were limited, his actions now likely scrutinized. Harmon? Unlikely to risk more direct involvement. Who else? He thought of old brother Madsen, a quiet man who lived on the outskirts, known for his skill with animals and his tendency to keep his own counsel, occasionally expressing subtle disagreement with Pratt's more extreme pronouncements in quorum meetings before Joseph's suspension. Madsen owed Joseph a favor from years ago, involving help during a difficult calving season. It was a long shot, but perhaps worth probing carefully. And communication. How to reach Caroline, isolated in the bishop's second wife's home. How to reach Thomas, laboring under Miller's watchful eye on a farm miles from the settlement center. This seemed the most insurmountable obstacle. He spent the rest of the day in a fever of suppressed activity, outwardly tending his chores, checking on Martha, who watched him now with growing, troubled awareness, while inwardly plotting, planning, assessing. He forced himself to eat the simple supper Martha prepared, trying to project normalcy, but the conversation was strained, filled with silences thick with unspoken questions. Later that evening, sitting by Martha's bedside, he decided he had to take the risk. "Martha," he began quietly, making sure the door was securely barred, the shutters closed tight. "I need to talk to you about Miss Ainsworth and Thomas." Martha looked at him, her eyes serious, older than her 16 years. "I know she helped me, Father," she said softly, "and I know people were angry. Brother Pratt was shouting." He nodded, relieved she had already grasped some of the reality. He explained carefully, omitting the more complex details of his own internal conflict, but outlining the bishop's decision, the separation, Caroline's placement with Eliza, Thomas's assignment to Miller. He watched her face closely as he spoke. He saw shock, disbelief, then a dawning horror, particularly at the mention of Thomas being sent to Miller. "But that's not fair," Martha whispered fiercely, surprising him with the intensity of her reaction. "Miss Ainsworth saved me. And Thomas, he's just a boy. Miller is cruel." She looked at her father, her eyes pleading. "Can't you stop them, Father? Can't the bishop see?" "The bishop has made his decision, Martha," Joseph said heavily, "and I have been suspended. I have no voice." He hesitated, then plunged ahead. "But I cannot simply let this stand. It feels wrong, deeply wrong." Martha absorbed this, her expression thoughtful. What are you going to do, Father?" she asked, her voice barely audible. He met her gaze directly, making the leap of faith, trusting her. "I don't know yet, but I am thinking. Perhaps they need to leave Parowan, all of them." He let the implication hang. All of them might include himself. Martha's eyes widened, but she didn't gasp, didn't protest. She seemed to process the enormity of the suggestion, her gaze drifting towards the window, towards the world beyond the valley. After a long moment, she looked back at him, her young face set with a surprising resolve. "How can I help?" she asked simply. Relief washed over Joseph, so potent it almost brought tears to his eyes. He hadn't expected such immediate, unquestioning support. His daughter, raised in the heart of conformity, possessed a core of empathy, of loyalty to what felt right, that transcended the community's judgment. "I don't know yet," he repeated honestly, "but perhaps you could find a way to speak with Sister Eliza? Casually? See how Miss Ainsworth fares? Perhaps even pass a message?" It felt like asking the impossible, placing his daughter in immense danger. Martha bit her lip, considering. "Sister Eliza, she leads the young women's sewing circle sometimes. Perhaps I could find a reason to visit her home, ask about a pattern. It would be difficult. Watched." She looked determined. "But I can try, Father, for Miss Ainsworth." That small promise, that fragile offer of help, felt like the first ray of light in the oppressive darkness, an ally within his own home. The next day, Joseph rode out towards Brother Madson's small, isolated farmstead, ostensibly to inquire about purchasing seed grain for the next planting season. He found Madson repairing a harness near his barn, a man whose weathered face revealed little. Joseph approached cautiously, engaging in casual talk about weather, crops, livestock. He subtly steered the conversation towards community matters, mentioning the fever, Martha's narrow escape, careful not to mention Caroline directly. Madson listened quietly, occasionally nodding, his replies brief, non-committal. Joseph felt his hope dwindling. Perhaps he had misjudged the man. But then, as Joseph was preparing to leave, Madson spoke, his voice low, not looking directly at him. "Heard about your trouble, Baxter," Madson murmured, testing a strap on the harness. "Suspension. Harsh." He paused. "Pratt gets louder every year. Seems to think doubt is the same as damnation." He spat thoughtfully into the dust. "You're Sarah. She was a good woman, practical. Wouldn't have stood by watching a child die, no matter who offered the cure." Joseph's heart leaped. It wasn't an offer of help, not explicitly, but it was understanding. It was quiet dissent. It was an opening, however small. "Times are difficult, Brother Madson," Joseph replied carefully. "A man tries to do right, but the lines get blurred." Madson grunted, still focused on the harness. "Sometimes," he said, his voice barely audible, "a man needs sturdy mules for a long journey, mules that don't draw too much attention. Got a pair back here. Quiet, strong, might be willing to part with them for the right price. If a man needed to travel, unexpectedly." He finally looked up, his eyes meeting Joseph's for a brief, significant moment. It was enough. An offer veiled in hypothetical terms, deniable but clear. Madson was willing to help, provide the means for flight, taking a considerable risk himself. "I might know someone who could be interested," Joseph stammered, his throat tight with gratitude. "I'll need to see about funds." "Whenever you're ready," Madson said, turning back to his harness. The conversation closed. Joseph rode back towards Parowan, his mind buzzing. Madson's offer provided a crucial piece: transport. But funds were another problem. He had little saved. Selling his own livestock or land would raise immediate red flags. He needed cash, untraceably. Where could he get it? His gaze drifted towards the mountains ringing the valley, towards old prospector trails, towards legends of small, hidden caches left by miners who never returned. Another desperate long shot, but perhaps his only one. The plan was still nebulous, fraught with peril, dependent on too many uncertainties. But the seeds of rebellion were actively sprouting now, pushing through the hard-packed earth of fear and conformity. He had potential allies, his daughter, the taciturn mule breeder. He had a desperate, driving purpose. The cost of defiance had been high, stripping him of his standing, endangering those he cared for. But perhaps the cost of inaction was higher still. As he rode towards the settlement, towards the watchful eyes and the looming judgment, Joseph Baxter felt less like a suspended elder and more like a fugitive, planning a desperate escape. A flight not just from Parowan, but from the wreckage of his former life, into the unknown, unforgiving harshlands. Chapter 18, Reckoning Under a Crimson Sun. The days following the bishop's verdict were a torment of enforced inaction and simmering desperation. Joseph moved through his chores like an automaton, the suspension isolating him, the weight of the community's disapproval a tangible force. He saw the pity mixed with condemnation in the eyes of those few who still met his gaze, the smug certainty in the faces of Pratt's allies. He was a pariah in the Zion he had helped carve from the wilderness, his decades of loyalty erased by an act of compassion deemed defiance. But beneath the surface of outward conformity, a desperate plan was taking shape, fueled by the secret promise of Madson's mules, Martha's courageous offer of help, and the unbearable image of Caroline and Thomas suffering under the yoke of the bishop's regularization. Time was running out. Every day increased the risk of Caroline's spirit being broken under Eliza Hemlock's anxious supervision, or Thomas suffering irreparable harm, physical or emotional, under Miller's brutal regime. The first crucial step was communication. Martha, pale but determined, her recovery steady thanks to Caroline's lingering herbal remedies, undertook the mission. On the third day after the sentencing, citing a need for advice on a complex stitch for the Relief Society's charity quilts, she walked resolutely towards Eliza Hemlock's home near the meeting house. Joseph watched her go from the window, his heart lodging itself somewhere in his throat. He had coached her carefully: be natural, seem innocent, look for an opportunity, however small. The message was simple, coded in innocuous language they had devised, a mention of needing specific herbs Caroline might know, herbs supposedly for Martha's lingering cough, tied to a specific location near the Sevier River bend, where Joseph would wait with Madson's mules at sunset 2 days hence. It was flimsy, reliant on Caroline's quick understanding and Eliza's potential distraction or sympathy. Martha was gone for what felt like an eternity. Joseph paced the cabin, unable to settle, imagining a dozen disastrous scenarios. Eliza growing suspicious, Martha faltering under questioning, Pratt lurking nearby, observing the interaction. When Martha finally returned, her face was pale but composed, revealing nothing until the cabin door was securely barred behind her. "I saw her," Martha whispered, her voice trembling slightly. Sister Eliza was kind but flustered, watched. Always watched by her sister, who lives there too. She described the tense atmosphere, the way Eliza seemed almost afraid to speak freely. "Miss Ainsworth." She came into the room briefly, carrying linens. She looked tired, Father, so tired. But her eyes, they were sharp. Martha recounted how she'd maneuvered the conversation, mentioning the fictitious cough, the specific herbs, the river bend location where her mother used to find them. Miss Ainsworth, she didn't react much, just looked down at the linens, but just before Sister Eliza ushered me out, Miss Ainsworth looked up at me, just for a second, and she gave the smallest nod, Father, almost invisible, but I saw it. A fragile tendril of hope unfurled in Joseph's chest. A nod. It was little enough, but it was something. Caroline had understood. She knew the time, the place. Now, the other, perhaps even more dangerous part of the plan had to be executed, extracting Thomas from Miller's farm. That same evening, under the guise of checking fences on his western boundary, an activity likely noted by Ethan Pratt, whose lurking presence Joseph sometimes sensed more than saw, Joseph made his way cautiously towards Madson's isolated homestead as dusk began to gather. He carried a small, heavy pouch beneath his shirt, the meager proceeds from selling Sarah's silver locket and chain, a painful sacrifice to a traveling tinker weeks ago, a transaction he prayed had gone unnoticed. It wasn't much, barely enough to meet Madson's likely price, but it was all he had that wouldn't raise immediate alarm. Madson was waiting near his corral, not overtly, but positioned where he could see the trail. The exchange was swift, conducted in low murmurs, shrouded in the deepening twilight. 2 sturdy mules, already saddled with worn but serviceable gear, stood tethered in the shadows. Madson accepted the pouch without counting its contents, his expression unreadable. "Good travelers," Madson grunted, handing Joseph the lead ropes. "Strong, quiet. Follow the dry wash west out of the valley, keeps you low, less chance of being skyline." He paused, spitting into the dust. "Miller's place. Boy works the south field near the river road. Miller usually takes his supper around sundown." A crucial piece of information offered casually, confirming Madson's silent alliance. "Thank you, Brother Madson," Joseph said, the words inadequate. "I am indebted." Madson just shook his head, turning back towards his barn. "Just square for the mules, Baxter. Nothing more. Go with God, or whatever guides you now." Leading the mules, Joseph slipped away, following Madson's advice, keeping to the low ground, the arroyos and washes that snaked towards the valley's edge. The moon was barely a sliver, offering little light, forcing him to rely on his intimate knowledge of the terrain, the mule's sure-footed instincts. His heart pounded with a mixture of fear and exhilarating purpose. This was real, irrevocable. He was actively defying the bishop, the community, setting himself outside the law, outside the covenant. He tethered the mules securely in a hidden box canyon miles from his own cabin, a place known only to him from his younger days exploring the wilder edges of the territory. He left them water and a small amount of fodder he'd managed to secret away. Then, under cover of darkness, he made his way back to his own cabin, arriving long after midnight, exhausted but resolute. One more day, one more sunset. The next day passed in a blur of agonizing slowness and heightened tension. Joseph forced himself through the motions of his chores, acutely aware that Ethan Pratt or others might be watching his every move, searching for any deviation, any hint of his plan. He spoke reassuringly to Martha, whose anxiety was palpable despite her bravery. He packed a small bundle, dried meat, hardtack, his remaining ammunition, Sarah's old compass, a blanket, essentials for a journey into the unknown. As the afternoon wore on, the sky began to bleed into hues of orange and deepening red. The sun, huge and fiery, sank towards the jagged western peaks, painting the undersides of the few high clouds in lurid crimson. A reckoning sun, Joseph thought, bathing the harsh landscape in an apocalyptic light. It felt fitting. Tonight, lines would be crossed, fates decided, under this blood-red sky. He timed his departure carefully, heading out towards the west again, ostensibly to check on the mules in the box canyon. A plausible enough activity, though the timing near dusk might seem suspicious. He carried his rifle openly, as most men did when venturing beyond the settlement limits. He prayed Ethan Pratt's vigilance had lapsed, or that his movements seemed innocuous enough. Reaching the canyon, he quickly checked the mules, saddled them with his meager supplies, then mounted his own buckskin mare. His plan was desperate, reliant on timing and luck. He would ride towards Miller's farm, approaching from the rough country to the west, hoping to intercept Thomas near the south field as Miller took his supper, as Madsen had suggested. He prayed he could get Thomas away cleanly, without confrontation. Then they would race back to the box canyon, retrieve the pack mule, and ride hard for the Sevier River bend, hoping Caroline could slip away from Eliza's house and meet them there under the cover of the deepening twilight, aided by whatever diversion Martha might create. The ride towards Miller's farm was tense, every shadow seeming to hold a threat, every rustle in the sagebrush setting his nerves on edge. The crimson light bathed the landscape, casting long, distorted shadows, making familiar landmarks look alien, menacing. He saw the smoke from Miller's chimney, smelled the scent of cooking food drifting on the evening air. He dismounted, tethering his mare in a deep ravine, and crept forward on foot, his rifle held ready. He spotted the south field, recently harvested, stubble catching the red light, and then he saw Thomas, working near the fence line, listlessly piling stones cleared from the field, his movements slow, exhausted. Miller was nowhere in sight, presumably inside for his meal. This was the chance. Joseph moved quickly, keeping low, using the folds of the land for cover. He reached the edge of the field, hidden by a cluster of rabbit brush. "Thomas!" he hissed, keeping his voice low but urgent. Thomas looked up, startled, his eyes widening in disbelief, then dawning hope. He dropped the stone he was holding and started towards Joseph, half running, half stumbling in his eagerness. But just as Thomas reached the edge of the field, the farmhouse door burst open. Miller stood silhouetted against the light spilling from within, a half-eaten piece of bread in his hand, his face contorted with suspicion. "Boy, where do you think you're going?" he roared. He saw Joseph then, rising from the brush, rifle in hand. Miller's eyes narrowed with instant, furious understanding. "Baxter, you treacherous snake, trying to steal my help?" Miller lunged back inside momentarily, reappearing instantly with a heavy shotgun. "Get away from him, Baxter. He belongs here. Bishop's orders." "He's coming with me, Miller," Joseph said, his voice steady despite the adrenaline surging through him. He raised his rifle, not aiming directly at Miller, but making his intent clear. "Stand aside." Thomas scrambled behind Joseph, terror replacing the hope on his face. Miller laughed. A harsh, grating sound. "You think that rifle scares me, suspended traitor? You wouldn't dare use it. You're finished in this valley." He took a step forward, raising the shotgun. "Now get, before I fill you both with buckshot." In that instant, under the crimson sky, Joseph knew negotiation was impossible. Miller was enraged, empowered by the bishop's authority and his own inherent brutality. Trying to talk would only give Miller the chance to fire. Protecting Thomas, fulfilling his promise, required action, immediate and decisive. The man he used to be, the peaceable farmer, the conforming saint, seemed to vanish, replaced by someone harder, forged in the crucible of injustice and desperation. He didn't aim to kill, but he couldn't hesitate. He shifted his aim slightly and fired. The rifle's report cracked through the twilight stillness, shockingly loud. The bullet struck the ground near Miller's feet, sending up a spurt of dust and rock fragments. Miller yelled, startled, stumbling back a step. It was the opening Joseph needed. "Run, Thomas!" he yelled, grabbing the boy's arm. "Run for the ravine!" They turned and fled, scrambling over the uneven ground as Miller, recovering quickly, let out a roar of fury and fired the shotgun. The blast echoed behind them, buckshot whistling past, peppering the ground nearby, but missing its mark in the fading light and Miller's haste. They didn't stop, didn't look back. Plunging into the ravine where the mare waited, her eyes wide, nostrils flared at the sound of gunfire. Joseph threw Thomas onto the mare's back, scrambling up behind him, urging the horse into a desperate gallop, away from the farm, away from the immediate danger, but towards an uncertain future. Behind them, Miller's furious shouts faded, likely deciding against pursuing them into the rough country in the dark, perhaps heading back to raise the alarm instead. But Joseph knew the alarm was raised. The gunshot would echo across the valley, announcing his open rebellion, his violent defiance. There was no turning back now. They rode hard through the deepening twilight, the last vestiges of the crimson sun painting streaks of blood red across the western horizon. Joseph's heart pounded, not just from exertion, but from the enormity of what he had done. He had fired upon a fellow settler, resorted to the very violence he abhorred. He had irrevocably crossed the line. Reaching the box canyon, they quickly transferred supplies to the pack mule, Thomas trembling but resolute beside him. Is Kara gonna make it?" Thomas asked, his voice shaky. "We have to pray she does, son," Joseph said grimly, tightening a cinch. "Martha was going to try and help, create a diversion maybe. We ride for the river bend now. Hard." They mounted. Thomas on one of Madson's mules, Joseph on the other, leading the pack mule and his own mare, and urged the animals out of the canyon, heading west towards the Sevier River, towards the rendezvous point, towards an unknown fate under a sky now bruised purple and black, the reckoning sun replaced by the cold indifference of the coming night. The flight into the harsh lands had begun, marked by gunfire, fueled by desperation, pursued by the judgment they could no longer escape. Chapter 19. Truths Buried in Bitter Dust. The ride to the Sevier River bend was a desperate race against time, rumor, and the encroaching darkness. Every shadow seemed to hold the threat of pursuit. Every distant coyote howl sounded like the baying of Miller's dogs or the shouts of an armed posse. Joseph pushed the mules hard, his own buckskin mare keeping pace, Thomas riding silently beside him, his young face pale but set with grim determination in the faint starlight. The gunshot at Miller's farm felt like a brand, marking them as fugitives, severing the last frayed cords connecting Joseph to his former life. There was no calculation left, no careful hedging, only the raw instinct for survival and the burning need to reach Caroline. Did Martha succeed? Did Caroline understand the coded message? Could she possibly slip away from Eliza Hemlock's watchful household, especially now, with the inevitable alarm raised by Miller likely spreading through Parowan like wildfire? The questions tormented Joseph, each hoofbeat on the dry earth seeming to hammer out the rhythm of his uncertainty. He scanned the dark horizon constantly, searching for any sign of pursuit, his hand never far from the rifle resting across his saddle horn. They reached the familiar bend in the river well after full darkness had fallen. The cottonwoods loomed like skeletal giants against the star-dusted sky, the only sound the ceaseless murmur of the water rushing over stones. Joseph reined in, his heart pounding, straining his eyes, searching the deep shadows near the bank where he had first encountered Caroline gathering herbs, where they had hidden from Pratt. Nothing. No sign of movement, no waiting figure, only the vast, indifferent silence of the wilderness. A cold dread began to seep into Joseph's bones, heavier than the night chill. Had they come for nothing? Had Caroline been unable to escape? Or worse, had she been caught trying? Had Martha's attempt at diversion failed, perhaps even implicated her? She's not here, Thomas whispered, his voice tight with renewed fear. Joseph swallowed hard, fighting down his own rising panic. "Wait," he commanded, his voice rougher than he intended. "Give her time. It wouldn't have been easy. We wait." They dismounted, leading the animals deeper into the concealing willows, keeping them quiet. Joseph stood by the water's edge, peering downstream towards Parowan, listening intently, every nerve stretched taut. The minutes dragged by, each one an eternity. The silence pressed in, broken only by the river's song and the frantic beating of his own heart. Doubt began to gnaw at him. Had he misread Caroline's nod? Had Martha's message been too obscure? Had he led Thomas on this desperate flight only to find himself alone, hunted, with no hope of reuniting with the woman who had inadvertently become the center of his fractured world? Just as despair began to take hold, a flicker of movement caught his eye, further down the bank near a dense thicket. A shadow detaching itself from deeper shadows. His hand flew to his rifle, every muscle tensing. Thomas gasped beside him. The figure moved cautiously out into the faint starlight, pausing, looking around uncertainly, small, slight, clutching a dark bundle. Joseph's breath caught in his throat. "Caroline! Caroline!" he called out, his voice low but carrying across the water's murmur. She started violently, whirling towards the sound, peering into the darkness where they stood hidden. "Joseph?" Her voice was a breathless whisper, filled with disbelief and overwhelming relief. He stepped out from the willows, Thomas close behind him. Caroline ran towards them, stumbling slightly on the uneven ground, her carefully maintained composure finally shattering. She reached them, her breath coming in ragged gasps, her eyes wide and luminous in the dim light. "You came," she breathed, looking from Joseph to Thomas, her hand flying to her mouth. "Thomas! Oh, Thomas, are you all right?" She pulled the boy into a fierce hug, holding him tightly, murmurs of relief and endearment tumbling out. "Miller?" Thomas choked out, clinging to her. "Father Baxter. He shot at him." Caroline looked up sharply at Joseph, her eyes questioning, alarmed. "He gave me no choice," Joseph said grimly. "Fired near him, made him back off. But the alarm is raised, Caroline. We have to move. Now." She nodded, understanding immediately, pulling away from Thomas, her focus returning. "Martha," she said quickly. She created a diversion, claimed her fever, returned suddenly, cried out, drew Eliza and her sister to her bedside. "I slipped out the back pantry window during the confusion. But they'll know soon. They'll realize." Joseph felt a surge of pride and gratitude for his daughter's courage. "She did well. Let's hope it bought us enough time." He quickly helped Caroline mount the mule Thomas had ridden, secured her small bundle, then swung onto his own mount. "We ride west, follow the river for a time, then cut south, into the harsh lands. Madsen said it's rougher country, less traveled, our best chance of losing any pursuit." They set off immediately, moving as quickly as the darkness and the terrain allowed, the pack mule trailing obediently. They rode in silence for the first hour, the adrenaline still coursing through them, the sounds of the night seeming amplified, every snapping twig or distant animal cry sounding like impending danger. Joseph led the way, relying on instinct and memory, pushing the animals, putting distance between them and Parowan, between them and the life that now lay in ruins behind them. As the initial rush of fear began to subside, replaced by the bone-deep weariness of the long day and the strain of their escape, the silence stretched, becoming less about vigilance and more about the weight of their shared predicament. They were three fugitives, bound together by circumstance, heading into an unknown wilderness with few resources and the threat of pursuit hanging over them. Finally, Caroline spoke, her voice quiet in the darkness, addressed to Joseph's back. "Joseph, firing your rifle, challenging Miller, helping us escape. You've risked everything, your home, your standing, your life." He didn't turn around. "My standing was already gone, Caroline Tuck," he replied, his voice rough. "Suspended, marked, and my home. It stopped feeling like home when upholding its rules meant abandoning basic decency." He paused, "Letting them take you and Thomas. Separate you. I couldn't live with that. It wasn't a choice." He felt, rather than saw, her absorb his words. After a moment, she asked softly, "Where are we going?" "West first, then south," he repeated, "away from the main trails." Madsen mentioned old mining routes, prospector tracks leading into the mountains south of the Escalante. Rough country, hard traveling, but maybe safe enough to disappear for a while. Regroup, decide what comes next. He didn't mention his desperate hope of finding a rumored hidden cache of gold left by some long-dead prospector, the only potential source of funds he could imagine that might allow them true freedom, passage out of the territory altogether. It felt too much like chasing phantoms, too fragile a hope to voice aloud yet. "And Martha?" Caroline asked, her voice laced with concern. "Leaving her behind, will she be safe?" Guilt twisted in Joseph's gut. "I pray so," he said heavily. "She's recovering. And perhaps my absence will lessen the scrutiny on her. They might see her as innocent, misled. Harmon, he might look out for her, quietly. It's a risk I hate taking, but staying would have endangered her more in the long run, I think. Pratt would use her against me." The justification felt thin, inadequate, but it was the truth as he saw it. Leaving Martha was the hardest part of this desperate gamble. They rode on, the conversation lapsing back into silence, each lost in their own thoughts, fears, and the dawning reality of their exile. The landscape grew wilder, more broken, the river carving a deeper path, the mountains looming closer, their peaks dark, jagged shapes against the starry sky. Hours before dawn, exhaustion forced them to halt. Joseph found a secluded spot, a small meadow hidden within a narrow side canyon, offering water from a trickling spring and some sparse grazing for the animals. They unsaddled the weary creatures, rubbing them down as best they could in the darkness. Joseph built a small, smokeless fire using dry wood gathered earlier, shielding its minimal light with rocks, kneading its meager warmth against the high desert chill and the psychological comfort it offered against the vast, encroaching darkness. They sat huddled near the small blaze, sharing dried meat and hardtack from Joseph's pack in silence. The firelight flickered on their faces, illuminating their exhaustion, their shared anxiety. Thomas, worn out by fear and the hard ride, finally succumbed to sleep, his head pillowed on a saddlebag near the fire's edge. Joseph watched Caroline across the small flames. The firelight softened the lines of fatigue on her face, warmed the auburn tones in her hair. The guardedness she usually wore like armor had slipped slightly, revealing the vulnerability beneath, but also an enduring strength that humbled him. "Caroline," he began hesitantly, needing to bridge the silence, needing perhaps to understand more now that their fates were so irrevocably intertwined. Back in the bishop's office, he mentioned whispers about your past, about Missouri, about entanglements. He saw her stiffen, the guardedness snapping back into place. He quickly held up a hand. "You don't have to tell me. I'm not asking you to, but whatever it is you fled, you know Parowan wasn't the end of it. Men like Pratt, men like the bishop, they sense secrets. They fear what they don't understand. It fuels their judgment." Caroline stared into the fire, her expression unreadable for a long moment. The only sound was the crackle of the flames and Thomas's soft breathing. When she finally spoke, her voice was low, strained, weighted with years of carried grief and fear. "His name was Elias Thorne," she said, the name dropping into the silence like a stone. "He runs things back in our county in Missouri. Not officially. Unofficially. Militia leader during the Troubles now. Something worse. Power built on fear, on old grudges." She paused, taking a shaky breath. "My father was a doctor, a good man. He didn't take sides easily, treated anyone who needed help. Thorne didn't like that. Didn't like Papa refusing his requests for information, for loyalty." She began to speak then, haltingly at first, then with a growing urgency, as if the dam holding back years of silence had finally breached. She told him of Thorne's intimidation, the community turning against them, the attack on their home, her father's murder. She spoke of their desperate flight aided by Thorne's estranged uncle, the warning that Thorne wouldn't rest, that he believed her father had proof of his crimes, proof Caroline now carried, hidden. A dangerous secret. Joseph listened, his initial shock turning to cold horror, then to a simmering rage on her behalf. The vague hardships she had alluded to were revealed as brutal violence, profound betrayal, loss on a scale he could barely comprehend. Her resilience, her caution, her deep distrust. It all made sense now. She wasn't just fleeing poverty or misfortune. She was fleeing a specific, deadly threat, a man who would stop at nothing to silence her and reclaim the evidence she carried. "The papers," Joseph said quietly, understanding dawning. "That's what Thorne wants. Proof?" Caroline nodded, her hand instinctively going to her bodice where the oilskin packet must still be concealed. Papa kept meticulous records, names, dates, Thorne's threats, details of extortion overheard from men Thorne thought loyal. It's enough, I think, to expose him if it reached the right hands outside his influence. She looked at him, her eyes filled with a desperate plea for understanding. "That's why we ran, why we hide, why I couldn't tell the bishop, telling anyone. It felt like signing our death warrant. Thorne has long arms." Joseph felt a profound wave of protectiveness wash over him, eclipsing his own troubles. Her burden was infinitely heavier, her past far more dangerous than he had imagined, and he had, however inadvertently, exposed her to scrutiny, brought her closer to the kind of authority she rightly feared. "Caroline," he said, his voice thick with emotion, "I am so sorry for what you endured, for the judgment you faced in Parowan, for my part in—" She reached across the small space between them, her cool fingers briefly touching his hand. "You helped us, Joseph," she interrupted softly. "You showed kindness when no one else would. You saved Martha. You got Thomas away from Miller. You are risking everything now. Don't be sorry." Her touch, brief as it was, sent a jolt through him, an unexpected intimacy in the midst of their shared desperation. He looked at her, truly seeing her perhaps for the first time, not just as the Gentile woman, the object of his conflicted feelings, but as a survivor, a fighter, carrying unimaginable burdens with quiet grace. The truth, buried for so long under layers of fear and bitter dust, lay revealed between them in the flickering firelight. It was a truth far darker, far more dangerous than he could have guessed. It changed everything. Their flight wasn't just about escaping Parowan's judgment. It was about outrunning a deadly past, protecting explosive secrets, and finding a sanctuary that might not exist anywhere in the harsh, unforgiving lands that stretched before them under the cold, distant stars. The reckoning under the crimson sun had passed, but the true test, the fight for survival against enemies both known and unknown, had only just begun. Chapter 20. Love Forged in Fire. The harshlands lived up to their name. The landscape south of the Sevier River unfolded in a brutal panorama of cracked earth, towering sandstone monoliths carved by wind and time into grotesque shapes, and deep, labyrinthine canyons that offered treacherous passage and concealing shadow in equal measure. Days were furnace hot, the sun beating down relentlessly, reflecting off pale rock faces with a blinding intensity. Nights brought a penetrating cold that settled deep in the bones. The vast, star-strewn sky offering breathtaking beauty, but little comfort. Water was terrifyingly scarce, found only in hidden seeps, brackish potholes, or the occasional muddy trickle at the bottom of a steep-walled wash. Discoveries dictated by Joseph's hard-won knowledge of the land and sheer desperate luck. They traveled cautiously, pushing themselves and the animals to the limits of endurance, yet constantly aware of the need for vigilance. Joseph led them on winding, barely discernible paths, avoiding ridges that might skyline them, keeping to the low ground, the shadowed canyons, the broken country where pursuit would be difficult. He scanned their back trail constantly, searching for the telltale dust cloud, the glint of sun on metal, any sign that Miller's alarm had translated into an organized posse. Several times, distant plumes of dust on the horizon sent jolts of fear through them, forcing hasty detours into even rougher terrain, costing precious time and energy, only for the dust to eventually veer away, revealing itself as belonging to migrating antelope or perhaps other unknown travelers navigating this unforgiving emptiness. The tension was a constant companion, fraying their nerves, shortening tempers, yet paradoxically binding them closer in their shared vulnerability. Life stripped itself down to brutal essentials: find water, find shelter from the sun or cold, keep moving, stay alert. Campfire conversations dwindled, replaced by the practicalities of survival, rationing the dwindling hardtack, checking the mule's hooves for stone bruises, cleaning Joseph's rifle, mending Thomas's worn boots with scraps of leather. Yet within this stripped-down existence, amidst the hardship and fear, the connection between Joseph and Caroline deepened, evolving in the crucible of their shared flight. It manifested in small, unspoken gestures, the way Caroline automatically handed Joseph the water skin first when they found a precious seep, knowing he needed the strength to lead them. The way Joseph instinctively positioned himself between her and the open side of their rough camps at night, a silent shield against unseen dangers. The shared look of relief when Thomas, initially sullen and withdrawn after being dragged away from Parowan, began to show sparks of resilience, asking Joseph quiet questions about tracking or navigating by the stars, a grudging respect replacing the earlier resentment. One evening, huddled around a meager fire in the shelter of a shallow rock overhang, the wind howling mournfully through the canyons outside, Caroline noticed Joseph wince as he adjusted a saddle strap. Without a word, she rummaged in her precious herb satchel, the same satchel that held the dangerous secrets of Elias Thorne, and produced a small tin of salve. "Let me see your hand," she said quietly. Joseph hesitated, surprised. He hadn't mentioned the blister that had formed and broken during the day's hard ride, raw and stinging. He reluctantly held out his hand. Caroline took it gently, her cool fingers surprisingly soft against his calloused skin as she examined the raw patch on his palm. He felt a jolt at her touch, a warmth spreading up his arm that had nothing to do with the nearby fire. He watched the concentration on her face as she carefully applied the soothing salve, her touch deft and impersonal, yet the simple act felt incredibly intimate in the vast emptiness surrounding them. "My grandmother made this," she murmured, smoothing a clean strip of cloth over the salve. "Good for burns, blisters, the small hurts." She didn't meet his eyes as she worked. "Thank you," Joseph said, his voice husky. He flexed his fingers, the stinging easing under her ministration. "You have healing hands, Caroline." She looked up then, a faint flush rising on her cheeks, visible even in the flickering firelight. "Just old knowledge." She deflected, quickly withdrawing her hand, busying herself with putting the salve away. But the shared moment lingered, a small spark of tenderness ignited amidst the harshness. Joseph found himself thinking less about the rigid doctrines of Parowan and more about the simple truths revealed in their shared struggle. Faith felt less like adherence to rules and pronouncements and more like the stubborn act of putting one foot in front of the other, of trusting the person beside you, of finding water in a dry land. His silent prayers changed, becoming less about seeking guidance from an authority he no longer fully trusted, and more about pleas for strength, for safety, for the endurance of the two souls who now shared his fugitive existence. He looked at Caroline, saw her quiet strength, her resilience in the face of fear, her gentle care for Thomas, and felt a profound respect that deepened into something warmer, more complex, something he hesitated to name but recognized as love. A love forged not in the sanctioned peace of Zion, but in the desperate fire of their shared exile. The fear of pursuit remained their constant shadow. One afternoon, while scouting ahead for water, Joseph found tracks near a dried-up waterhole, shod horses, several of them, moving purposefully west, not more than a day old. He couldn't be certain they were pursuers. Other travelers, prospectors perhaps, also used these remote routes, but the possibility sent ice water through his veins. He didn't tell Caroline or Thomas, not wanting to add to their fear, but the discovery forced him to alter their course again, pushing them further south into even more rugged, less charted territory. The decision cost them dearly. The new route led them through a series of narrow, winding canyons where flash floods had scoured the landscape, leaving treacherous footing and scant forage for the animals. Water became even more scarce. Their supplies dwindled at an alarming rate. Doubt began to gnaw at Joseph's resolve. Had he made the right choice? Was he leading them deeper into danger, not away from it? One particularly brutal day, after hours of searching under a merciless sun, they found only a dry seep, the cracked mud mocking their desperation. Thomas slumped against a rock, his face gray with exhaustion and dehydration. Caroline knelt beside him, offering him the last few sips from her own water skin, her own lips cracked, her eyes shadowed with worry. "We have to find water soon, Joseph," she said, her voice low, strained. "Thomas, the animals. We can't go much further like this." Joseph scanned the surrounding cliffs, the barren slopes, his heart sinking. He had gambled on finding a rumored spring in this area, marked vaguely on an old prospector's map he'd once seen, but the landscape offered no promises. Failure now meant he couldn't bear to contemplate it. "There should be a place," he said, trying to project confidence he didn't feel. "Higher up this canyon, maybe. Let me scout ahead. You rest here, in the shade." He left them huddled in the meager shadow of an overhang and climbed, his own body protesting, legs heavy, throat thick with dust. He scrambled up rocky slopes, his eyes scanning desperately for any sign of green, any dampness in the rock face. The sun beat down, amplifying his thirst, his fear. He felt the weight of responsibility crushing him. If he failed them now. After nearly an hour of fruitless searching, just as despair threatened to overwhelm him, he saw it. Tucked away beneath a tumble of boulders almost hidden from view was a dark stain on the rock, a patch of vibrant green moss clinging precariously. Water. Not much, just a slow, steady drip collecting in a shallow basin worn into the stone, but it was clear, cool, life-saving. He nearly wept with relief. He drank deeply himself, letting the cool water soothe his parched throat, then quickly filled his water skin before scrambling back down the slope towards the others, his steps lighter now, energized by the discovery. When they saw him returning, saw the full water skin, the relief on their faces was palpable. Caroline closed her eyes for a moment, uttering a silent prayer of thanks. Thomas managed a weak smile. They shared the water carefully, rationing it, the simple act taking on the reverence of a sacred ritual. That night, camped near the hidden spring, a profound sense of shared deliverance settled over them. They had faced the worst, stared into the abyss of the harsh land's indifference, and survived together. The fire burned a little brighter, the shared meal of dried meat felt almost like a feast. Thomas, revived by the water, even managed a small joke, eliciting a genuine, if weary, laugh from Caroline. Later, after Thomas had fallen asleep, Joseph and Caroline sat side by side, leaning against the cool rock face, watching the stars emerge in the darkening sky. The silence between them felt different tonight, comfortable, companionable, charged not with fear, but with the residue of shared relief and unspoken emotion. "You saved us again, Joseph," Caroline said softly, breaking the silence. "Finding that water." "We saved each other," he corrected quietly. "Your strength, Thomas's endurance. We keep each other going." He looked at her, silhouetted against the star-dusted sky. The hardships, the fear, the constant proximity had stripped away pretense, leaving only raw honesty, raw vulnerability. "Caroline," he began, his voice husky, hesitant. "Living like this, hiding, running, it's no life, especially not with Thorn still out there, a shadow over everything." She nodded, her gaze distant. "I know. But what choice do we have? Perhaps there is one," he said, deciding to voice the desperate hope he'd been harboring. Madsen, the man with the mules. He spoke of old prospector routes, legends of gold, hidden caches left by miners who never returned. It's likely just stories, foolishness. But if we could find something, enough to buy passage, somewhere far away, somewhere Thorn could never reach, California maybe, like you first intended. A new start. Truly new. Caroline looked at him, her eyes searching his face in the dim light. "Gold?" she whispered, the words sounding fantastical, unreal in their desperate circumstances. "You think? It's a slim chance," he admitted. "Perhaps no chance at all, but these old routes head towards mountains known for strikes decades ago. Following them, it gives us a direction, a purpose beyond just running. And maybe Providence will guide us." He still used the language of faith, but it felt different now. Less about established doctrine and more about a personal, desperate hope placed in the vast unknown. She considered this, the idea of a destination, however improbable, seeming to offer a flicker of light in the darkness. "A new start," she repeated softly, "away from Thorn, away from judgment." She looked at him again, her expression softening. "It sounds like a dream. Maybe some dreams are worth chasing," he replied, his voice barely above a whisper. He felt an irresistible pull towards her, a culmination of the shared danger, the revealed truths, the quiet moments of connection. The firelight cast dancing shadows on her face, highlighting the curve of her cheek, the strength in her jaw, the vulnerability in her eyes. His carefully constructed internal walls, already weakened by the events in Parowan, seemed to crumble completely. He reached out, his calloused fingers gently brushing a stray strand of hair from her cheek. She didn't pull away. Instead, she leaned slightly into his touch, her eyes closing for a brief moment, a silent acknowledgement of the emotion arcing between them. He cupped her face in his hand, his thumb stroking her cheekbone. "Caroline," he breathed, his heart pounding. She opened her eyes, her gaze meeting his, holding a mixture of fear, hope, and a mirroring desire that took his breath away. In the vast silence of the harshlands, under the indifferent gaze of a million stars, surrounded by danger and uncertainty, their shared ordeal, their shared survival, had forged something unbreakable, something undeniable. He lowered his head slowly, giving her every chance to turn away. She didn't move. Her lips parted slightly as his met hers. The kiss was tentative at first, questioning, then deepened with a desperate intensity, a release of weeks of suppressed emotion, fear, gratitude, and burgeoning love. It tasted of dust, of campfire smoke, of shared hardship and overwhelming relief. It felt like finding an oasis after crossing a burning desert, a moment of profound connection in a world determined to tear them apart. They clung to each other for a long moment, the kiss sealing a bond that went deeper than shared flight, deeper than shared secrets. It was a promise made in the wilderness, a testament to the love forged in the fire of their trials. When they finally drew apart, breathless, foreheads resting against each other, the path ahead remained uncertain, perilous. Pursuit was still a threat. Thorn's shadow still loomed, the harsh land still demanded their utmost strength. But something fundamental had shifted. They were no longer just three fugitives running from judgment. They were Joseph, Caroline, and Thomas, bound together by shared experience, shared hope, and a love that, having been forged in fire, might just be strong enough to light their way through the darkness ahead. And Chapter 21, The Hard Path to Forgiveness. The kiss under the stars, while sealing the unspoken love between Joseph and Caroline, did not magically erase the harsh realities of their exile or the deep wounds they both carried. If anything, the newfound intimacy made the journey ahead feel both more precious and more perilous. They now had something profound to lose, a fragile future worth fighting for. Yet the dangers, pursuit from Parowan, the shadow of Elias Thorne, the unforgiving nature of the land itself, remained terrifyingly real. They pushed southward, following Joseph's tentative hope, guided by fragmented knowledge gleaned from old prospectors' tales and Madson's cryptic directions towards the rugged ranges rumored to hold hidden gold. The landscape grew even more challenging, demanding relentless toil. Days were spent navigating treacherous slopes, conserving water with agonizing care, pushing the weary animals, and always scanning the horizon, listening for sounds that didn't belong. Nights brought bone-chilling cold and huddled camps where fear and exhaustion warred with the quiet comfort they now found in each other's presence. The intimacy forged by the kiss settled into a quiet, watchful tenderness. Stolen glances across the campfire held deeper meaning. A shared touch while passing a water skin lingered. Joseph found himself instinctively looking out for Caroline's comfort, ensuring she had the better shelter, the warmer blanket, offering his own meager portion of dried meat first. Caroline, in turn, tended to his small injuries, cuts, scrapes, the persistent ache in his shoulder from years of labor, with a quiet care that went beyond mere practicality, her touch conveying an unspoken affection that warmed him more than the desert sun. Thomas, though still young and often prone to bouts of frustration or fear, seemed to sense the shift between them. He watched them sometimes with a quiet curiosity, his earlier resentment towards Joseph slowly dissolving, replaced by a grudging reliance, even respect for the man who had braved Miller's shotgun and now led them through this desolate wilderness. He began to ask Joseph more questions about survival, about the land, absorbing the knowledge, his youthful resilience asserting itself. He remained fiercely protective of Caroline, always staying close, his presence a constant reminder of the life they had fled and the dangers that might still follow. Their conversations around the dwindling campfires often turned cautiously towards the future, towards the slim hope of finding Madson's rumored gold. Joseph spoke of California, painting pictures gleaned from travelers' accounts, a land of sunshine, opportunity, far from the rigid judgments of Utah territory, far from the reach of Missouri militias. Caroline listened, hope warring with ingrained skepticism in her eyes. "It sounds like another world, Joseph," she murmured one evening, staring into the flames, "a place where people aren't judged by their faith, or lack of it, where a woman can make her own way." "They say it's possible," Joseph replied, though he knew the reality was likely far more complex. "Different dangers there, I reckon. Greed, lawlessness of a different kind. But perhaps freedom, too. A chance to live without looking over your shoulder." He reached out, taking her hand, lacing his calloused fingers with hers. "A chance for us." She squeezed his hand, a silent acknowledgement of the shared dream, but the shadow of Elias Thorne remained. "If we could truly disappear," she whispered, "if he could never find us." The fear was a constant undercurrent, tempering any hope. Joseph felt the weight of her fear, the burden of the secrets she carried. The oilskin packet, proof against Thorne, remained hidden, unspoken of since her confession by the river, yet its presence felt tangible, a dangerous talisman influencing their every move. He knew, instinctively, that true freedom, true peace, wouldn't be possible until Thorne was dealt with, until the shadow was confronted, not just outrun. But how? The thought seemed impossibly daunting, another mountain range to cross on their already arduous journey. As they traveled deeper into the rumored gold country, the signs of past prospecting became more frequent. abandoned mine shafts scarring the hillsides like open wounds, rusting remnants of tools, collapsed stone shelters, lonely graves marked by nameless piles of rocks. It was a landscape haunted by forgotten dreams and failed endeavors, a stark reminder of the slim odds they faced. Joseph spent hours searching near old workings, panning gravel in scarce stream beds, examining quartz outcrops, his initial hope slowly eroding under the weight of constant disappointment. The gold remained elusive, a legend whispered on the wind, buried perhaps forever in the bitter dust. Their supplies dwindled to almost nothing. The hardtack was gone, the dried meat reduced to a few precious strips. They survived on what little game Joseph could snare or shoot, a rabbit and occasional quail, supplemented by edible roots and plants Caroline identified, her knowledge proving as essential as Joseph's skill with a rifle. The animals grew thin, weary. Doubt, sharp and cold, began to creep back into Joseph's mind. Had he led them on a fool's errand? Had his desperate hope been nothing more than delusion? Was he condemning them to a slow, lingering death in this wasteland? One evening, after another fruitless day of searching, the mood in their small camp was particularly bleak. Thomas was quiet, withdrawn. Caroline stared into the fire, her face etched with worry. Joseph felt the weight of their despair settle upon him, crushing his own dwindling hope. "I'm sorry," he said finally, his voice rough, breaking the heavy silence. I hoped this might be the way. Finding something, getting us out." He shook his head, unable to meet their eyes. "Perhaps I was wrong. Perhaps I've just led us deeper into trouble." Caroline looked up, her expression softening. She moved closer, placing a hand on his arm. "Joseph, no. You got us away from Parowan. You got Thomas away from Miller. You gave us a chance, hope, when we had none. Finding gold? It was always a dream, not a certainty. We knew that. But our supplies," he protested. "The animals. We can't keep going like this." "Then we find another way," she said, her voice quiet but firm, her resilience flaring even in the face of despair. "We turn back towards the settlements further south, perhaps, not Mormon territory. Find work, survive. We've done it before." He looked at her, humbled by her strength, her refusal to give up. But the thought of returning towards any kind of civilization, even non-Mormon settlements, brought the fear of Thorne crashing back. Thorne wouldn't confine his search to Utah. He would have inquiries made everywhere westward, and Caroline still carried the papers. It was then that Thomas, who had been silently listening, spoke up, his voice hesitant but clear. "The papers, Cara." He looked directly at his sister. "The ones Father had. The ones Mr. Abernathy said Thorne wanted." Caroline stiffened, her eyes widening slightly. She hadn't realized Thomas knew or suspected about the specific documents. "Thomas, I heard you talking to Mr. Abernathy that night," Thomas continued doggedly, the memory clearly vivid. "Before we ran, he said Thorne needed those papers silenced, that he'd hunt us down for them." He looked from Caroline to Joseph, his young face earnest, desperate. "Isn't that why we're really running? Not just Parowan, but Thorne? As long as you have those papers, Cara, he'll never stop looking, will he? We'll never be safe." The truth, spoken so plainly by the boy, hung heavy in the air. Caroline bowed her head, unable to deny it. Joseph felt a chill realization. Thomas was right. Running wasn't enough. Hiding wasn't enough. As long as Thorne believed Caroline possessed incriminating evidence, they would always be hunted. What are you saying, Thomas?" Caroline asked, her voice barely a whisper. Maybe we shouldn't run anymore," Thomas said, the idea seeming to form even as he spoke it. "Maybe we should use them. The papers, find someone Thorne can't control. Federal marshals? An honest judge somewhere? Give them the proof. Stop him. For Father." The suggestion was audacious, incredibly dangerous, but held a certain undeniable logic. Confront the threat, don't just flee it. Caroline stared at her brother, aghast. "Thomas, no! You don't understand how dangerous Thorn is, how far his influence reaches. Trying to use those papers, it would be suicide. He'd find out, he'd silence us before we ever reached anyone who could help." "But what's the alternative, Kara?" Thomas pleaded. "Keep running forever? Hiding in places like this until we starve or he catches up? Isn't it better to fight back somehow?" Joseph listened, stunned by the boy's insight, by the terrible dilemma laid bare. Running felt safer, but Thomas was right. It wasn't a permanent solution. Confrontation seemed suicidal, yet it offered the only chance, however slim, of true freedom, of justice for Caroline's father. He looked at Caroline, saw the terror in her eyes warring with the flicker of desperate hope Thomas's words ignited. He saw the weight of the oilskin packet, the burden she had carried alone for so long. "He's right, Caroline," Joseph said quietly, surprising himself with the conviction. The decision felt less like a conscious choice and more like an inevitability, the only path forward that offered integrity, however perilous. Running won't end it. Thorn needs to be stopped, for your father's memory, for your future, for Thomas's. He paused, meeting her eyes, making a silent vow. "We can't do it alone, but maybe we can find help, not in Utah, but further west. Arizona territory, perhaps, or California itself. There are federal territories, army posts, places outside the reach of local corruption." "But the risk," Caroline whispered, her hand instinctively covering the place where the papers lay hidden. "The risk is great," Joseph acknowledged grimly, "but living under his shadow, always looking back, that's its own kind of death." He reached out, taking her hand again. "Whatever we decide together. We face it together." The fire crackled, casting long shadows, illuminating the three figures huddled together, bound by shared danger, facing an impossible choice. The path ahead remained uncertain, treacherous. Finding gold seemed a distant, irrelevant dream now. The real challenge lay in confronting the past, in finding the courage not just to survive, but to seek justice, however costly. Forgiveness felt like a distant shore, unreachable across a vast ocean of grief, fear, and injustice. Forgiveness for Thorn? Impossible. Forgiveness for the brethren in Parowan who had betrayed them? Perhaps someday, but not now. Forgiveness for himself, for his failures, his compromises, his role in bringing them to this point? That felt like the hardest path of all. But looking at Caroline, at Thomas, seeing the mixture of fear and resolve in their eyes, Joseph knew they couldn't turn back. They had to move forward, not just geographically, but spiritually. The hard path lay ahead, the path towards confronting Thorn, towards seeking justice, perhaps even towards finding a way to forgive the past, or at least to prevent it from utterly destroying their future. It was a path forged in fire, demanding more courage, more faith, a different kind of faith, Fuming, than anything he had ever known. The decision wasn't made with words, but in the shared glance, the determined set of their jaws, the quiet understanding that passed between them in the heart of the Harshlands. They would face the shadow together. Chapter 22. A choice that seals their fate. The relentless push southward, guided by Joseph's desperate hope and Caroline's unwavering resolve, brought them finally out of the most brutal, water-starved canyons and into a region marginally less desolate. Here, the landscape opened slightly, revealing wider, gravelly plains dotted with hardy creosote and stubborn patches of dry grass, broken by low mesas shimmering in the heat haze. Old, deeply rutted tracks, barely visible, hinted at forgotten routes, perhaps the prospector trails Madsen had spoken of, or paths used by territorial patrols or native tribes long vanished. They were still deep in the wilderness, days, perhaps weeks, from any established settlement marked on Joseph's meager map, but the change in terrain offered a sliver of psychological relief, a sense that they were moving through, not just deeper into, the Harshlands. Their supplies were perilously low. The last of the dried meat was gone. They subsisted on 2 rabbits Joseph had managed to snare, boiled into a thin, unsatisfying broth, and a handful of bitter roots Caroline identified as edible but barely palatable. The animals, too, were suffering, ribs showing, heads drooping with fatigue. The legendary prospector's gold remained stubbornly elusive, the abandoned workings they occasionally stumbled upon yielding nothing but shattered rock and shattered hopes. The dream of buying passage to California felt increasingly remote, fantastical. Their reality was stark, survival day by day, hour by hour. Yet the shared hardship, the revealed truths, the acknowledged love between Joseph and Caroline had forged an unexpected resilience within their small, fugitive band. Thomas, though thin and weary, moved with a new maturity, his eyes watchful, his hands increasingly capable with camp chores, his earlier resentment towards Joseph replaced by a quiet, dependent loyalty. Caroline, despite the constant fear of Thorn and the gnawing worry about their future, met each day's challenges with a strength that seemed drawn from some deep, internal wellspring, her quiet determination a constant source of inspiration for Joseph, and Joseph himself felt irrevocably changed. The rigid elder from Parowan was gone, stripped away by crisis and conscience, replaced by a man fiercely protective, guided by love and a sense of justice that transcended community law, willing to risk everything for the two souls who had become his world. One sweltering afternoon, following a track that seemed slightly more defined than others, they spotted it in the distance. A low cluster of adobe structures shimmering in the heat haze, nestled near a dark gash in the earth that might indicate a well or spring. It wasn't a town, not even a village, perhaps just a remote stagecoach stop, a trading post, or a ranch outpost, a tiny, fragile outpost of human endeavor clinging precariously to the edge of the vast wilderness. Hope, sharp and sudden, surged through Joseph. "Water," he breathed, pointing. "Shelter, maybe. Perhaps news, supplies." Caroline shielded her eyes, peering towards the distant structures. "Or danger," she cautioned softly, the ingrained habit of suspicion never far beneath the surface. "We should be careful." "Always," Joseph agreed. But the lure of water, the possibility of replenishing their desperate supplies, perhaps even learning something about the routes ahead or any pursuit behind, was too strong to ignore. They approached cautiously, scanning the surroundings, Joseph's rifle held ready across his saddle. As they drew closer, the outpost resolved into 3 sun-baked adobe buildings, a small, rough-looking cantina or store combination, a dilapidated stable, and a smaller dwelling house, all huddled around a stone-lined wellhead equipped with a creaking windlass. A few scrawny chickens pecked listlessly in the dust. A single sway-backed horse stood hip-shot in the meager shade of the stable wall. The place had an air of profound isolation, of weary endurance rather than thriving commerce. Dry Wells Station, a crudely painted sign hanging askew above the cantina door, proclaimed. A man emerged from the cantina as they approached, wiping his hands on a stained apron. He was wiry, weathered, his eyes narrowed against the sun, holding the weary, watchful look of someone long accustomed to solitude and the harshness of the land. He watched their approach without welcome, but also without immediate hostility, his gaze assessing their worn condition, their depleted state. "Howdy," Joseph called out, keeping his voice neutral, friendly but cautious. "Looking for water, and maybe trade for some supplies, if you've got any to spare." The man grunted, gesturing towards the well. "Water's deep but drinkable. Cost you." He squinted at them, taking in Joseph's rifle, Caroline's guarded expression, Thomas's weary youth, the thinness of their animals. "Supplies are scarce. Freighters don't come through regular. What can you trade?" Joseph dismounted, feeling exposed under the man's scrutiny. "Not much," he admitted honestly. "Got a little coffee left, some ammunition." He deliberately didn't mention the small pouch containing Sarah's locket money, reserved for absolute emergencies. The man looked them over again, his gaze lingering on Caroline, then on Joseph's rifle. "Folks passing through west?" he asked casually, but his eyes were sharp. "Just traveling," Joseph replied vaguely. looking for better country." The man chewed on something, spat into the dust. "Heard talk," he said slowly. "Week, maybe 10 days back. Some rough fellas asking questions. Looking for a man 'bout your build, traveling with a woman, red hair, and a boy. Said they jumped claim or stole horses. Something like that. Offered reward." He paused, letting the information hang in the air. Didn't sound like horse thieves to me. Looked more like bounty men. Hard types. Ice slid down Joseph's spine. Caroline, standing beside her mule, went utterly still. Bounty men. Asking questions, a description matching theirs. It wasn't Parowan pursuit. This felt different, colder, more professional. Thorn. The name screamed in Joseph's mind. Thorn's reach was longer, faster than he'd feared. Had news of their flight from Parowan somehow filtered back east, alerting Thorn's network? Or had Thorn already had men searching westward, anticipating their flight? "Didn't see anyone matching that," Joseph said, forcing calmness into his voice, hoping his face didn't betray the sudden terror. "We came up from the southeast. Rough country." The man shrugged, seemingly uninterested in pressing. "Suit yourself. Water the animals. I'll see what flour and beans I can spare." He turned and went back inside the cantina, leaving them alone in the oppressive heat, the silence suddenly ringing with unspoken fear. "Joseph," Caroline whispered, her voice trembling, her face ashen. "Bounty men, he knows." "He suspects," Joseph corrected grimly, "but he hasn't made a move. He might just be a station keeper trying to survive, maybe hoping for that reward himself, maybe just wary." He quickly began drawing water for the animals, his mind racing. They couldn't stay here. The warning was clear. Thorn's agents were ahead of them, or at least aware of them, casting a net. Their flight hadn't been fast enough, their path not obscure enough. As Joseph worked the creaking windlass, hauling up bucket after bucket of precious water, Thomas suddenly stiffened, his eyes fixed on the trail leading in from the east, the direction they had not come from. "Riders," he hissed, pointing. "3 of them! Coming fast." Joseph followed his gaze. 3 figures on horseback, still distant but closing rapidly, dust plumes rising behind them. Even at this distance, there was an air of grim purpose about them, a predatory stillness in the saddle that spoke of experience, of danger. Not a posse, not settlers. These looked like the hard types the station keeper described. Bounty men, Thorn's men. Panic seized him, cold and absolute. They were caught, trapped at this desolate outpost, exhausted, low on ammunition, with nowhere to run. He looked wildly around. The flat, open plain offered no cover, the dilapidated buildings only flimsy shelter. "Inside!" he yelled, grabbing Caroline's arm, shoving Thomas towards the cantina. Maybe the keeper, but even as they scrambled towards the door, the station keeper reappeared, his face pale, his eyes wide with fear. He held up his hands. "Don't cause trouble here," he pleaded. "They ain't after me. Just passing through." He clearly wanted no part of whatever violence was about to erupt. The riders were closer now, slowing as they approached the station, spreading out slightly, their hands hovering near the pistols holstered on their hips. They weren't wearing badges, but their eyes, hard and cold, scanned Joseph, Caroline, and Thomas with chilling certainty. One, a burly man with a scar bisecting his eyebrows, smirked, nudging his companion. "Looks like our pigeons decided to roost." There was no doubt. They knew who they were looking for. Thorn's description, the reward. It had found them. Joseph pushed Caroline and Thomas behind him, raising his rifle again, his heart pounding against his ribs like a trapped bird. "Keep riding," he called out, his voice tight but steady. "We got no business with you." The scarred man chuckled, a humorless sound. "Oh, I think you do. Man named Thorn back in Missouri sent his regards. Seems he's missing something. Something the lady there might have." His eyes flickered towards Caroline, cold and assessing. "Wants it back, and wants the thieves dealt with." Caroline gasped, instinctively backing away, her hand flying to her bodice where the papers lay hidden. The confirmation of their worst fear, spoken aloud in this desolate place, was terrifying. She has nothing that belongs to Thorn," Joseph stated firmly, shifting his stance, positioning himself squarely between the riders and Caroline and Thomas. "You're mistaken." "Ain't mistaken," the scarred man replied, his smirk widening. He drew his pistol slowly, deliberately. His companions did the same, 3 guns against Joseph's 1 rifle. The station keeper had already vanished back inside his cantina, bolting the door. They were alone, outnumbered, outgunned. In that suspended moment, with the pistols aimed, the harsh sun beating down, the dust settling around them, Joseph saw their fate laid out with brutal clarity. They couldn't outrun Thorn. They couldn't hide forever. The papers Caroline carried were both her condemnation and her only potential weapon. And these men wouldn't stop until they had them and silenced those who knew of their existence. A choice had to be made, a choice that sealed their fate. He looked back at Caroline, saw the terror in her eyes, but also the fierce, protective love for Thomas, the same love he now felt for her, a love forged in the fire of their shared ordeal. He saw the future they dreamed of, California, freedom, peace, dissolving like a mirage in the desert heat, unless he could buy them time, unless he could ensure the papers, the proof against Thorn, survived, even if he did not. His suspension, his lost standing in Parowan, seemed utterly insignificant now. This was the real test, loyalty not to a flawed community, but to the people he loved, to the hope of justice, however remote. "Caroline," he said, his voice low, urgent, not taking his eyes off the men before them. "Take Thomas. Take the mules. Madson's best. Ride west. Don't stop. Don't look back. Get these papers." He nodded slightly towards her bodice. "To someone who can use them. A federal marshal, an army outpost, somewhere far from here. Promise me." "Joseph, no!" she cried, understanding dawning in her eyes, tears starting. "I won't leave you." "You must," he insisted, his voice hardening with desperate resolve. "This is the only way. They want the papers. They want you. Thomas needs you. Your father needs this justice. Go now while I hold them off." "Hold us off?" The scarred man laughed again. "1 man against 3? 1 man is enough," Joseph said grimly, raising his rifle, sighting down the barrel, his focus absolute. He was no longer just a farmer. He was a protector, a man pushed beyond endurance, fighting for love, for justice, for a future he might not live to see. He saw the conflict in Caroline's eyes, the agony of the choice he was forcing upon her. Leave him to face certain death or capture? Or stay and doom them all, ensuring Thorn's crimes remained buried? Thomas was pulling at her arm, sobbing, urging her to flee. "Promise me, Caroline," Joseph demanded, his voice cracking with the strain. Tears streamed down her face, but through them he saw her fierce resolve harden, mirroring his own. She understood the sacrifice, the terrible necessity. "I promise, Joseph," she whispered, her voice choked with grief. "I promise." She grabbed Thomas's hand, pulling him towards the mules tethered nearby. "Mount up, Tom, quickly!" The bounty hunters watched, momentarily distracted, perhaps amused by the unfolding drama, confident in their numbers. It was the opening Joseph needed. "Now!" he roared, and fired his rifle. Not at the men directly, but at the ground near their horses' feet. Just as he had with Miller, the explosion of sound, the spurt of dust, startled the horses, making them rear and shy violently. One of the men cursed, struggling to control his panicked mount. In that instant of confusion, Joseph didn't hesitate. He levered another round into the chamber, took aim at the scarred leader, and fired again. This time the shot was true. The man cried out, clutching his shoulder, his pistol falling from suddenly nerveless fingers as he slumped forward in the saddle. The other 2 men reacted instantly, returning fire. Bullets whined past Joseph's head, thudding into the adobe wall behind him. He ducked, firing again, forcing them to take cover behind their agitated horses. "Go, Caroline, go!" he yelled, hearing the frantic drumming of mules' hooves behind him as Caroline and Thomas galloped away, heading west into the blinding glare of the setting sun, the precious papers clutched tight. Joseph kept firing, using the precious ammunition sparingly, keeping the 2 remaining bounty hunters pinned down, buying time. He glanced back once, saw the 2 receding figures, growing smaller against the vast, indifferent landscape. Caroline didn't look back. She was keeping her promise. A searing pain suddenly ripped through Joseph's left arm as a bullet found its mark. He staggered, gritting his teeth against the agony, but didn't fall. He raised the rifle again, his vision blurring slightly, his arms screaming in protest. He knew he couldn't hold them off for long. His ammunition was low, his strength failing. Capture or death seemed inevitable now, but Caroline and Thomas were away. They had a chance. The papers, the truth, had a chance. He leaned against the rough adobe wall, the warm blood soaking his sleeve, the setting sun painting the dust clouds stirred by the gunfire a brilliant, bloody crimson. He had made his choice, a choice that sealed his fate, perhaps, but offered a sliver of hope for hers. As the 2 bounty hunters began to advance cautiously, pistols ready, Joseph raised his rifle one last time, his heart filled not with fear, but with a strange, fierce peace. He had found his own kind of harshland faith, his own hard path to forgiveness, in the crucible of love and sacrifice. The cost of defiance was absolute, but in choosing it, he had finally found something worth dying for. Epilogue. Echoes in the Salt Flats. The air hung still and warm, carrying the scent of sun-baked earth, orange blossoms, and the distant, salty tang of the Pacific. 10 years. A decade had passed since that desperate flight from Drywell's station, since the crimson sunset had swallowed Joseph Baxter whole, leaving only the echoing report of his rifle and the thunder of retreating hooves. 10 years, and the dust of the harsh lands had settled, replaced by the fertile soil of this small citrus grove nestled in a quiet valley north of Los Angeles. Caroline stood on the porch of the modest but sturdy clapboard house, watching the evening light soften the green leaves, turning the ripening oranges into globes of burnished gold. She was no longer the perpetually wary, haunted young woman who had arrived in Parowan. Lines of time and experience had etched themselves around her eyes and mouth, but they were lines of resilience, not just sorrow. Her hair, still retaining its fiery auburn hue, though threaded now with silver, was pinned back simply, practically. Her hands, resting on the porch railing, were capable, marked by work, tending the grove, running the small household, occasionally using her grandmother's knowledge to mix remedies for neighbors. But they no longer trembled with constant fear. Peace, hard-won and fiercely guarded, had settled upon her, fragile perhaps, but real. Thomas emerged from the house carrying 2 cups of steaming coffee. He was a man now, tall and lean, his youthful anxiety replaced by a quiet competence. The horrors he had witnessed, the brutality of Miller's brief tenure, had left their mark, a certain watchfulness in his eyes, a reluctance to trust easily. But he had grown strong, steady. He worked the grove alongside hired hands, his knowledge of irrigation and cultivation surpassing even Joseph's practical farming skills, learned through trial and error in this gentler climate. He handed Caroline a cup, his gesture easy, familiar, their sibling bond deepened by shared trauma and survival. "Sun's going down," he said, his voice calm, lacking the edge it had held for so long. "Another day done." "Yes," Caroline agreed softly, sipping the coffee, its warmth spreading through her. "A good day." They measured days differently now, not by the absence of immediate threat, but by the presence of small joys. A healthy crop, rain clouds gathering after a dry spell, the simple quiet of an evening undisturbed by fear. The memory of Joseph was a constant, quiet presence, woven into the fabric of their lives here. It wasn't the sharp agony of fresh grief anymore, but a gentler ache, a profound gratitude mixed with enduring sorrow. They never learned the exact details of his final moments at Drywell's station. News traveled slowly, fractured, distorted by distance and rumor. Months later, from a traveling merchant who had passed through southern Utah, they heard vague talk of a shootout, of bounty hunters finding trouble, of a suspended Mormon elder who had disappeared after defying his bishop. No bodies found, the merchant had said, just speculation, rumor dissolving into the vast indifference of the desert. But Caroline knew. She had seen the resolve in Joseph's eyes, heard the finality in his voice. He had made his stand, bought their escape with his own life. His sacrifice was the bitter price of their freedom, a debt she could never repay, only honor by living the life he had made possible. She sometimes pictured him, leaning against that adobe wall, rifle in hand, facing overwhelming odds with that quiet, stubborn courage she had come to love. The image brought both pain and a fierce, protective pride. He had been more than a farmer, more than a suspended elder. He had been a man who found his true faith, his true loyalty, not in rigid doctrine, but in love and sacrifice. The papers, the oilskin packet that had been both her burden and the source of so much terror. That part of the past had found its own harsh resolution. After months of careful travel, always wary, always looking back, they had finally reached Sacramento, a chaotic, burgeoning city far removed from the stifling confines of Zion. There, guided by a cautious instinct and a recommendation from an unexpected source, a disillusioned former Army scout they encountered, Caroline had sought out a federal judge known for his integrity and his dislike of frontier corruption that spilled over from the turbulent border states. Presenting the papers, her father's meticulous documentation of Elias Thorne's reign of terror had been terrifying. She had expected disbelief, dismissal, perhaps even betrayal. Instead, the judge, a stern man with weary eyes, had listened intently, examined the evidence carefully, his expression growing grimmer with each page. He recognized the patterns of violence, extortion, and intimidation that plagued the territories. Justice, however, was not swift, nor was it clean. Thorne's network ran deep. There were investigations, delays, veiled threats that somehow reached even into California, forcing Caroline and Thomas into hiding once more, protected only by the judge's discreet network. It took nearly 2 years, but eventually, aided by corroborating testimony coaxed from fearful witnesses emboldened by the federal investigation, the weight of evidence became undeniable. Elias Thorne was finally indicted, not for the murder of Caroline's father. That crime remained buried under layers of coerced silence, but for conspiracy, extortion, and violent crimes against the federal government related to his malicious activities. His downfall was brutal, mirroring the violence he had perpetrated. He resisted arrest, barricading himself with his most loyal men, resulting in a bloody shootout with federal marshals. Thorne died as he had lived, by the gun, his reign of terror ending not with a judge's sentence, but in a hail of bullets on the same Missouri soil he had terrorized. There was no neat closure, no satisfying courtroom verdict, only the savage end of a savage man. Learning of his death brought Caroline not triumph, but a profound, aching weariness and the faintest glimmer of peace. The ghost that had haunted her for so long was finally laid to rest, though the scars remained. And Parowan? News trickled out occasionally, through letters from other families who had eventually migrated west, seeking opportunity beyond the confines of the valley. Martha, they heard, had married a quiet farmer from Cedar City, moving away from the immediate shadow of Pratt's influence. Reports suggested she was strong, respected, raising a family, her father's quiet resilience living on in her. Caroline prayed she had found happiness, peace, forgiving Joseph for the choices that had inadvertently complicated her young life. Brother Pratt, according to rumor, eventually overplayed his hand, his rigid zealotry alienating even Bishop Snow, leading to his quiet removal from the position of counselor, though he remained a stern presence in the valley. Brother Harmon continued his cautious existence, running his store, never speaking of the pre-dawn warning he had given Joseph, the secret act of conscience buried beneath layers of conformity. Brother Madsen continued to raise his mules, his silence, his shield. The community endured, rooted in its faith and its isolation, perhaps marginally less certain in its judgments after the Baxter affair, perhaps not. Some seeds of rebellion might sprout, others might wither in the stony ground. Zion, it seemed, remained a complex tapestry of faith and fear, unity and exclusion. Caroline finished her coffee, the warmth fading as the evening air cooled. She looked out at the rows of orange trees, their dark leaves rustling softly in the breeze. This place, this small patch of earth she and Thomas had carved out through sheer hard work and determination, felt like the closest thing to sanctuary she had ever known. It wasn't the promised land of any organized faith, but a sanctuary built on resilience, remembrance, and the enduring power of love found in the most unlikely circumstances. Her faith, too, had transformed. The formal religion of her youth felt distant, irrelevant. Her connection to the divine now resided in the quiet strength of the growing things around her, in the memory of her grandmother's wisdom, in the profound gratitude for Joseph's sacrifice, in the enduring bond with her brother, in the simple miracle of survival, and the hard-won peace of an ordinary day. Forgiveness remained a complex landscape. She could never forgive Thorne, but she had, perhaps, come to a place of understanding, if not forgiveness, for the fear that drove the people of Parowan. And for Joseph, there was nothing to forgive, only love, gratitude, and the enduring ache of his absence. "Thinking about him?" Thomas asked quietly, sensing the direction of her thoughts, as he often did. Caroline nodded, not needing to elaborate. Joseph's presence was woven into the very fabric of their survival, his final act of defiance, the foundation upon which their current peace was built. "He was a good man," Thomas said simply, looking out at the darkening grove, "braver than any of them back there." "Yes," Caroline whispered. "He was." The last light faded from the sky, replaced by the emerging stars, distant and cool, the same stars that had watched over their desperate flight through the marshlands. The journey had been brutal, the costs immense. Love had been forged in fire, paid for in blood and sacrifice. But here, in the quiet grove, under the vast California sky, there was peace. There was survival. There was the enduring echo of a love that defied boundaries, defied judgment, and ultimately offered a harsh, painful, but undeniable form of redemption. The dust of the past had settled, revealing a path forward, scarred but navigable, leading not towards a perfect Zion, but towards the simple, profound sanctuary of a life reclaimed.